Just let me know when we're live, and that will be super, super useful. If you
You're live.
guys, I am live. Everyone can hear me. Everything's good. Everything's good to go. Awesome. I don't know who has any debate topics. We're doing a debate stream, obviously. I feel like it's kind of self-explanatory. I don't know who has any debates going on. If anyone has anything ready, we can get this shit started. Super. Oh my god, it has not been a minute. I already broke it. This whole thing just got demonetized. Okay, so see you guys tomorrow. I guess we'll do this another time, cause I just broke the no swearing within the first minute of the thing. God damn, it's been a rough day. I'll be honest, it's been a rough day. But okay, it's fine.
Listen, Rouga,
So,
it's only the first 15 seconds.
oh
And I
man,
think you made it past that.
oh man, it's bad. But anyway, what was I saying? Right, I'm all over the place today. So we're gonna do some debates. People get your debates going. If they're it's just like the last couple, and probably from this point on, if I'm not gonna stay up here doing all this activity if I see that people aren't really engaged and we're not getting super chats and all that kind of stuff. So we'll go for like an hour or so, and if we're not getting a whole lot of super chats and things like that, we're just gonna call it an early night so I can go back to enjoying my Saturday evening, because I've actually got my Crunchyroll back. I haven't had Crunchyroll in forever, and then a friend of mine gave me his Crunchyroll, so I've been like watching a bunch of anime. I haven't watched anime in like a year and a half or 2 years or something. So I've been
Oh,
like,
sweet. I would have given you my Crunchyroll.
you
If I'd
know,
known
I
you
have
were out.
I have a friend's Crunchyroll that I use. I just first what it, like I I guess I hadn't used it in a really long time. So when I went back on, I was signed out, and I forgot it, and I just kept forgetting to text him and be like, hey, what's your Crunchyroll shit, so I can get back on. But he's gonna give it to me. But yeah, I've been watching. I watched season 2 of Solo Leveling, and that got me. I don't know what the name for that genre is, but it's like going to another world, but then the rules of that world are like a video game world, but also you're
Isekai.
stupidly overpowered. It's not just
Yeah.
isekai, because isekai is just going into another world. This is going into another world, plus the rules of the world is a video game, plus you're monstrously overpowered. This is like Overworld, not Overworld. This is like Overlord, reincarnated as a slime, Remonster. There's like a bunch of them. But yeah, I don't know why, but
Well, that's
go ahead.
that's power fantasy isekai.
That
I mean,
does
it's still. Someone's like, it's still isekai. It's just a power fantasy or
No, but
whatever
it's a
it's called.
specific. It's a specific. I mean, it's a very like because I feel like isekai is just traveling into another world. I mean, technically, the Sonic movie is an isekai. It's not Japanese, but that's what it's like. Just going into any world of any kind would be considered like an isekai story. So, but like, there's a subgenre within the subgenre of isekai that's like isekai, but specifically a video game universe where the characters can level up. What's another one? Konosuba is another one. Where you like go
Yeah,
into
it's
a video.
called power fantasy, dude.
Konosuba is not a power fantasy, not at all. And I think power fantasy is is more broad, because it's not like because these are not just it's a it's not like you go into another world and you're automatically more powerful. It's you go into another world and the rules of the world act as if it's a video game where you can level up and you make healing potions. Like, it's literally they're going inside of a universe that has the rules of a video game. I don't
There's
know.
like one called "I got cheat codes from another world. Now I'm super overpowered" or some shit.
There's a bunch of them. There's a bunch of them, and I'm trying to find one that's like, because I like the concept, and I'm trying to find one that's like the perfect one, and I haven't found it yet. Everyone that I've watched, I have very serious problems with, like very serious problems with them. Like, everyone was like, "Oh no, you gotta watch Reincarnated as a Slime. That's like the best one." And I'm watching Reincarnated as a Slime, and I'm like, it's not that good. it's not. It's not that good.
Reincarnated decent, but no,
It's
to be honest, I
it.
mostly read
Hey,
the light novel
hey,
nowadays because I find
Monster
they're
is
better
just
than the animes.
Monster's just reincarnated as a slime with a lot more sex.
No, Reincarnated as a Slime is Remonster.
Just
Remonster
with less sex.
Remonster came out first. Because I actually saw Remonster before I saw Reincarnated as Slime, and I started watching Reincarnated as Slime, and I'm like, this is like this is such a ripoff of Remonster. It's insane. It's the exact same plot, almost down to a T. But Remonster predates it by like 10 years. If you're talking about the mangas, if you're talking about the anime, then yeah, the anime of Slime came out first.
Well, I mean, Remonster doesn't have a guy running around shooting Harukens and Kamehameha waves. It's for fun, man. I mean,
I mean, they're both the same type.
I know.
Yeah, they're both the same type of power fantasy. They both have the characters like gain a bunch of powers by eating people and shit. I'll see you, Dan. Anyway, we're going. Unless someone wants to really likes reincarnating the slime, we can have the first debate be them defending reincarnated the slime. But I'll just let you know, I don't think it's that good of a show. Like I'm now, to be fair, if we did do that as a debate, I would have to say, like, we can only debate the first season because I haven't gotten through to season 2 or 3 yet. But
Gotcha.
I got through season. Well, I'm like 2 episodes left in season 1, but I got through most of season 1, and I'm like, I don't get where people are coming from. This is like absolutely amazing. I think solo leveling is way better. I think that Shield Hero is way better. Like, there's a lot of stuff that's way better. What characters do you know that would survive cave diving? Like, the actual activity of cave diving?
Probably game spelunking.
Yeah, I mean, Laura Croft would probably survive cave diving. Is that a game, or is that just like the activity, the real world activity of cave diving? I don't know.
Because there's a lot of things that would survive just the real world activity of cave diving. Yeah.
Let's see. Wait, me and Lee on Yamato from Bleach versus Lloyd Garmadon from Ninjago.
Dude, they throw that Lloyd character out every week that you have a debate week.
Not they. I think it's one person who keeps doing it. But I mean, yeah, we could do that if that's the only one we got. Let's hold up. Let's start writing some of these down. So we got Yamato. Hold up. Yamato versus what's his name from Ninjago? Lloyd.
Yeah. Garmando
versus Lloyd. Okay, and that's gonna be Lee versus Luke Young. All right. Cool. And anyone else got any more? Does anyone want to debate again? Okay. Sun Jin Woo anime. No, you gotta tell me who you're debating against. You can't just give me a matchup. Let's see. Thoughts on the DMC anime? I haven't seen it. Not gonna see it. I have zero interest in watching that because I haven't liked any of the anime that those creators have made so far. The fucking Castlevania was trash. It was so bad. And Tomb Raider was bad. I didn't even finish Tomb Raider. Yeah, they're just everything they've made I haven't liked. I haven't watched Blood of Zeus. Maybe, I don't know. I've heard only good things from one person that I know who watched it. They like Blood of Zeus, but I'm not interested. They've just made nothing but shit. So let's see. I want to debate the Nightmare. Okay, Crazy. Got to find someone to debate with. Give me a little rundown.
Yeah, I told him to give me a bit of a rundown, and if I might come up with someone to debate him.
Blood of Zeus, short and sweet. Well, it's 2 seasons now. I don't think that's necessarily like super short. Dan, man, I really don't know. I'll look at. Oh, okay. He sent me that a while ago. Okay. All right. So we have Yamato and Lloyd. Do we have any other matchups, or was that it? Only thing good about was the ending since it was over the top and dumb. Okay. So hold up. Yamato and Lloyd. Guys, y'all had like a month we didn't do any debates. Y'all didn't get any debates ready or set up in the month that we were doing tier lists instead. Come on, that's what the whole thing is for, in the suggestion thing, you know. Okay, I guess we'll just bring Lee up and shit.
Yeah, Lee and fucking Luke.
They're the only people who have anything. Now, while they're debating, you guys have to come up with some stuff. All right.
I'm trying.
Okay, so Luke, what's your name in here? Are you Darth Gator? I don't remember who you were.
I believe one of them. One of the two is Darth Gator.
Okay, we're gonna invite.
Yep,
Lee.
he's Darth Gator.
He's Darth Gator. Okay.
Rouga hasn't thrown out all the rules for you guys that are typing in the Discord. Make sure you guys are in the stream and throwing out your suggestions there. That is where he will see them, and that's where he will acknowledge them. He will not do it in the Discord.
We don't read the Discord messages. Yep, I can hear you. Speaking of which, before we get started, I have to post the Discord link into the stream. Also, if the Discord link in the stream doesn't work after I post it, please tell me. couple weeks ago we had an issue where it wasn't working for anyone, but no one told me. Like at no point did anyone say, "Hey, the link's not working." They just let the stream go on the whole time. They complained about it like outside of the stream, and they told me about it later. But no one actually messaged in the stream, "Hey, this link isn't working." By the way, which was the weirdest shit ever that no one told me about it. All right, let's see. I gotta get to the live. Gotta get to the live. Getting to the live at first. Okay, give me a second. Sorry, I gotta do this outside of the. I can't do this on the computer because I got the streamer mode up. All right, let's see. Discord link. Link and a dash and
Link start.
the link a start. Oh.
Link start.
Gotta get the link a start. Oh, pin message. Boop. Okay. Cool. There's the link to the Discord. If you want to get into the Discord, you gotta click on that link, and that will bring you there. All right. Lee and Darth Gate. I don't think anyone's gonna be able to join either of you. What was it again?
Yeah.
It was some like...
Yamato from Bleach.
Okay. Does anyone
versus
know
Lloyd
or Yamato and would like to come and help?
I know.
Obviously, that's why
you're here.
Does anyone else who isn't mentally retarded? Do you guys know who
I was gonna say I could at least talk on Yamato for about 2 minutes, but you said not
I know
retarded, so now I'm gonna bounce.
Okay. All right. I'm not seeing anybody, so we're just gonna have it as it is. Okay. Yeah. Y'all get started. Like, get the rules all down. What is Husky doing? Husky,
okay.
You should be able to just come up, cause you're a mod.
I'm sorry, can't a man have some goddamn manners?
Yeah, I mean,
if he's gonna be rude about it, I'll just kick him back.
Yeah, I don't want to be a dick about it.
I suppose. I suppose.
Yeah,
What's
I just
up?
wanted to say we just finished off that one shot that we did for the server. It's pretty good.
What a pervert.
Yeah. So
He
just
just
question:
shot
Are you
one guy in
asking
the eye.
Lloyd? Are you asking Lloyd from fucking Ninjago?
One of them is.
Yes.
Yeah.
Is that?
Interesting.
Do you know Lloyd
No,
from Ninjago?
I mean, yes, I watched the show a lot as a kid, but I'm very surprised that somebody would be willing to bring it. He's gonna get his ass kicked by a lot of things. He's not
You
a
would
strong
be
sugar
wrong
magic.
about that.
Oh.
Okay. You guys have fun then.
Would you like to support Yamato? Husky?
It's Yamato from One Piece?
No.
No,
Bleach.
Yamato from Bleach.
No, from
Oh, I
Bleach.
have no idea then.
What Yamato is from One Piece? Oh, you're talking about
Yep.
the daughter. Yeah, okay, the
Yeah,
Wano.
the big titty Kaido daughter.
Yeah,
daughter
yeah,
of
yeah,
Kaido.
okay. I was like, who the fuck is Yamato from Bleach? Yeah, I dropped out before, or like a little after Wano started. So I saw Yamato, but
That's fair.
I don't remember her. Or him, I guess. I don't fucking know. Alright.
No. You're right.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, people were telling me that there was like he was.
Kind of.
I thought it was funny when people
yeah.
were saying like, "Oh, Yamato is the first trans character," and I'm like, did y'all not see the island of fucking ladyboys that they already introduced?
Yeah, the Kamabakta Queendom,
Like-
but also Von Clay was in the very first.
Yeah, like this has been going
major
on.
arc.
They've had trannies for a long time. I would actually say Yamato is the least tranny person out of the trannies that
yeah,
they've
absolutely.
introduced. It's
He
just like,
wants
Oh,
to
yeah.
be a man,
yeah, it's
Well,
like
yeah.
a certain man.
she's got
but a
more.
man.
She's got more in common with Kuina than she does with like
Oh, yeah.
Bon Clay.
Yeah, Von Clay is his own thing. Von Clay is just like flowing kind of thing, and then Von Kov does his own thing too.
Yeah.
Bon Clay is just gay.
Which is ironic, because despite the fact that Von
Okay.
Kov has the power
It's
to
just-
physically turn them into females, the entire Kamabakta Queendom is still dudes in dresses. Like, they're still in drag. Like, you have a person with the superpower to physically turn you into a woman, and you still choose to be a dude in a dress?
So Husky, would you like to be the anti-Lloyd in this debate? I
I'm
guess.
fucking anti-Lloyd.
Anti-Lloyd, just fucking
from
shit
Ninjago.
on
I
his
haven't watched
arguments the whole
Ninjago
time.
in so long, but yeah, sure I can. I can
Yes.
try. Hold on.
I don't know. It depends. I mean,
used to
as
watch
a
that shit every day when I came home as a kid. I used to record. I recorded the episode where he became the Green Ninja on a camcorder and used to watch it constantly.
I don't know anything about that. I was probably
God,
too
it's-
old to watch that
He
show.
used to be a small child, and then a potion hit him that made him older, and then he became the Green Ninja, which is the prophesied ninja. He's also the son of Lord Garmadon.
He's
I'm-
basically if
beat myself
Anakin
up for saying
Skywalker was just a ninja, he's basically just that.
So here's the question: are we counting him as a normal human height, or is he Lego height? Because
They haven't put
canonically, he's a
they haven't
Lego.
put down the rules
Human.
yet.
Human.
So he's a normal person.
Hu-
Okay.
The height
I
of a
don't know.
normal
Like,
human.
I would presume just like take the stories canon.
What?
Okay, if he's just a normal canon person, I actually don't think I can be against Lloyd then.
So-
He's got so many bullshit. He's the chosen one powers. I think he'll be fine.
But here's the thing, like, if he destroys like a house, is he destroying a house or is he destroying a Lego house? Because a Lego
That's
house,
that's
We're
my
just
big
using
question.
house.
huh?
Are we scaling
We're
him
just
to
using
people,
house.
or
A
are we
normal
scaling him-
house.
Why?
Are we
is-
scaling him to
Because it's
core
not.
Lego?
We're just scaling him to house.
You would essentially just have to pretend that it's not a Lego world because Lego houses do not
I mean,
have the same
is it a
durability
Lego
as a normal.
house?
It is. The whole
It might,
world
it
is
might have
Lego.
the same
A
durability.
Lego universe.
Just because
is
it's
still a
portrayed
universe.
through Lego doesn't mean it's still a universe. Just because it's portrayed through
But it's
Lego
a
doesn't
universe
mean it
where
can be
everything
anything
can be
else.
casually disconnected and reconnected. That's what Lego is.
Okay, a universe is still a
it hung
universe, no
Lego?
matter if it's made out of Legos.
But it depends. Does the universe shift everything into Lego? Is it like everything in that
N-
world is a
nah.
Lego? Or is it
We
just
don't
because that
know.
universe happens
Wait,
to be
hold
Lego?
up,
Well,
Lee.
we're trying to make
Lee.
the rules.
We gotta stop. Alden just made a very important post. To interrupt Lee, love you.
What did he?
Get to pay you
Fuck
$2.
you. Fuck you.
This is
Fuck you.
this is some shit that happened a while back. Lee was trying to have a debate at like 3:00 in the morning, and the entire comment section just kept like posting the dumbest, like super chatting the dumbest shit because they just wanted to keep interrupting Lee every time he talked. It was so funny. It was so funny.
Lee, that was with all love, man.
I
That
made
was
like
just a-
$450 in like 20 minutes
And
because
Lee
they just
hate.
kept interrupting and be like some people were putting in like a dollar, you know, like $1.50 just to interrupt Lee. It was very
You
funny.
just made fucking bank all the piss
Okay.
off.
I did because people just hated Lee. Their hatred for Lee made me quite a bit of money. So that was a lot of fun. Anyway, sorry.
Lee is the equivalent of a virtual dunk tank. They're just throwing these dollar bits at him to try and fucking piss him off and dunk him in the tank.
Give me the dollar.
That is
You're
a very,
talking about-
very good way of putting that, actually. So,
Anyway, you guys have good with that. I have to go edit the one shot I just did. I'll post it later. So
have
you
fun.
guys-
Have fun.
Have a
Toodles,
party,
enjoy
pal.
your debates. Good luck
Have
with
fun.
Boy if he's Lego. If Lloyd's normal, good on him. If not, good Yamato. Bye.
This isn't my debate.
Yeah, I'm just putting him as normal.
So I'm not gonna get involved, but I gotta say I do think it's
Good.
pretty horseshit that you're gonna say that the Lego world isn't actually a Lego world. We're just gonna compare it to a normal.
I mean, they
world.
never reassemble stuff.
They,
Like,
they
matter.
are still
in, like,
Legos,
fucking
but
Lego
the
way.
size of normal.
Like in
Because-
fact, if you actually talk about the entire Lego multiverse, which is an actual thing, Ninjago appears in the Lego movie. They appear in several other Lego games, and they're all Lego sized.
LeBron James.
In the Lego
Appeared in
movie,
the Lego movie.
he did, but as like a normal size.
Well, in the
person.
Lego movie, they're all the imagination of a small child.
In the Lego movie,
Yeah.
well, no, it's not the imagination of a small child. The imagination definitely feeds into it, but he is shown to enter the real world and like actually have his own mind and like look at things and be like, what the hell is going on? Basically, that child is like the god of his universe, essentially. But no, the Lego multiverse is just a bunch of different Lego sets. Like that's just kind of. Again, I'm kind of destroying your whole thing, and I don't mean to because I'm not a part of this debate. But I feel like it's kind of weird to just completely ignore that.
Well, we are.
Man. Yeah, we are.
Okay, if y'all agree to it, I think you're giving up like your best arguing point though by giving that up.
I mean,
I don't think.
I think my
I don't-
character's stronger.
I don't. Okay, go for it.
Then
But
Lloyd.
I don't think you should give into that. I think that's like a very kind of like main thing about the Lego universe. Like it's a very important part of the Lego universe is the actual size of the universe and what they actually are. The fact that they are Lego, and removing that, you're just kind of like. I don't know, you're just like changing the rules of the way the universe actually works. You know what I mean?
Like,
Just-
I mean, the
I'm just
universe?
saying, like,
Which universe is this
An
taking
infinite
place in?
universe is still an infinite universe, even
no,
if it's
it's
made out of Lego.
not. Not all universes are the same, and an infinite universe of Lego sets is not the same as an infinite universe of normal, like, infinite universe. It's a Lego set. You could
Out of
destroy
box.
the entire... I can destroy a table, and that would be equivalent to destroying one Lego universe. That's what it is in the Lego
Yes.
movie. Their entire universe exists on a table that's in this dude's basement.
This
Now,
child's
how about we
basement.
start the actual debate?
Pip Demon
hasn't
says,
started
"What's
yet."
the
Yeah, I
debate
love
even
Rouga.
about?" Yeah. Sorry, I'm just shitting on the whole idea of the debate without even letting it continue. The debate is anyone who wants to know what the debate is at any point just needs to look up at the top right-hand corner of the screen. It says debate topics, and then it has. Well, hold up, you probably can't even see that writing. So let me make the writing a little bit bigger. But yeah, it should be font. We're gonna make it bold. There we go. Is that now? Can I make that bigger? Hold up. I'm gonna keep pushing off your debate so I can fuck with the fonts. Give me a second.
Man.
Bigger. Okay, can you read that? I don't know. Okay, so right now it's Yamato from Bleach versus Lloyd from
Ninjago.
Legoland, and and it's Lee versus Luke Young. So yeah, okay, you guys get started with your obviously rigged match, and I will let you guys do that. Go ahead.
Obviously my favorite, but what can Lloyd do? I haven't watched the show in like a hot minute.
Well,
I
it
just
depends
remember
on
him
what
being
form you
green.
use. Because
Use
if you
his
use
like
his base form, he's probably about star level. Because, he has the powers of things that make it a star. In the
what do you
start of
mean
the
by
series,
star?
Huh?
In base form, what makes him star level?
Well, he scales to something. He is relative
Scales to
to the
what?
things that made a star.
Scales to what things to make a star?
The golden weapons.
The golden weapons. I remember the golden weapons. Aren't they just like magical artifacts?
Yes,
I
they
don't
are.
remember
But
them.
in the
Keep going.
second season, they time travel back to the past. The four main ninja shoot the golden weapons into space, and then they make a star. Keep in mind, they weren't destroyed by this, so I can only
Like a magical star?
I would
Or
only
like a
assume
actual planet star?
I would only assume a normal star.
What like does it make
I
an
don't know if
explosion that looks like a star, or just it's a like a little blink in the sky?
it makes an explosion like a star.
So they don't necessarily make a star. You could, and it's just an explosion that you believe is star level.
Because
I
they
mean,
made
how
a
big was
star.
the explosion?
Patrolling in the comment section says they don't make a star, they make an asteroid.
Okay, they make an
Oh,
asteroid. Someone
no,
said.
that is actually wrong. Because it says in one of the books that it is a star, but the actual golden weapons landed on a comet.
Is the golden weapons make a star, but they landed on a comet?
They are shot into space, and then they make a star while they're in space. I don't know how. Don't ask me. And then when they're shooting out into space, they land in a star in a giant golden lump of metal. And then in season 3, they get the metal back and they take it back to Earth. But it is stated that the star is still there. It's not just an explosion, it is a star.
Okay. And how big was the star exactly? Was it like dwarf or our sun or like a supernova?
Compared to the other stars in the sky, it would look to be like about the size of what we would look at the North Star.
Okay, so what can this just be creation hacks though? Like, aren't the weapons known for like basically giving their wielders the elemental powers? And when like
Well,
the Ninjagos or whatever combine, they can make anything or whatever.
well, while it is true that the golden weapons helped create Ninjago, it was mostly the first Ninjutsu master. Speaking of which, that actually segues into my next argument. Which form are we using? Because we can use
I
one
would
that's a lot higher, somewhat high, or just base.
Okay, just tell me each of their power levels, and then we'll just run through them. Okay. So
Okay,
what's
well,
base form star?
okay. In
Right.
his next form, well, it's not really a form, but it's him using the power of destruction, which is basically he can destroy all forms of matter using purple energy blasts and stuff. And then there's an evolution of that called his Oni form, where he's capable of damaging the literal concept of darkness and evil. And then in a step above that, he is the second slash ultimate first Spinjitzu master who has the power of the guy who created the multiverse of Ninjago.
He's multiversal. Is that what you're saying?
He's multiversal in the last two forms. In the first two, he's just around the same level, bit higher.
Do you know anything from Yamato from Bleach? Do I need to explain his power scaling?
I have not watched Bleach, but I know he has the power of a sun.
Okay,
And I know
not
he was stated,
necessarily, but yes, that is one of his abilities.
and I know he was stated
in
to have the
Bleach,
power to destroy the Soul Society.
yes, the Soul Society technically being a universe, but in Bleach, basically, Soul Reaper basically ghosts.
Hold up,
and
Lee. We
his
got
ability
a
was
super chat. Alden says objection. Lee wins.
ejection. Thank
Fair
you,
enough,
thank you
I
for that.
concede.
You should have just said the comment without clarifying it was a super chat.
Would have made it better.
Made it better. Anyway, Yamato is he has the ability to make heat equal to the sun through his flame cloak and his sword. And his sword was stated to be able to basically destroy anything and reduce it to like basically nothingness. Burn it like
So Lee,
stone,
what you're saying
concrete,
is,
and
oh
stuff.
no, he's hot.
Yes, he's an 80-year-old man. He's hot, yes. Thank you. Lloyd, do you have any objections to that, or
So
dark?
you're basically saying he doesn't have existence erasure. It's just like he's just hot.
Okay, not necessarily. I'm just saying his base. This is like basic stuff. Basically, his ability, he can make himself really hot. But
Hold
the
up,
ability
Lee.
and
We got a super chat. Patrolling the Mojave says message redacted.
Message redacted. Thank you. Thank you.
Well,
Hey. Let me.
I didn't think you.
Oh, hold on. There's another one.
Pimp Demon says objection. Nuh-uh.
So,
What thief?
his
He stole all these
pressure
comments.
was able to shake technically the Soul Society, and eventually was stated to be somewhat equal to some other characters in the future that was able to specifically what's his name? Boo ha ha ha, wherever, is spiritual pressure at one point was able to shake all. Yeah, hoo ha ba ha. Was able to shake all three dimensions, and he was able to defeat him. So he's probably more to multiversal or universal to power, at least, since the spiritual pressure was able to shake those dimensions passively.
Well, shaking isn't the same thing as destroying, so I would say universal.
Yes, universal. Okay. Even then, it's very impressive, and he was able to beat who was able to have multiple hacks that could see into the future. So it's still very impressive.
Well, I know that the Almighty's power is to change the future whatever way the user decides to. So how exactly did Yamamoto beat Yuha?
He just
What
did.
the fuck are you guys talking about? I'm sorry. What are you guys talking about?
I'm questioning the fact that Yamamoto, who apparently has the power of a sun, beat a god. How? I haven't watched the series.
Basically,
what is this series?
I've Bleach. Bleach.
Okay.
Yeah, Shonen Jump. Overpowerness in the bottle. Yamato was able to beat Yuha Baha. It's never shown the fight specifically, but it has some precursors. But it's probably due to just Yamato, specifically Yuha, not having.
We got a super chat. This is Max Cady versus Monsters, the anime Hans. I don't even know what that means. I like Max Cady though.
Thank you.
Max Cady's cool.
Neat.
Thank
I'm gonna look up who that is.
I think Monster is the anime with the dude who's like a serial killer or something. I never read it, or the manga where the dude's a serial killer. And then Max Cady is from Cape Fear.
Yep, Max Cady. I know Max Cady. That fucking yeah, that's actually a character I find terrifying.
You seen the original or just the Robert De Niro one?
Just the Robert De Niro, not the black and white one.
Okay, I've seen them both. Robert De Niro one's a scarier because it's like an R-rated movie, and he wasn't allowed to do the shit in their original black and white one, but like he does some really fucked up shit in the newer movie. But yeah, it's a good movie. It's a good movie. You know Martin Scorsese made that movie?
No,
Yeah,
I did not.
Martin Scorsese made that movie. Good movie.
Huh.
All right, go ahead. You can continue, Lee.
So, Yuha Baha, when he gets the full, or when we see the full capabilities of the Almighty after he absorbs the Soul King, his father, presumably it may have been weakened at the time. Again, that part is a bit far in my memory, but I believe it's because it was weakened, and Yamato's overall soul pressure could equal Buhaha. I'm butchering the names. So, yeah, that's generally the logic.
But did he resist his power, the Almighty?
We never saw the fight. We just got the aftermath. So I don't exactly know on that.
So you just know that
he
won?
He won against that, yeah. Presumably a weakened version, but yes. He won against a Quincy army. And, his sword's hotter than the sun and all that. So also in Bleach, specifically soul pressures or spiritual energy can sometimes counter abilities. So it's possible that his spiritual pressure was just so much greater than Yuho that it just simply countered his ability. That may be a possibility. But I'm not sure if that's possible with the Almighty or not. Again, we never saw the fights. So this is technically just theories. We just knew he defeated that.
Okay, well, with all the information that you have just given me with such clear indications, I'm just gonna use Ultimate Spinjitzu Master if you have a problem with that.
Or just use it. Because I believe this is the form that's technically multiversal, if I'm correct.
Well, he has two forms that are multiversal, but one is more concrete.
Okay, you're using the more concrete version or more?
I am using the more concrete version because the other one is only multiversal because he was about to kill the concept of evil. But yeah,
so he didn't. So what makes him multiversal in this form?
So his first feat in this form was beating the Overlord, who was the equal and opposite of the first Spinjitzu Master, who made at the very least 4 universes that we know of, which is a bit iffy. Like, we know he made probably more, but we only know 4 that he actually did. And so this guy had some crazy powers, like he had power over gravity, speed, fire, earth, lightning, ice, not water and wind for some reason, but time, another. And Lloyd presumably has all of these powers when in that state. He just didn't have the time to master them. So I wouldn't use those powers or hacks because he didn't learn them. Like, he could probably do it. Doesn't know how.
Saying Lloyd can't use those powers.
We got a super chat. We got a super chat from Alden. He says, "Time to interrupt, Gator." Oh, he didn't even interrupt Gator. He ended up interrupting Lee. Bad
Thank
timing.
you, Kate.
Okay, go ahead.
Man, I love to be interrupted.
Anyways, my question. Yeah, he doesn't even master the abilities. Is this hacks or is this just base stats? Because it's sounding like a bit of if it's ability.
Well, considering that he was able to fight a guy who had his same level of power, yeah, I'd say he scales to all that. But
is the creation hacks or not? That's my question.
Yes, he didn't lift and make a universe, but yeah, the creation is a hax. Yes,
So why would he scale to multiversal in that state then?
because he was able to fight a guy with that same level of power.
Who might have also just had the hack to create universes?
Well,
Is it
we
showing him just
know
like
we know that guy scales to his physical ability
how?
because we see him fight with that same level of power.
Same level of power. But I'm saying, why do we think he's that level of power?
Because
He's fighting the Ninjutsu Master, right?
okay. The Overlord, who is the name of this guy, he is the concept of darkness and evil, who also might have been a source dragon, but that's later. I'm not going to wander into that. He is the very concept of darkness and evil within the verse. Like,
This is a long pause. The suspense is killing me.
that is the Overlord.
That is
Damn.
he's the concept
What?
of death
He's not
and
he's not
darkness.
death. He's not death. He's darkness and evil and maleficence and violence and pretty much every
Okay.
bad thing he is.
So why does he scale to multiversal? Is it because you're saying that he represents darkness and evil?
Yes, and he also fought the first Ninjutsu Master, who I have said makes universes casually, and they
Through
scale.
hacks.
Yes, but he's able to use that same level of power when he's fighting.
But how do we know he's using that same level of power? Is it ever shown them destroying a universe or a planet?
It's people who are much weaker than who are confirmed to be much weaker than both of them have been stated to be able to destroy the entire multiverse. Like the
What
Oni
source?
the Oni from season 10 were going to destroy every realm with their power of destruction.
Through like were they physically, or were they gonna just kill the inhabitants?
We don't know. We only see them invade 2 realms, and we only see them beat a bunch of people up. We don't know if they
From
were
what
going. We
I
don't know how
remember
they
the
were going to
Oni,
destroy the realms.
but it looks like they just were gonna kill everyone. Like basically put fire to the city, burn the land, and all that.
No, they didn't have fire powers. They were going to engulf
I
everything
know.
in darkness.
Yeah, engulfs everything in darkness. Just referencing. So it's never shown for any of these characters to be able to destroy a universe.
It's
So what's
never
their highest
shown
shown feat? What's their highest shown feat?
him, the first Ninjutsu Master, creating several universes.
But
That
that
is
was
the
a hack.
Yes, but as I have said before, that correlates to what he can do physically.
Do we know that for sure? Does it say he used the same energy? You said that was the ability multiple times.
Yeah, he can use that same amount of power in his fights. We can see them in the very few times he's on screen that he uses this power when in conflict.
All right, the people have spoken. They want this to move on. They're getting
Thank
bored.
you.
Well, we're at meh,
No,
I'll take that as
you're
some
not.
of them.
You're not. Well, you're at mid now. You were at bad. Move on for a while. But you're more bad than you are good, and mostly meh. So, I don't know if you would take that as a win. I wouldn't take that as a win.
I'd say that's leaning to
Taking
the
that
bad
as a
side,
draw.
you
It's
know.
definitely leaning to the bad side.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Let's see. What's the other stuff? So thank you guys for coming up. If y'all can get another debate going, y'all can obviously come back up as always. Move to audience. Even though, gotta say, it's still just a Lego world. So like the whole thing.
Yeah,
is
I mean
kinda
Yamato
weird.
just getting really hot, it would just melt the entire universe, right?
Dude, it's like well no, like okay, if you watch like Ninjago, like there is something called a Lego multiverse that exists. Like outside of Ninjago, Ninjago is just one part. Ninjago is part of the Ninja Lego set. That's actually the canonical Ninja Lego set that Lego sells, and all of these universes exist within the Lego multiverse. We have movies and comic books and all sorts of things that explore the Lego multiverse, and they're all like based on just table sets that kids have in their room. So like it's ridiculous to try and pretend like that's not the case, and you just start talking about it like they're actual full on universes. The multiverse that exists within the Lego movie, which by the way the Ninjago universe is a part of, not just the universe but a multiverse, is completely a part of this kid's fucking table that is in his basement. Like he thinks his dad is going to fuck up the whole Lego multiverse because his dad wants to destroy all his Lego shit and like basically make it like this workbench. Like that's basically the whole plot of the movie, is that this kid likes playing on this Lego set, but his dad doesn't like him playing down there, so his dad wants to go and glue everything and make everything permanently so he can make everything perfect all the time. And this is shown within the Lego movies that this is a multiverse. The main character, who I'm forgetting the name of, is played by Chris Pratt, and all of his friends, they cross multiple universes on this Lego set. It's all like a multiverse is just this one Lego set. So yeah, I mean, if whoever you're talking about, Yamato, could just destroy the fucking Lego set, and it would be over and done with. You essentially have to pretend that the entire Lego multiverse isn't a thing, and that Ninjago is totally separate from it. It's like its own whole universe that's the size of a normal universe, when we know that's not the case. Like you literally can't talk about the series without going into that, because like the Ninjago characters have crossovers in comics, in movies, in the actual playset lore with all of these other universes. They're a part of the Lego multiverse. So it's just, you're just ignoring all of it. It doesn't make a whole lot of sense to try and debate out of it. Like you would, yeah, I don't know. It seems like a weird choice for debate, because he like made a star or what? It's a fucking little Lego star. Like who cares? Like, you know, it's like I am stronger than the Ninjago universe. I am way stronger than the Ninjago universe, like significantly so.
Until you step on it barefoot, and then son of a.
No, I got some. People always say that. I've stepped on Legos before. It don't hurt like that. I feel like
I'm more worried about a D4.
I feel like that's part of like the meme, you know. But most people haven't stepped on Legos, or maybe they did when they were children. But I've stepped on Legos as an adult. It doesn't hurt like that. It's fine. It's like, oh, you know, I'm almost positive I've like walked across a river of Legos in my nephew's room. I mean, they just walked across. It's like
they have managed to build an entire house in the real world out of Lego.
Yeah, sure.
Completely functional. So I mean, like, you know,
cool.
If this,
I mean, that doesn't make it stronger.
On your feet.
Yeah, I mean that's cool. They made a car out of Legos too. They've done all kinds of crazy cool shit out of Legos, but I mean that doesn't make the universe more powerful, you know. In the show, Ninjago is treated different than the Lego movie, but it's not. Like, I understand that in the Ninjago show, you only see the shit that happens within that specific show, but it doesn't matter. Like, we know the Lego multiverse, the lore of the Lego multiverse, which it does have. Ninjago is a part of it. Ninjago is still just a playset, even if they don't explore that it's just a playset in the actual show. And we see Ninjago have crossovers with things like the Lego movie, where they show up in that universe. So it's something that clearly exists. And these are all canonical with one another. They've had multiple crossovers with I think they had a crossover with Star Wars Lego at one point. Like, they're all a part of the same multiverse. Like, we know this. It doesn't matter if the show it ignores that aspect of it. It's still a part of it. That's still a part of the canon. It doesn't really make a whole lot of sense to use it in a debate.
Wait, does the Lego movie actually cross over with Lego Ninjago? Is that how the newer movie?
The characters in Ninjago appear in the Lego movie. They're in it.
Do they? Like, maybe as background characters, but I don't know if...
Yeah.
That means they're even worse. They're not even main characters.
Yeah, I mean, even if it is background characters and they don't have any dialogue, they still show up in the Lego movie. And the Lego movie is still, and it's not just the Lego movie. Like, if you actually go into the Lego universe, like Ninjago back in, I think, I don't know, early 2012, 2011, like years ago, Ninjago was added in to the Lego multiverse as a part of the Lego universe. It's like a part of the lore of Legos, which there is a lore of Legos.
Okay, now you're saying.
Yeah, like it was
Well-
actually added in as part of it. So it's like you would just have to ignore that, you know. And I think it's weird to like if you have to be like no we're gonna debate this, but you can't talk about any of this. You've already given up. Like you've already lost the argument. You know, like I can make any caveat that I want to about any thing that I want to make a caveat about. You know, like, oh, I want to argue this character, but we're going to ignore this massive fucking weakness here that you can use against me during the argument, and we're just going to pretend like that's not there. And it's like, yeah, I mean, you could do that with anything. It doesn't work. Like it's kind of dumb. I don't
Right.
think it's odd. You know.
Yeah.
Do like Lego versus, I don't know, someone else who's super fucking small and shitty. Yeah, there's other things out there.
Bionicles.
Cells at work.
Like paper mache.
I don't know. There's other
Cells
like
at work? That is a horrible matchup. That's so much smaller.
cells at work. I don't know. I just thought this is the first thing that popped in my head that was small. Well, the first thing that popped in my head was Hollow Knight, but I don't think Hollow Knight's ever confirmed to be small. We don't actually know.
True.
It's like because it's like like there are things in it. Like, is it just themed like everything's bugs, but it's kind of its own thing, or is it actually that? Like, because you never see anything that's you don't like go into a garbage dump or something. You see like a giant can, you know, that's like it's like a
There's
can
no
of soup, but it's like a house. You know, there's nothing like that. So we're not actually sure if it's a normal world that's just themed like bugs, or if it's actually a small world. Anyway, okay. So we have Doug. What was your debate you mentioned?
So the debate that I had been planning for a while was with a guy who goes by Guy on Discord. It is the S-class heroes from One Punch Man versus the Invincible War.
All right, One Punch Man versus Invincible War.
Now, my only conundrum is that it's not the guy who is supposed to debate with me, I don't see him. He's not here. I messaged him. I don't know where he's at, so don't even know if I'll get to do that or not with him.
And there was another one I was willing to join in on one of the sides of, but then I'd feel like I'd be being a dick because I'm already in one of them on the list because Barry Bonds keeps going, Tau Empire versus the Covenant. Tau Empire versus the Covenant. I'm like, which side do you want to take?
Oh, I'll hop in on that. I'll join that one.
We can do that one.
You take that one, Doug.
That's probably one that we can get a lot of people to get in on too. Does anybody who did you say wanted to debate that one?
Wants to be on the Tau.
He wants to defend Tau.
Who?
Barry Bonds. I
Barry
don't know
Bonds.
if he's in. Oh yeah, he's in the chat. He said it in here too. It's Swiss something or the other, I think. Yeah, it's the airplane guy.
Swiss. Okay. We'll let
There's
him
also-
in. That one sounds like
yeah.
a lot of people can get in on that one.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Also-
it looks like we've got Dboy for Covenant. We got Liam saying he'd join in. Doug says he'll join in. I'm already available for it too.
Covenant versus the Tau.
Yes.
Was that TAU?
Yes.
Yep.
Tau Empire.
Space socialist. Just straight up space socialist. They're pretty fucked.
Gotcha.
Blue space socialists. Don't forget that they're blue.
Oh yes, blue.
Well,
Because
okay,
it's
Swiss-
better when the
Swiss-
devil's blue.
Swiss, I invited you already. You have to actually like hop in. If you don't hop in, we'll move on to something else.
Also,
Or
we should
seeing
also
as how
throw on-
popular this one is, we could probably just get people to replace you. So hurry up.
That's a good possibility too. Yeah. And GD, don't worry. You're on the list. You can see it in the top right corner. You don't have to ask every 2 seconds if you're going to be in one.
Swiss, I've said this before. I'm gonna say this again. Do not bother typing in the Discord. I'm going to ignore you. You have to be in the stream and type in the stream. Otherwise, I'm not looking at what you're saying at all.
He's trying to figure out how to get in. He doesn't know how to accept your invite.
I don't care. I'm going to ignore it entirely if he says it in there, even if you tell me. I've already told everybody you got to say it in the stream.
Well, Barry Bonds has now said it in your stream.
Where we must confirm it with our own eyes.
Well, I invited him to speak already. All he has to do is hop in. It's
right click on it, I think, and then just accept the invite.
Yeah.
Also on the list, another debate that can go on the list. Crazy Nano tried to get up with me.
What?
It's Little Nightmares versus a character from Spiderwick Chronicles. His name's Thimbletack.
These are like the most fucking niche shit ever. Versus
Yep.
Spiderwick Chronicles.
Oh
Basically.
man. Rugi, you know the one thing I keep like bringing up with all those people over in C-Main server, or they don't seem to understand it.
Why do you keep going over there?
It's not that I go over there. That's that they're over here now trying to start debates.
Every
with your
time I
people.
every time I talk with one of C-Main's friends, it's just like it's always awful. Like it's never had
I
a good
know.
experience talking with any of them. They're rude.
Well,
they yell a lot. They talk over you. They get mad very easily.
C-Main?
It's like these are a bunch of fucking children, dude. Like it's not fun.
C-Main admitted that he likes toxic people in his Discord server.
Oh, he didn't
Those-
just admit. It's not even like an admission thing. The first time he met me, he says he likes toxic people, and I'm like, get them the fuck out of here.
No.
I don't want to have anything.
Yeah.
I don't like them in my shit. They're
man.
yeah, they're a pain in the ass. They're super
Yeah,
annoying.
you had one guy who's like, I'm gonna bring a guy. He's only planet level, but his hacks are like, creation erasure kind of stuff. And I'm like, okay, yeah, his attack. So then I threw out a guy who was the same thing. His whole thing. Well, how does your character actually exist? I go, we don't do that bullshit here. You're gonna do there's no bad faith arguments when you're over in the server, man. And he's like, oh, and he got all pissed off and left.
Yeah, they
They
do
try
that a
too
lot.
hard to pigeonhole. They try too hard to pigeonhole people just to like get a I gotcha type dumb shit.
It's all of their arguments are gotcha argument. Like every single one is just trying to and you'll know, and they do all of them. This is one thing they all do, and it super annoys me. I'll say something using my wording of how I want to say it, and they're like, okay, so what you're saying is, and they'll completely reword what I just said. And I'm like, no.
Oh yeah.
I just said it how I said it. Now you can go up against what I just said the way I said it, or you can keep trying to come to your own fucking thing. But it's like, so every time they ask me, oh, but are you saying no? The answer will always be no, because that's not what I said. I said what I said. So I'm not speaking fucking Chinese. Like, you can understand me. So stop trying to change it and alter it to make it seem like it's a worse argument than it is. They all do that. And it's all, yeah.
Would that count as a red herring fallacy?
I don't care. I don't care
Yeah.
about the fucking. I don't care about the
Those
fallacies
guys
and all
over
this.
there, dude, are the well, I'm a T3 debater. I'm a T2 debater.
What
I'm
the
a T4
fuck is that?
What does
I'm
that
like,
even
what
mean?
the
That's not a thing.
Apparently, it's their tier. Like they have
Oh my
official
God.
That they just
tierings
made
in
up?
the debate world
That
or
they
some
just-
shit.
oh,
I
that they
don't
just
know.
made up?
Oh, tears. I went undefeated in debate and forensics, and that's for real. That's the reason why they made up tiers. 'Cause
Yes,
they can't
but
say that
that's
shit.
for real in a actual official debate with a system. Like, they make up all of their own concepts, so it's not relevant. Like, they make up their own fallacies that aren't actual arguable fallacies. They just make them up, just fabricate them out of nothingness. So it's like they're all of their everything they do, like the scaling community, everything they do, everything they argue. It's all sounds like it's something that actually exists, but then they alter it and they twist it to the point that it's either nonsensical or from dimensional tiering. It's like, oh no, it's based on real science of dimensionality. No, it's not. It's like you took the idea that is a scientific theory of dimensionality and then just fucking like corrupted it and twisted it till it's something totally unrecognizable, and then you try and justify it by saying that there's this thing called dimensional theory in physics. Dimensionality in theoretical physics, and because that exists and the thing you're saying has the same name, all of a sudden it's like it's the same thing. It's, you know what? It's kind of the same thing that people are doing about the whole like political correctness thing, right? So it's like someone like they've changed the definition of what racism means. Like, racism used to mean hatred for a certain race. Now it's like, it's not hatred for a certain race, it's just having certain beliefs that are not like the popular beliefs of that political party, and then they're going to twist that
Power
and make
plus
that.
privilege.
That's literally the same thing that they do. They literally take the words and they alter the meaning of the words to try and mean something else. And like and they try to get you with that, and they try, like, and then when you say like that's not what that means, it means this, it's like they're like, oh, and it's I've gone after scalers enough.
Ruga, you want me to bring up the people who are saying they want to be part of this one?
Yeah, who wants to be a part of it? Wait. Well, first off, let's find out who's on what side. Swiss, what side are you on?
Tau Empire.
Okay, Tau Empire. Doug,
Covenant.
you said you could do both, right?
I can. I kind of. I bare minimum for. I know the bare minimum for Tau.
No,
If Swiss needs some help, I can try to help him out a little bit more. I think I got a little bit more knowledge on Tau.
you know the Covenant
it.
really well, Doug.
Yeah, I know Covenant really well.
Stay on Covenant. Alden, you know Covenant, right?
Done.
I know Halo more than Tau.
Okay,
Yeah.
just stick with do you know it, or do you just kind of know it?
I know the Covenant, and I know a couple books worth of Tau, not like the vast lore that's behind them right now.
Okay, who super knows Tau?
I'll be
Not here. The people in the stream chat. Who knows? Who apps like really knows Tau like super well?
Yeah, I know there's got to be at least 3 of you guys. I had quite the conversation the other day with some people over Tau.
Yeah, not just someone who's like heard of it. You know, like someone who really knows it. And then we can let me see. Hold on. We already did this one. We can scratch this one out. Font strike through. Boop. Okay, is that the only one we've done so far? We only did one debate so far. Jesus.
Yeah, and then we've just been sitting here talking whilst we waited for the other Tau and Covenant people to show up.
It's just been going on for 55 minutes. We only did one. All right, let's see. I want to debate. That doesn't answer my question, G-Drum.
Yeah,
do you know about the Tau? That's the question I asked.
Yeah, no, G-Drum's on your list already too, so that's what he was wanting, because we were the only ones on the list until the Tau and all these other ones popped up, so that's why he's like, oh man, I was gonna go, so that's why he's like.
Well, I mean, we could do it. What we usually do is I'll pick a list. We didn't do it this time because it just seemed like there were so many people who wanted to do it. But usually what we'll end up doing is we'll do a poll of if we have a list. But I didn't think a poll was necessary for this one because the moment we brought it up, there was like 3 people in the comments who were like, oh, I want to do that one. I want to do that. So I was like, okay, I don't think a poll is necessary. I think there's a lot of people who want to do this one. So the next one we do, we'll put them on a poll. We'll do like the Naruto, the One Punch Man, and the Little Nightmares. We'll put them all on a poll and see who wins. But actually, I'm a little annoyed because annoyed's the wrong word, but it seems like all of our debates are involving Alden and Doug Pumper, which means that you guys didn't actually come up with your own debates with other people. Y'all are coming to the mods and the people who are up here to form your debates because you didn't come prepared to the stream. Guys, y'all gotta come prepared to the streams. I said a week ago that this stream was gonna be a debate stream, and I've been saying the preparation for the streams has been open for months. Like no one prepared, so this is kind of it's gonna go this way, you know.
I think the issue is people end up like setting up their debates in the preparation tab, and then they have the debate there. They don't wait for the.
That
stream.
happens a lot. Schmupple? I don't know what a schmupple is.
Don't worry, Peter. That's why we call it schmoople.
I don't know what that is.
Schmoople. I know that reference.
Yeah,
it's a Family Guy reference. I'm sorry.
I stopped watching Family Guy many years ago.
Oh, so did I, but it's still in my head permanently. So
yeah, that was the early season.
No, I don't know.
All right. Yeah. No. The funny thing is I think me and Doug should actually set up a debate sometime for it to be up here, but we've never talked about it, Doug. So maybe sometime, man.
We'll have to see what topics we can be on either side of.
All right. I haven't seen anyone say like they can debate for Tau. Like no one is.
Like Swiss has no allies.
Okay.
Yeah, it seems like I'm gonna be alone on this one.
No one knows Tau. 40K is one of the most popular things on my channel. Nobody here knows Tau. There's 30 people here.
But the Tau were the least popular out of the 40K.
Yeah, that's kind of the problem here.
All right. Well, I'm gonna let it be up to you, Swiss. Do you want to do a 2v1 or do you want to go up against one person?
I'll go 2v1. I'm up for that.
Okay. 2v1 it is. So
we'll let you start then, Swiss. Get it going, man. What you got?
Yeah. All right. In my opinion, I would say in certain situations, the Tau would win.
What are these situations?
Mm-hmm.
Well, actually, no, I'm gonna take that down.
So I'm just gonna say one word, and it is the speed of travel.
The Tau do not have FTL travel. They have to use the whip, which is gonna severely hinder their progress in a fight against the Covenant.
The Tau don't have warp travel.
Oh, they don't?
They're the only race in 40K without warp capabilities. True. They don't even have a presence in the warp. They have no soul, essentially. The demons don't even know they exist.
Swiss, you can't defend your own people? You should have known that. What are you doing?
I get nervous on debate streams. Okay.
My brain gets a bit of the stupids when people are watching me.
Yeah, okay. Actually,
just imagine that you're in your underwear. It'll be better.
Okay. Actually, I have an idea. How about you guys go first with the Covenant?
All right, Doug, you got it, man.
All right, so we can start with the fact that the Covenant has the faster than light travel, which would allow them to have the better logistics. But also, I would doubt that the Tau would actually be able to overpower the Covenant technology and just their shields and armor for what they are. They have really good range, firepower from what I understand. That's their whole gimmick. But the Covenant could definitely match that fighting from space with with their fleet and having plenty of units which could match the Tau in melee, where we're notoriously weak. And remember, the Covenant is notoriously good at infiltration and stealth operations, so they can they can circumvent their main advantage, which is long range warfare, pretty easily.
Back to melee combat. How good are the Covenant at melee combat?
Wildly good. If we just go off the elites and the brutes, who are the main guys, they are both incredibly well trained from a young age. For the elites, it's a warrior class. For the brutes, they're just brutes, so they just love to fight. And the elites have energy swords, which are essentially like double-bladed lightsabers with one hand, which can only be used like for 10 strikes, but still cuts through just about anything, any form of flesh, and a lot
And
many
don't forget
metals.
our worm men.
And yes, there is the Legolo, the hunters, which would be able to make units as big as they want, as strong as they need, to the point where they actually have mechs, the Scarabs from Halo 2 and 3, which are completely controlled and piloted by the Mecha Legolo, which are the hunters in the game.
Now,
Yeah,
Doug,
they would.
I have a bit of a hot take for our side. Honestly, sheer numbers and suicidality, I would almost say we don't even need anything above a grunt in this fight, man. Like
That's a good point.
just the amount of numbers they can throw. It'd be like the Imperium of Man, except for it's just an army of special ed methane breathing freaking grunts that
Yeah.
blow themselves up whenever they get within 5 feet of you.
Exactly, and in the books, like with the Fall of Reach, grunts are described as being like ravenous dogs that like swarm you like hordes in seas with no weapons and will rip you apart with their claws and mouth. They will be like a river of just gnashing teeth and claws, and they are average height, like there is around like 5 foot, so they're not that small. They'd be a terrifying menace, and they have proven just alone the grunts can actually put the entire Covenant on the back foot by themselves. They've rebelled 5 or 6 times total, and it completely stalled all their operations, and they had to like take a couple years to deal with every single one.
No, I will
And
say, Doug, that and this is me playing devil's advocate a little bit. I
yeah,
would say that I was the one who threw out the idea. They do have massive missiles that can punch through void shields. So what do you got, Swiss? Like we've got like
Sure.
we've got a bunch of little dick monsters with grenades that suicide sniper jackals,
Alright.
giant monsters
Yeah.
that can flip tanks.
I know the Tau have mechanized suits, but I know very
They're
little about
basically
them.
they're basically Gundams, but they put all their
Oh,
points into missile pods.
okay.
Okay. Alright. So, how would like the Farside Enclave do against the Covenant? Because the Farside Enclave, they do put their points into melee like combat, but the problem is there aren't enough Farside Enclave members in the Tau Empire. They only control like 5 planets, whereas the Tau in total control like 100. So they're like a very small minority compared to the rest of the Tau. But let's just say a force of like Farside Enclave warriors who do use melee combat and are formidable when fighting like Space Marines and like the Eldar, who again are specialized in melee combat. How would they do against like a Covenant force of like grunts or brutes?
So the grunts would definitely be probably slapped around for the most part. They would just have to deal with the sheer numbers. The brutes are horrifyingly strong, and even their weakest members, the minor brutes, are able to throw hands with Spartans who can flip 50-ton tanks over their head. So they would be very difficult just in the lower ranks. And if we talk about special units, only for the brutes, they're chieftains, and those who use the gravity hammer would be a nightmare because every time they strike with the hammer, it would be an explosion of energy. You know?
Oh, yeah. Plus, again, back to the hunters. They've got the brutes have got the big ass gravity hammer. The hunters are really good at charging people down and destroying them, but they've also got a nice long range, massive exploding plasma weapon.
Yes. Yeah, that I doubt many things that the Tau have would hold up to the plasma of the hunters, because not only do all the plasma weapons in general are extremely hot. Alden, I don't know what you got going on, but it's going through your mic and kind of distracting me. But the as I was saying, most plasma weapons are extremely high, able to burn through like tungsten metals, which is insane. That's how they have to armor their ships against ships and suits against them. And the hunters' weapons are extreme volatile, powerful versions of that, which absolutely rips through heavily armored vehicles, melts them into like metal slag, which is just sludge. And so I don't, since it's plasma, it also does really good at damaging shields. That is a factor for plasma weapons. They do fuck up with shields when they applied. So yeah.
Sorry about that, Doug. Baby decided to play with the noisemaker in the background.
I hear you, bro.
All right. So I'm gonna bring up this point. How good are the Covenant? Like, do the Covenant use biology and bioweapons? Because the Tau also have bioweapons. Like, for example, they were fighting against a high fleet from the Tyranids, and one of their plans was to use a bioweapon, infect themselves with it, and then have the Nids consume their biomass. And then after that, the high fleet would then slowly die due to the bioweapon breaking down the Tyranids from the inside. Do the Covenant have something similar to that?
I mean, they
guess
can always unleash the flood.
that's retarded. But they could. That is something that Oni does. It's Oni in the Halo setting is a secret organization for the UNSC, and they try to poison the food supply of the Covenant, or well, of the elites at the very least. So it's been used against them, and it was kind of successful, and it created some problems between them. But the Covenant would also not. I don't think the Covenant really mess with that themselves, because they would find it maybe dishonorable. But they do have the engineers, which are recovered Forerunner like drones, which are artificial biological life forms. They can heal and repair and modify genetic and mechanical, scientific everything, because they're just, I don't know, super repair beings. I don't know how else to refer to them. So they wouldn't really have many genetic biological attacks of their own. Or I guess that's not true. There was like a movie that showed an elite suicide bombing a UNSC city with a bioweapon that spread around like a black plague, like a super black plague that started killing people. But other than that, nothing real advanced, and I'd say the engineers would also be a decent defense against any biological attacks. Unless it's on par with what the Flood does, then that's a different story.
Okay, so let's take out the engineers as a factor for like one battle. Could that Tau bioweapon affect like the normal units, like the grunts, the brutes, etc., like the foot soldiers? Could it affect them?
I doubt it'll affect the grunts too much, because
Yeah.
most bioweapons are, especially what the Tau would use, would have to be inhaled, because the grunts ain't going to go around eating the Tau. But I would say, and they have to breathe through rebreathers, because they have to breathe in methane gas in order to survive, really. So I don't think they're going to be affected by any bioweapon that you're going to send out.
We should give credit, though, to the fact that the brutes, jackals, and grunts might be likely to eat the corpses from time to time, because they do tend to eat each other as well. That might happen, but I doubt I doubt it would get to the point. I feel like the moment they eat a body and something happens, they'd be like, okay, quit doing that.
Yeah, that makes sense, man. I mean, the Covenant are, they're hyper advanced, for the most part. It's not like, yeah, I get that the Tyranid can be advanced with their mindset, but they technically are a bunch of ravenous beast creatures who their whole thing is devour to increase biomass. The Covenant doesn't need their biomass for anything special. They're just hanging around, being themselves. So, but even without the engineers, dude, like, I mean, you've got one. The Tau is the least numerous of all the factions. The Covenant
true.
is a massive faction. Like I said, the Tau, they do have the one set of warriors. I don't know where you got that the Eldari are melee experts though. Some of them are, but just like the Tau, they're more of a hit and run with a very, very advanced psychic enhanced weapon kind of setup than they are melee. The Drakari maybe are a bit more melee focused, but
Yeah, I was talking about
Yeah.
Drakari earlier.
gotcha. Sorry, the Dark Eldari then. Sorry.
Like this.
Because
But
the
yeah,
Tau
no,
did
it's
fight with the Drakari on one occasion, and the Drakari do use melee combat a
yeah.
lot.
And I mean the Tau fought the orcs too, and the orcs have they're big brooding idiots, but they love to get in and have a good fight. So
Yeah.
honestly though, I think one we've got the numbers. I mean, just the
Yeah.
grunts alone are the numbers. Two,
easily.
we haven't even gotten into the space warfare. Like the
Oh, yeah.
Covenant, just for fun, glass planets. They'll
Yeah.
make it so you can't inhabit it by just turning the entire surface into a glass wasteland. And the only thing I think you have as an advantage here that you haven't touched on yet is the fact that you are space communists. And you do preach a utopia that maybe some of the people in the Covenant might splinter off like the Swahili did.
That's actually a good point. I didn't even think about that. Yeah, you could very easily, if there was to say another grunt fucking rebellion and they meet the Tau, they'd be like, well, fuck you guys. I want to go hang out about the greater good and whatnot. I mean, they'd probably have some issues afterwards, but they'd fight the Covenant first. I never thought. Another thing though you haven't mentioned though are the drones. The Tau are very small in number, but that's why they're notorious for drone technology. Is there not any I don't know a lot about it, but wouldn't they don't they have a very diverse selection to go off of that they can mass produce that would help? Like that would
Yeah, the Tau do have drones like the DX4 Tactical. That is one of their drones they use.
I don't
Okay.
think their drones are gonna. I mean, the Covenant are able to break down Forerunner technology. I don't think the drones are gonna help them too much, dude.
I don't I don't see that. But I mean, if they were able to I don't know, at least have equivalent firepower to the Sentinels and produce them close to as quick as they can, they would be a problem. And they could definitely use the drones to keep many Tau out of the front lines, so they don't have to risk dying off really quickly. It's just an advantage, and I think there's a lot of directions this topic can go that I really want this topic to go. That's why I wish we could have a second person for the Tau, so we can really get all the.
I mean, I've been trying to
Yeah, I
help
just
both.
want
I've
both of
been
them.
technically helping both of you guys by doing devil's advocate shit. So I should probably stop that.
Although I will say the Tau do have planet-killing weapons like atmospheric inversion and gravitational fields to hurl moons at planets. But the problem is with them, they don't have a lot of those weapons. Where something like the Imperium, they can just do it on a whim. The Tau again only use it as like a last resort. They just
Yeah, they don't have enough. They don't have enough planets. They
enough
don't
of-
really. It's not in their mindset to really do that because they don't have the planetary power that like the Imperium does. And if they did have that kind of weaponry, then for a fact that the Imperium would take them as a more serious threat and probably would have stepped down on them a lot harder, a lot faster.
But
Yeah, because
the-
the Imperium could destroy the Tau Empire. The Tau Empire are like an asset to the Imperium, because the Tau deal with so many other the threats alone. It just wouldn't be worth it to wipe them out, considering the Tau do also fight against orcs, Tyranids, and some Elder factions that like the Imperium doesn't really care about.
Yeah, no,
So I
I
can see that.
when it comes to the overall arcing argument, though, do you still think? Are you still holding that you think that the Tau could? You're saying that they could beat them in a few battles, but do you think they can overall take the war if they were in an
Yeah.
all-out war?
In a few battles, yes. But in a whole war, no. They don't have the numbers for it.
Okay.
That's a fair way to put it for where it is. Honestly, I mean, like first contact, depending on how powerful it is, because Covenant shields are what threw off the UNSC, to begin with, right, Doug? Like, I'm not misremembering this. Like that's
Yeah,
why they
that's
were able to
true.
shit stomp them so hard so fast in the beginning because they had nothing to get through that shit.
That's true. Yeah, the shields were an absolute nightmare to punch through.
So yeah, so like, and you guys already have anti-shield technology with the Tau. So yeah, a few battles here and there, I would definitely give to you guys, but in the long run, sorry,
Yeah, good man.
but in
Yeah,
the
now,
long run, I would give it to the Covenant. Just like you said, you just don't have the numbers.
now
Yeah,
you can't
it'd be
go into the fact that there is. We could say that the Covenant has like a bullet in their leg with the Banish constantly fucking with. If you want to include them, like fucking with them on the side, and I guess you could also say maybe the Imperium or other factions who have worked with the Tau before, maybe they would give a shit to help. I don't know how much of a difference that would make since most of the factions are in a dystopia within the Warhammer 40k setting, so they won't even be at their best.
yeah, that is a factor.
That's it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it is.
All right.
Yeah.
So y'all came to a conclusion of who would win.
Yeah, the Covenant would end up winning overall, but the Tau would get a few good hits in.
Oh yeah.
Nice. All right.
Definitely.
All right. Cool. So I will deem Alden and the Pumper as the victors for this. I have a question, guys. Can you guys? I'm trying to figure this out. Can you guys hear this? Tell me if you guys can hear this.
Why, hello everyone. How are you doing this fine day?
Can y'all hear that?
Nope, you're good.
Y'all can't. You can't hear that in the stream.
Nope.
Hold on. Let me unmute the stream. I can't hear it over the Discord.
I'm talking about the fucking stream. Okay, people in stream are telling. Why would I be talking about the fucking Discord? All right. Well, that sucks. Cause I'm trying to. Wait. Stop doing that. Go back. Cause I am trying to like separate it and have the Discord audio be separate from the regular computer audio so that I can edit while y'all are debating. Because I have a video that I'm trying to get out tomorrow, but it's looking like right now they're not separated. It's all just all part of the same audio. So that sucks. Okay, is what it is. We're done with the Covenant versus Tau Empire. I'll just have to stay up later and finish it. Let's see. We're gonna go to font. Go to font. You filthy whore. Go to fucking font. Hold up. Covenant Tau Empire. Boop. Go to font. Oh, there it is. Okay. Strike through. Okay, cool. Let me see. I can hear it. I'm not intimate with all the details, but the game and lore. Just got okay. A little late. All right. Okay. So next up, we got. Let's see. We have Naruto versus MTT. I don't even know what that is. One Punch Man versus Invincible War. Little Nightmares versus Spiderwick Chronicles, and Orcus versus Subnautica. We'll make it a poll. Let's make a poll. I like my polls.
Yeah.
Which
democracy
debate
Pull the pants down.
should be next? Question mark.
Yeah. Pull their pants down.
Yeah, I totally forgot what they were.
MTT versus Naruto.
All right.
My titties.
Yeah, tell me that. All right, Naruto versus I don't know what MTT is, but whatever. Next.
One Punch Man versus Invincible.
One Punch Man versus Invincible. It's, by the way, it's Invincible War versus the One Punch Man S-class.
S-class.
It's not just the universes together.
No,
Like
so no
Saitama's
Saitama?
not even a part of it. Yeah.
No Saitama. Yeah, we're definitely
that's
removing
fair.
him.
All right, next.
Okay. Little Nightmares versus Spiderwick Chronicles.
Little Nightmares.
That's interesting to think of the whole universes because the magic and everything is different fundamentally.
Versus what was the
Spiderwick Chronicles. Yep.
Spiderwick Chronicles, which is a book.
Yes, and a
super
movie.
Gay, super gay. Okay, next.
Orcas versus Subnautica.
So like actual orcas.
Yes.
What?
That's a
They're
weird
gonna
one.
Yes.
kill-
A pod of orcas versus Subnautica was what I saw in the chat earlier.
They're throwing a pod of orcas into the Subnautica ecosystem.
Okay.
The craziest saying, straight up orcas.
Yeah, I
I
mean,
went in on that. That's cool.
aren't you just like a regular fucking dude in Subnautica, like a diver?
Yeah. Yeah. But if they're doing what I think they're doing, they're gonna discuss what would be the actual. I don't get how this be a debate though. Exactly how well the orcas would fare in the ecosystem of Subnautica, because it's a very alien planet. I mean, it's a fucking alien planet.
Hey, Doug, your guy's not here right now. What side were you taking in the One Punch Man versus Invincible argument?
S-class heroes.
S-class heroes? I'm not backing into that one, man. Nope. Nuh-uh.
Yep. Yeah. It's pretty. I don't know how this got suggested because this is rather one-sided.
Oh yeah, man. It's the fucking a billion lions versus one of every Pokemon argument all over again, man.
Yeah. Now, to an extent, I can understand the idea if the Invincible, like if they all had to disperse and stop all the marks from fucking up the
Well, it
city.
depends. Well, no, it depends on what you're talking about. Because if you're talking about the Invincible War from like the show, that's very different than the Invincible War in the comics, where you could try to scale them to like spawn and shit. You know what I mean?
I guess, but
that one's fair, yeah, but
yeah, I guess that would give them a bit more of a boost, but
honestly, if it was the scale to spawn, I would argue that one, but I haven't read the comics. But with the One Punch Man, because just like Tiny Tornado's just like, hey, massive meteor from space crushes a dude casually.
That's not even her best feat.
So y'all are saying it's one-sided in favor of the S-class heroes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Very much so.
Oh, okay.
That's why I was saying if like it was the Invincible from the comics, then I would possibly step in, but I don't know the comics Invincible, so
Wait,
that would have to be someone like you.
Roga, were you claiming that scaling them to spawn would make them a lot weaker?
No. No,
okay.
I thought you guys were talking about. I thought you guys were suggesting that the comic book versions of Invincible made it so one-sided, and I was like, well, if you go with the
Okay.
show, it won't be one. Well, it'll be one-sided the other direction probably. But I'm saying like if you go with the comics, like depending on how you scale, like I wouldn't put any of the Invincible characters to Spawn's level even close. I wouldn't put any of them to Witchblade's level, because they're you don't really see Spawn's fight. Witchblade does like kind of draw, like she kills her mark but then gets knocked out herself, but again that's a way earlier version of the character. So I mean, but if you try to just take it and be like, let's just like scale them to Spawn and make them Spawn level or something like that, or like there are characters that show up in the Invincible War that are more powerful than what Invincible should be able to face off against at that time. And I could see people trying to do that where they scale them off of those particular characters and stuff, and maybe they might be able to do something like that against the S-class heroes.
I mean, they could try to scale them off that, but that's little easy to swat down.
I mean, let's face it, the two best options that the One Punch Man S-class heroes have really is freaking Blast and freaking Tiny Tornado.
Dude, you have no idea. Tatsumaki, Genos, and fucking Metal Knight would all three be amazing against the Invincible War. For Tatsumaki, she was able to, when she killed, spoilers for the comics, she killed the which has been out for years. She killed the main leader.
He cut off.
Yeah, he did. He muted himself.
Accidentally pressed space. My bad. She killed the the Monster Association's boss, Rochi or whatever the fuck his name is, combined with some sort of other Esper. Point is, when she killed them, she literally took an entire city or town, I don't remember, I think it was a whole city, and crushed them into dust, the whole thing into dust. And she even ate an attack that shaved off a continent. It's not fair. It's not fair with Tatsumaki at all.
I had an argument that I was trying to figure out the other day. It was Yujiro versus Super Alloy, Darkshine.
Ooh, yeah, that's a good question. That's good. Yeah. The thing about Darkshine is that he is incredibly physically imposing, but what made him lose his fight was the fact that he bled. He bled a little bit, and then he got into his own head, and then Garo absolutely just kicked the shit out of him. He didn't, which is the interesting thing, because Darkshine, I would actually defend Yujiro in this case, because Darkshine himself is not mentally strong. If he's so used to being unstoppable and untouchable because his skin is considered indestructible, the moment that he gets even a nosebleed, he just starts shaking and completely loses all faith in himself. Maybe he get yeah.
See, I was like, well, I know he's got the strength advantage over Yujiro, but like Yujiro has that, martial arts advantage, and that's basically what beat him in the first place with the other fight. So I was like, ooh, this would be a good fight because they're really close.
Yeah, but
Guys,
know who's
we're at a current tie between Orcus and versus Subnautica and One Punch Man versus Invincible.
Damn.
So
well, we don't exactly have anyone here to defend the Invincible Wars, so I think that
Do
would
we not?
help us.
Is there
No.
anybody in the stream chat that can defend the Invincible War? If there's somebody here who can defend the Invincible War, comics or show or both, both would probably be, or comics would be preferable, but whichever. If that exists, then we can do a second vote on just those two. If not, then we'll just do Orca versus Subnautica. Naruto versus MTT for $5. Well, Alden did pay for it, so
Cheap bastard.
that is
honestly, I did it just to get GD to stop asking.
Yeah, well, that is how. Well, it was funny because I was actually, I was gonna say that this is probably gonna be the last debate if we don't get more active with the super chats because I've been here for 2.5 hours. So but hey man, you might have bought a little more time. What was I saying?
I'm not fishy. I can't just throw out hundreds every 5 minutes.
Yeah, you want to do Naruto? Well, it shouldn't just be you. I mean, fuck. Okay. So do you want to do the Naruto versus MTT?
That's what the one I was in, so I was just like, screw it. Yeah.
Okay, who was defending MTT?
Goddamn Rum.
Who?
GD Rum.
Who's he in here?
Hey, GD Rum. I just invited him. He's up here now.
I'm here, finally.
Yep.
He has been wanting to do one of these forever, so hopefully he's good at this.
Thank you, good sir. Thank you.
All right, GD. So essentially, everyone here in chat, and including Rouga, has no idea what MTT is. So you're going to start this one up, man.
All right, sorry if I stutter. I'm very excited to do this. All right. So the MTT trio is also known as the Murder Time Trio, based off of four stanzas. Yes, I know, cringe. From the Undertale fandom. Dust, also known as Murder, Horror Sands from the Horror Tale comics, Killer Sands from the Undertale Something New comics, and Insanity Sands, who is only from an OST and some stories.
So basically, it's a bunch of Sanses versus people from the Naruto universe.
Yes. You could pick whichever part of the Naruto universe. I don't know how to say it, except Boruto. I have not seen that.
So you're leaving my stipulation up to only the Shippuden era of Naruto. That's where you want me to go to, and that's it.
Yes. And at first, I was a little bit confident about the Murder Time Trio because I thought Killer was much stronger than what he was, but then I realized he's only small city. It's not bad, but still.
So your only small city is your best one? Yeah, no. This isn't much of a debate, man. You can't I could throw in fucking Choji and beat you if that's all you got.
Which I understand that. They do got really good hexes, like Killer's KR being able to KR stands for Karma Retribution, which can negate people's durability.
All right, negating durability. I mean, the truth-seeking orbs can erase your soul, erase you from existence. Like they erase your soul, your body, everything about you. People who are brought back by Edo Tensei lose that part of them when they go back to the spirit realm. If you lost your arm while you were resurrected in someone else's body, you still don't have it when you go back to heaven. Like, that's Truth-Seeker orbs, and that's end of Shippuden. So, like, you're the one who brought this up. I don't think this is a fair debate at all with what you're saying. even with your
Yeah.
hacks, man, like Genjutsu alone seems like it would stop a lot of your stuff.
No, I get that. Which when I realized that, I was like, oh damn, they're actually going to get curb stomped pretty easily, even like at the earlier like chapters or seasons. Which I was
I'll
going
even
to
I'll be nice, okay? I'll be nice. This will be as strong as I'll bring up, all right?
Don't be
And
nice.
this is
Alright.
okay. All right. The master said not to be nice, dude. You're not winning. Like I was gonna be nice and do
No,
it
I
before
get-
the time.
Don't be a people pleaser, Alden. Be nice.
Well, no, see, I was
gonna
gonna
say,
do
could
it
we do
before the time
MCU?
skip.
Okay.
Why, no, you can't change the debate now that we've already started.
No, I
it, man.
know. No,
Wait,
I no.
wait,
I
what
do.
was
I
he
gonna say,
saying? What was he saying?
I want
What?
to go down with the ship.
I swear he just said, "Can we do the MCU?"
What?
Which would, you still got Wanda who could stick your ass in a TV permanently. You know, I mean, you got freaking Loki.
Wait, I never saw WandaVision. I didn't care
That's
for
part
it.
of the
So I
MCU,
didn't-
man. Like, if you're gonna debate it, you bring your strongest guys. I'll tell you about what I can argue with you, man. But like, talk about your guys. Tell me what they're capable of, and I'll be a dick. I'll hit you with any anime I want to.
All right. So I'm gonna start with somewhat the weakest character, Dust Sands. He has genius level intellect because even after like hundreds of resets, he's still able to keep the human on their toes. He has large building durability, and his Gaster Blaster is also a large building with destructive power. But his punches are featless, and most likely they're just regular human.
Okay.
His bone attacks are small building or wall level.
Okay.
He isn't that fast, and only has like human level speed, like average human.
You're not building your guys up very well.
I said I'm starting with the weakest. I'm not saying the best.
Don't start with the weakest. Start with the best.
Just hit me with your strongest. I'm just gonna put your guys up against Full Metal Alchemist.
Let's add the MCU. Remember that waitress that Steve smiled at in that one movie? Yeah. Well, she can serve coffee. Who else we got as the weakest? Like, it's just like give us your big dudes.
This is my,
And
this is my first time debating live on the stream.
I got you.
I know, and that's why I'm trying to be humorous with you. I'm not trying to slap you down as hard, man. So
This piece of shit. No, I'm kidding.
Well, Dust has telekinesis and teleportation. His but he does get he can get tired and fights very quick. So his stamina isn't that high.
okay, so he's got low stamina and not very strong. Gotcha.
Then we have horror. His durability is only building level, but his attacks, like his strength and all that.
Are we still doing Naruto versus the same?
No, I was nice. I shifted it down to something more manageable for him. I went to Full Metal Alchemist because Naruto would shit stomp this group.
Okay.
Yes, in my defense, I really don't care for Naruto.
It's fair enough. Just you go ahead and talk about mayhem or murder, or whichever one this next one you're talking about is.
Horror durability is on building level, but he could get to a city block, but I'm not quite sure. But I know for a fact that his strength is a large building with subsonic speed, and his stamina is very good.
Okay.
In the comics, for weeks, he stayed up for multiple nights, or just didn't sleep, period, or didn't get much sleep, and to fix the core, he has genius level intellect. He multiple times can almost fix the core, but would involve destroying it, which would lead more monsters to die from starvation. But he was able to. But
go ahead and do your third guy real quick, because I think I've already figured out the three guys that I'm going to throw at you from Full Metal Alchemist, just to make it a fun fight.
All right, the two last are Insanity and Killer. Insanity has infinite speed. His combat
What makes his speed
and
infinite?
attacks. His determination.
So determination makes him have infinite speed?
That's what the creator of Insanity said.
Okay. All right. Well, keep. What's his combat speed and his reaction speed then?
Subsonic.
Subsonic. Okay. Sub-hypersonic kind of
His
stuff.
his durability is building level, and he can. Now he does have really some really good hacks, but his durability is crap.
Making it entertaining, man. Come on.
So I'm trying. My cat's attacking my feet. He wants
All right.
to
Well, then
play.
I'm gonna go into my. So you have 4. I'm gonna go into some of my 4. Okay. First, I'm going to throw at you, Kimley with his explosion alchemy. He can also take out a city just by himself. He's a master martial artist because for some reason all the alchemists in the fucking Full Metal Alchemist universe, other than the sewing alchemist, happens to know fighting skills. So I'm gonna send Kimley at you. Essentially, he can blow up anything. If he gets his hands on one of the Philosopher's Stones, his power increases exponentially. So if you got his hand on a big enough one, he could probably blow up a country on his own. We've also got Sloth, which is one of the homunculus. He can move super quick and basically faster than the eye can see. And that's from across the room. The only way they end up beating him is by he's not very bright, so you can track where he's going to go with his attack. So they were able to time it and hit him. I'm going to go ahead and I'm not going to be mean. I'm not going to hit you with Father. I'll hit you with because Father would just end it, man. Yeah, I know, right? Dboy, man, you could have put 5 in and done your thing. Each one of these guys, it seems like they've got just normal human durability, but they are doing insane stuff. Like equivalent exchange stuff is how they do their magic system in this one. So basically, anything that they use their alchemy on has to turn into something of similar size and components.
Alden, stop.
Stop being nice.
Yes.
Okay.
Look, because
Father shit.
Everybody,
you,
the thing is, everybody, because you're not having a debate at this point. You're like trying to find the dude who won't kill him. Like, like I know that they would win. You know they would win. Everyone in the audience know that they would win. So it's just you like fucking fiddling around, and we're all just like, can you just everyone in the comments like get it over with? Like we all
Fair
know
enough.
they would win.
I see it. Yeah, so dude. Father alone creates a sun and destroys all your guys, dude. Like,
can at least finish saying what their abilities and all that before you continue to.
Like
you have
only if they'd win.
Counter the sun being created.
Insanity can erase timelines and resist being erased.
Oh, he can erase timelines.
But that's more of a weird ability he has.
How does he do
it
this?
Seems like he really did.
Is it just determination from the inside the game again?
He doesn't. There aren't timelines in the Undertale universe. It's just saving. It's save game files because all of Underworld takes place in a video game. It's not timelines.
It's your determination stuff again, and his erasing of timelines would just be deleting a save file.
Yes.
So
they literally talk about it being erasing the save file and having to restart your game from the beginning. Like they literally talk about it like it's a save file, not like it's a timeline. It's people who call it timelines. I don't think they ever actually use the word timeline in the game. I might be wrong about that, but they straight up call it a save file.
They do.
They do? Okay, fair enough. But they straight up call it a save file on several occasions.
But you don't have any durability that survives just boom. I now summoned a sun in your face, dude. Like,
Killer has small city durability.
That's not a
sun. Can respawn after dying. No,
that's fair, but like so can all the homunculus technically. They have as many lives as they have souls inside of their Philosopher's Stone. So, like, and depending on how powerful your soul is, these guys might just use you as a Philosopher's Stone. Yeah, well, GD, I'll talk to you, and we'll set something up in between the streams, and I'll try to get you with a good one, okay?
All right. Well,
sorry that your first one wasn't as good as you wanted it to be, man. Like the
I was
stanzas are
very
fun,
inventive.
dude. The stanzas are fun, dude. But they're like Ruga likes to point out, they are technically set within the boundaries of a video game. That's why he doesn't put those characters in something like Cult of the Lamb, dude.
I actually
No, I
did put
get
them in
that.
something like
You-
Cult of the Lamb. People got
Yeah,
mad
you
at me.
did, but
They wouldn't
yeah,
stop
prove a
telling
point,
me to
though.
do it. Everyone kept begging me to do it over and over again. I'm like, I gotta like it when I do it. And then I did it, and they're like, they didn't like it. And I was like, no shit. I told you guys that for like 4 videos straight. Like, you're not gonna like it. All right.
But I get that, but I also kind of look at like how like the Undertale fandom does like their world making and all of that.
Yeah, you guys are making your own SDP kind of stuff by creating new versions of Sans and new versions of Flowey and new versions of I know how I've listened in on a couple of yours here in Ruga's Discord, so
Yeah.
All right. So let's move on.
I still see the stuff as cringe,
Yep.
but I enjoy it.
People, let's go. Let's move on. G-Drum, if you have another one that you want to do later, you can always come up later.
Yeah.
But let's move on to the
Okay.
other guys. Let's see who we got. We got. Okay, who's next? We have. Let me see. Wait, which one was that one? That was Naruto and MTT.
oh yeah,
So we're gonna
I
cross
felt bad about that one, huh?
We're gonna cross that one out. Strike through. Boop. All right. What do we got now? We got One Punch Man versus Invincible War, Little Nightmares versus Spiderwick Chronicles, and Orcas versus Subnautica. So let's do that. Let's do something. Let's do the thing. Okay.
Ruga, I don't know why
What's
my computer does not like your live streams.
Why? What do you mean?
Every time we're sitting here going through about halfway through one of your live streams or halfway through my time in one of your live streams, I have to restart the entire browser because it just freezes the entire live stream. I don't
Sounds
get it.
like you got some shitty stuff, man. You got some
It might be.
shitty
It might
stuff.
be. I did
One
build
Punch
it myself,
Man,
so probably.
S-class heroes, I guess. Heroes. Nope, too many. S-class. I'll just put S-class. That'll be enough. S-class. Okay. And then the next one we got Orcas versus. This is such a weird one. Orcas versus Subnautica. Very strange.
I like that debate a lot, actually.
Yeah, that one makes me giggle a little
I
bit.
hate it. Little Nightmares versus Spiderwick Chronicle. Okay. Little Nightmares versus Spiderwick Chronicles. All right. Shit, too many. Okay. We're just Little Nightmare versus Spiderwick. Just know Spiderwick is actually the Spiderwick Chronicles. Okay. Do we have any other ones? We didn't add any? The last one. No one else. Hey, does anyone know how strong? Spent $7. He was about a worm. Yeah, Rouga, me, and Dboy want to debate. Crazy what I tell you before. You gotta tell me what the debate is. You can't just tell me you want to debate. I need more information.
I think they're the Subnautica ones, ain't they?
I don't know. We're about to post it. Start the poll. Badushka.
Hey,
All right.
Am I allowed to vote in this one, considering I have no meat in the game on it?
No meat in the. It's not if you're gonna
No
word it like
skin.
that.
No skin in the game.
Not if I got any cock in this game.
No foreskin in this game.
No massive, throbbing, veiny penis in this game. Can I vote? Ah, fuck. Stop.
Oh God.
What?
Well, fuck and stop.
No, I was my cap on my water bottle's not all the way on, so it's like.
Any chance I can kidnap you sometime this week, Ruga, so we can go over the misunderstandings I had in that one tier list?
Yeah, last week was a bad week. If you notice on my own, like, I had one video come out this week. That's it. That was the only. That's the first time since June of last year that I had less than at least 2 or 3 videos come out in a week. This week sucked, dude. This week was
I do want to
awful.
say thank you for making that appearance that you made on my stream, dude. That was funny.
I'm glad.
I was like, I got this idea kind of from Ruga, but it was just like, you know.
Yeah, no, I
Elden
saw
Ring
this shit. It was like a tier list, and it was like the wording was the same, and then I was like, this is Alden. I clicked on it, and as you're doing literally the same thing with the same format, and I'm like, what the fuck is this?
The good thing is I mean, the bad thing is, dude, you get people to come in and go, no, you're fucking wrong. You know, I believe that this guy should be in B tier because of this. I brought 2 people in who said they know the maidens from these different games because that's what my audience voted for, was maidens of the Souls games. We get in there, fucker, they're like, oh, sounds right. Sounds like I should go right there where you said it. I was like, motherfucker, man.
I thought, well, I get more of that than I don't. I get more agreements than I get negatives, but I do enjoy getting the negatives. But I actually thought that you got that from Arcade, because Arcade, which is also another channel that's a Souls channel like yours.
Yeah, he was in your last video, wasn't he?
Yes, the same exact day that you did that stream, Arcade released a video, which is the top whatever best maidens, and he did each maiden from every Souls game that FromSoft made, and he ranked them all from best.
So you told me not to
best.
watch it if I haven't played Berserker of Kazan as per your video. I left it, so I had no idea. I didn't even go over to Arcade's channel.
No.
Like,
but I saw that, and I'm like, I saw that, and I'm like, this motherfucker stole my tier list, and then he stole this dude's maiden idea. It's like, what the how you steal 2 things, 2 video ideas, and put it into 1 video? No, but
the idea of it was like, okay, Dan's he's gonna come in, he's gonna play a little bit of Elden Ring, then he's gonna go to fucking lunch because for some reason Canadians all have to eat with their family every fucking day at 6 o'clock. So I was like, all right, whatever. I'm just gonna go ahead and I'll set up a tier list to run while he's gone at his lunch break, and then he never fucking showed up.
Okay, so. OPM S-Class versus Invincible War. No. Dan is unbelievably unreliable. He's never I keep every single week I do these streams. I'm like, hey, you going to the stream today? And he's like, what time? And I think at least 4 or 5 times I have said, why are you asking me that? They're the same every single week.
Like, changed it 1 week for you, and you're an asshole.
You asked, yes, he asked me 1 week to do it at 6 instead of 7 because it'd be easier for him, and he arrived at 7:30, like past the 6 point, past the 7. But he was late for what the time that he was supposed to be there. Also, if you can't make it for 7, why would pushing it forward an hour mean all of a sudden you can make it? That doesn't even make sense. So I didn't know what whatever. Anyway. And then every time I ask him now, and there's been a couple times where I've said, like, he's like, oh, what time? And I'm like, the same time as always. You're the only one who've changed it. And he's, I don't know, whatever. Okay. OPM. So who's, I don't even remember, whose debate was this?
That was Doug and someone else that didn't show up.
Yeah, that's supposed to be...
Doug, you were S-Class?
Yeah, I'm S-Class.
Doesn't matter. These are actually relatively popular series, so anyone can step in on these.
And plus, Rouga's really good at Invincible War. He's made like 25,000 videos on it now.
Yes, but only on the show. I've only done them on the show. I haven't done them on the comic books for good reasons, though. Okay, so who would like to debate with Doug on the S-Class Heroes One Punch Man side, and who would like to debate the Invincible War? Because you could do a 2v2, you could do a 1v2, you could do a 1v1, you could do a 79 versus 347.
Lee says he'd want to do S-Class.
Lee
That's
said
what I'm doing.
He wants to do S-Class. Okay, now we got 2 people for S-Class.
Now we need some Invincible.
We need some Invincibles, guys. We need some Invincibles.
Man, I don't know it. I can't do it. Can't help you. I know more about the S-Class heroes than I do about Invincible, so this one I'm just going to sit out and pay attention.
I am surprised there are not more people on Invincible right now.
Rouga, you want to take the Invincible side? They really need you.
No, I don't.
You haven't debated yet.
No, I don't. I don't want to take the Invincible side. I don't want to do it. Well, I'm not doing the editing because I can't get the sound disconnected.
Barry Bonds says Invincible War.
Barry Bonds. Who was Barry Bonds?
That's the airplane guy again.
Who's the airplane guy?
Swiss Air Force or whatever.
Oh. Okay. Say the Swiss guy.
The Swiss.
The Swiss.
The Swiss guy.
Swiss.
Dboy says everyone knows who will win. That's why no one's stepping up for Invincible.
I feel fucking retarded because I was hearing his accent last time he was talking the whole time, and I was like, huh, Swiss has an interesting accent. I wonder where it's from. And his name's fucking Swiss, and I never, connected the dots, that it's
British accent.
What? It's not you fucking liar.
Yes.
You dirty fucking whore liar calling yourself
It
Swiss.
it's close to a British accent. It's not exactly, but it's close.
It's not. It doesn't sound anything like a
That
British
doesn't sound
accent.
anything. Yeah, no.
I don't hear no Britishness in that act. I don't know what that is. That's what it threw me off. I was like, I have no idea what his voice sounds like where that's from. That's not British. I know British
We
people.
need to get a Cockney in here.
I get that a lot too.
Yeah, that's not British. I don't know what that shit is.
Yeah.
I'm going to assume it's Swiss because that's your name, unless you're a
Yeah.
filthy fucking liar.
Swedish.
That's a possibility, I suppose. Who else wants to try Invincible? Who wants to give it? Who wants to dive in? Really give it their all. Wait, Swiss. Have you read the Invincible comics? Do you know Invincible?
Dan
Read some of
Kell-
the comics, and I've watched the show.
Okay. So he's gonna get fucking destroyed here. Does anyone actually have read the comics where these characters are stronger and might actually be able to do something? Because the show they're considerably weaker.
But
True.
the feats are not that different unless you use Spawn.
It's not just Spawn. There's other characters. It's way longer. Way long. There's just straight up more fights. If there's more fights, you're gonna have more feats.
God,
I mean, that just is the
nature.
way it is. The show is one episode. That honestly, I think that episode should have been split into 2 different episodes because it's super rushed through. But I think in the actual comics, it's 5 issues or something. I forget how long it is, but it's a decent length of time. And I think it's more than 18 in the comics too. It's not just 18 marks. I think. Am I wrong about that?
23 or something.
No, I think it's
Yeah,
more
they,
than that.
cut it
Spawn by himself fights 3 or 4 of them, and then the Witchblade fights 1, and then all of the heroes of the Invincible universe have to take on I think it's a lot. I think it's more than just 18 or 20. I think it's I think there's a small army of marks show up.
That would make sense.
No, I think they showed a panel with all the Invincible variants.
I mean, there's
I think
one
they were 20
after. Well, at the
yeah.
at the end of the war, they show a panel that has 6 or 7 or whatever, however many survive.
Yeah, how many survived? I'm pretty sure they showed a panel before that, earlier.
Maybe.
I do know there is a comic book panel with way more than 6 Invincibles, so that could be true.
Yeah, there's 23. Yeah, they combined a couple of variants from what I remember.
Says
to cut
here,
down on the
unknown
time.
basic. I read a bit, and the only canon upscale was with Duncan the Fire Breather. What about the buff that Black Samson gets? Does that happen after the Invincible War or before it?
I think that's before.
Because he
Before,
fucking
yeah.
absolutely wrecks a planetary level threat before the
Isn't that
Invincible
a
War.
power up?
It is, but it's a
Didn't he
power
get,
up that. Yes, but it's a power up
It's
that
a
he keeps.
Yes, and it's a return of his powers that he lost before that point.
Yeah, it's a permanent. It's a power up that he didn't get during the show, but in the comics he gets this massive. There's this giant world-ending Thanos type threat. He's not as strong as Thanos, but he's like a Thanos or a dark side type character, and he shows up, and all the heroes of Earth, Invincible's not there, Omni-Man's not there. All the heroes of Earth together cannot beat this dude, and then Black Samson goes in and whoops his ass by himself. Black Samson ends up being one of the strongest heroes there. And I believe he's there for the Invincible War. I believe that happens before the Invincible War, and Black Samson fights and struggles against quite a few of the Invincibles during that Invincible War. So, I mean, I don't think you need, I don't think you need Spawn to scale up some of these characters. Because just in general, it's a bigger threat. They have a larger army, and they're more powerful in the comics than they are in the show. Show's also super inconsistent, inconsistent in a way that the comics are slightly less so, I guess. They're still consistent, but not quite so much. But
Isn't 20
I just
ultimate
don't
hit
think
marks?
they would win.
I love how I'm asking people if they want to come up and debate for Invincible, and nobody, everyone's like, oh no, we don't know Invincible. But now everyone's correcting me on the shit that I just said about the Invincible in the comics. They're like, oh no, he's more like Dormammu. If you know, motherfucker, then come on up the stage and debate for the character.
Why shit?
Why are you avoiding
Discord?
Yeah. Come on, let's get a second person up here. I don't want to go 2v1 again.
Well, you're going 2v1 against a guy who already admitted he hasn't read the whole comic.
Yeah.
He's only read a little bit of the comic.
I haven't read.
There would be no point in having this debate.
Yeah.
We need okay, how about this? Does anybody know the Invincible comics and have read them all the way through? We can do a different part of Invincible. It doesn't have to be Invincible War. Like we could do a different, like Conquest or something. I don't know, some other cool parts that might make it a little more fair. You know, so that we can get some people who are actually willing to come up here and debate a little. Something that would make it closer. Is there any point in the Invincible comics where it would be a really close fight between something in Invincible and the S class? Like with the Viltrumites, the 50 Viltrumite
do you mind
army.
spoiler?
50 Viltrumite army.
What about with the 50? Like I don't know how strong S class is. Would the 50 Viltrumites be a good matchup for the S class heroes, or would they just completely dominate?
Better.
I think that's
They won
actually a pretty good
completely.
fight. That'd be a pretty good fight.
That could work.
Okay.
They would
Yeah.
still win.
Can we get some people in the comments that have actually read the comics that know how powerful the Viltrumites are, know all the stuff that can come up here? Is anybody there? Because if nobody's there, there's no point in having this conversation. Swiss is just gonna get fucking anal fucked this whole time, and that's like nobody wants to see that. Come on. See this poor maybe not Swiss man get his shit pushed in. Nobody's answering. We might have to just move on this one, unless you guys want to have this one-sided argument anyway. I mean, it just doesn't seem very good. If he's only seen the show, that means he's only 3 seasons in, and there's no way. Like I've barely seen any of One Punch Man, and I know that he doesn't stand a chance. Just that green-haired bitch would be able to take out all 18 of the marks by herself. So it's like it wouldn't be fair. Like it would be just as one side as the last one we just had.
I kind of just want to move on because no one else is coming up. So what can I really do?
That's why I want to kind of just pick the 50 Viltrumites because it's a lot more. It's a lot more.
But he doesn't know the 50 Viltrumites because he's only seen the show. So it's like
I do know the 50 Viltrumites, but it would be a problem. I don't think they would
Red
win.
Mist versus a city versus. Okay, yeah. No, but I think this one's. We don't have any people who can properly.
Dan Cale says he wants to do the 50 Viltrumites versus the S-class heroes.
Who's Dan Cale?
That's the guy who responded to my comment in the stream.
But he says he kind of knows. He says he kind of knows the series, but not really. So I don't.
I thought that was about One Punch Man.
Does he specify?
Are we even talking
Someone
about the same person?
to interrupt me.
What's up?
How dare they?
Yeah, but I gotta.
I was just looking at the.
Yeah, but I gotta wait for you.
Wait.
I gotta wait for you to start talking, and then I'll interrupt you later. Let's see. 11 organs. Dan, do you respond? Do you know Invincible like really well? Could you come up here and debate that?
You said that, and I was like, I didn't see Dan in the stream. What the fuck? Wrong
No,
Dan.
different Dan.
He said
No. See, he says he doesn't know it. Hey, Swiss, we're gonna have to do a different debate because this doesn't work. This is just gonna be very one-sided. And
I agree.
Yeah, so I'm gonna kick you and Lee back down for a bit. We're gonna find another debate to do.
Oh boy.
I'm sorry, Lee. I know you're my cash cow. I kind of want to keep you up here just so people can interrupt you. But
I'm completely broke now.
Liam Legacy for Avatar and me. Wait, Liam Legacy for Avatar and me AOT. We could do that one. We could do
like Last Airbender Avatar or Blue People Avatar?
I'm going to assume Last Airbender. Blue people are getting fucking their shit wrecked. Okay, yeah. So
Absolutely.
Is Liam named Liam up here somewhere? Where's Liam? Who's Liam in the Discord chat? We can do that one. I just want to get something going on. I just want to get something. All right, Liam's here. Okay, we'll do Liam, invite to speak, and we'll do Lee, invite to speak, and we'll end the poll. We'll end the poll.
Thanks for being back.
Thanks for what? What?
Thanks for putting me back so quickly.
Oh, you're welcome, man.
He's in and out and in and out.
You're super welcome. This is what I do, man. This is what I do. This might be the last debate though, because this is an extremely slow night and I have editing to do. I'm not staying up for $30 in the last 2 hours. You're out of your mind. Okay.
I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry. I'm broke.
It's not you. It's just a slow night. It just is what it is. All right. So who's covering who?
I'm covering AOT. I think Lee Sim said Avatar, right?
Okay, and I'm
Yeah,
going
okay.
to take the wild assumption that this is the last Airbender, not blue people.
You would be correct.
Okay,
Thank
so
God.
if you said blue people, I'd be like, all right, you're getting kicked down. It's fucking stupid. Yeah, okay. Do you guys want help? Who wants to assist them? Let's try and get people who aren't up here. So Doug and Alden, if you guys know it, we'll take you guys as last resorts. But does anybody in the chat know AOT really well and know Avatar: Last Airbender really well? I know both. So I could do either, but we'll try and get some new people down since this might be the last one. So stream chat, tell me who knows what? Russ knows Avatar: Last Airbender really well. What's your name, Ross, up here? Because obviously no one names themselves the just fucking name that they are in both. So I always gotta. I'm Thunderman.
He's Thunderman.
I'm Thunderman.
Guessing it's the one that has a face mask on?
The one that just popped. Stop. Hold up. Wait, I'm trying to stop. There we go. Okay, cool. Invite to speak. All right, jump on in. All right. Who? Okay, so we got 2 people for Avatar.
He's deafened.
Oh, hello.
We have 2 people in Avatar. Do we have anybody for not Avatar? Do we have?
I'll be willing to do a 1v3.
1v3? Who's the third person?
I don't know.
You, I guess.
D-Boy is not happy that he didn't get his orcas.
His orcas?
Pay more next time.
The funny part
Sorry about that, bro.
the funny part about that is he's been begging me to do a debate stream. Not begging, I'm not gonna go that far, but he's been saying like, oh, I want a debate stream like for a couple weeks now because I've been doing the tier list. He's like, please do the debate streams, please do the debate streams. So I'm finally doing the debate streams. He did not have a debate prepared when we started, which was crazy that you would keep asking me to start a debate stream and not have one prepared. And then he gave me $7 earlier to end your debate, but not to have his debate. So it's like, so we ended your debate because that's what he paid me to do. And then he was just like, okay, now let's just hope they vote for mine. It's like, why didn't you just pay to have yours next? Wouldn't that have made more sense? But he didn't.
I mean,
Like, he didn't ask me to do.
Bro had 10,000 IQ plan, but decided, nah, I'll leave out the chance.
I didn't even think
of
of
my bad math.
Well, to tell you, I didn't even think about it until just now because I didn't realize he was the Subnautica guy. But now that I know he's because I didn't know that he wanted to do one. But if he did want to do one and he wanted to do that one, why didn't he tell me? He could have told me when he paid the $7. Like, can I do mine next? I'd be like, yeah, sure. But he didn't do it, so I don't know. Fuck, this is like, what? Come on, man. Let's see.
We got an I know Attack on. Don't we already have 2 Attack on Titans up here though?
No, we only have 1 Attack on Titan and 2 Avatars.
Unknown Basic. What's your name in the Discord? Or are you in the Discord?
I think he's like the weird
Same
card Pokemon. Yeah, I think he has the same name. Yeah, he's the weird Pokemon.
We'll see if he works.
Yeah.
Hello.
Hello.
Let me see.
That's the same name as
Happy Easter.
Crazy is saying, hold up.
Hello.
Me and D-Boy have been saying that the entire stream. I know that Crazy has been, I know Crazy has been saying he wants to do the Subnautica or whatever. No, Crazy has been saying that he wanted to do, not Subnautica, what was the other one?
Little Nightmares.
He kept saying Little Nightmares over and over, and then someone said Subnautica, I don't know who it was, and I don't think I actually read it. I think someone told me that someone wanted to do Subnautica. But I wrote them down, and Subnautica and Little Nightmares didn't win any of the votes. So I'm aware that like people have been saying them, but he gave money, and when he gave the money, he didn't tell me who he was, like that he wanted to cover either of those. I didn't know who wanted to cover each one. I didn't even know, Crazy, that you were Subnautica. I thought that you were Little Nightmares. I didn't know you were both of them. I did not get that information. It was not relayed to me, but yeah, it is what it is. Look. Again, we might go on longer than this. I mean, I guess it depends like on super chats like it usually does. But if not, next week, we do another debate thing. We could put you first on the list. I don't have an issue with doing that. And come up with like a solid debate that you guys are ready to do. If y'all want to do this one, y'all could do this one that y'all are talking about now, or y'all can come up with a better one, because I'm pretty sure y'all both just came up with this shit off the cusp. And honestly, I think this debate's gonna be like 10 minutes, like less than 10 minutes anyway.
It's gonna be like my debate was.
Yeah,
So it's like
trying
a
to do
shit
this
stop.
too
What the
long.
hell?
It's like,
But, like,
is the fucking
Also, thank you for backing up here.
is the fucking school of orcas gonna kill this regular dude in a scuba suit? Probably. It's just, it's like it's a weird one. Anyway, okay. So unknown basic mic test.
1, 2, 3.
Oh no, you failed
You hear
that. Who are you gonna? You're fighting for Attack on Titan.
Yeah.
Okay.
First, I was like, they probably don't have a chance, but like, I feel like I was sleeping on like how
You have a
the
chance.
special.
I
was sleeping on the Titans.
I would tell you this.
Special ones.
I would tell you this. I could debate for either side of this one, and I could
This is pretty even.
probably sell it that either one would win based on different things. So
Okay, how many times have you come into a debate going, okay, my guys have definitely are going to lose this one, and then fucking won the debate?
I've never said that.
4 now.
I've never said that. What I'll say is that these characters wouldn't win, and then I would go in, and then I would win anyway. But just because I think the characters would lose doesn't mean I think I would lose the debate. Those are two different things.
Oh, no, I was
Sure,
saying
sure.
you came in saying the characters were going to lose. Like you're like, oh,
No,
these
for-
characters would definitely lose
yeah,
this,
for li-
and then you beat
yeah,
them.
Yeah, they would. Yeah, like the Tekken versus Invincible one. I was like, no, Tekken would lose this, and then when we actually did it, yeah, because
Tekken got that.
huh?
I said Tekken got that. Nah, I saw that. I seen them cutscenes. That fucking he be just nearly destroying the earth there. Yeah, I don't think Mark's gonna survive that one.
Well, who knows?
There's an argument.
Damn it, Doug.
There's lots of arguments you
Uh,
can make.
Yeah, the
There's
depends what Mark talked about.
There's a
Yeah,
lot.
true.
Let me see. Doom Pumper. I've got Balloon Knuckles. There you go. A $5 quality comment for more quality debate time. Oh, thank you, Doug.
Yeah.
You're so
welcome.
kind. All right.
Finally.
My hand is in so much pain right now
Why?
Okay.
Rip.
because I burned
Don't
it while
jack
in
off
the
during the
welding
stream, man. Come on. There's other times
Ah,
to be doing
The
that.
sensual tones of Rouga Rabbit's voice.
Yes.
I know,
ASMR
right?
stream.
There's
When's
so
that?
many videos online of you, man.
When are we getting the Rouga
This is
ASMR
fire.
stream?
Over 200 at this point. Wait, the what live stream?
I said, when are we getting the Rouga ASMR stream?
Whoa, what the fuck?
What's ASMR?
Weird noises on a
Sounds.
mic.
Yeah.
Isn't that
Pretty
all?
much.
Isn't that
Quiet
always?
whispering?
Isn't that like all of my videos?
Quiet whispering.
No.
I figure that's all my videos.
No, it's usually hot girls on Twitch like touching the mic suggestively,
But it could also be animals eating various foods.
So it's like a sexual thing?
Not
It
always.
is.
not
It's probably sleep,
supposed
right?
to be.
Just
Wink.
It can be though. I hope people aren't jerking off to the sounds of animals eating food.
Because
But
I
that
don't
is
know,
one
a girl like whispering into a mic is not sexy. Like I don't.
Yeah.
I don't.
No, I don't get why it works, but they make
Just
lots of
call me
money
a horny
doing
nerd
it.
online. That's what most of these people are.
Okay, let me see. Lost Souls trying to educate me. Hold up, allow me to
Yep.
be educated. ASMR stands for Autonomous Sensory Meridian Response. Don't even know what half those words are. A phenomenon characterized by a tingling, static-like sensation that some people experience in response to specific auditory or visual stimuli. I don't think I have that. I'll be honest with you. I don't know what that is. These stimuli can include things like whispering, tapping, and slow movements, and the resulting sensation is often described as relaxing and calming. I don't
So
think
it's
my
basically the same-
videos are relaxing or calming, so maybe
So
it
it's
doesn't
almost the
count.
same thing as like the people who like to watch Power Washer Simulator, but a slightly different stimulus.
I don't know.
What?
Would people who listen to like the ocean sounds of the ocean to go to sleep, would that count?
I think it would.
So?
Yes.
Not sure.
Maybe, I don't know. Or like birds like cawing or whatever, like
That definitely is one for me. 'Cause I do like.
So are
birds.
you like getting off
Did
right now?
someone leave?
Am I like yeah, Alden did. Alright, so are you like getting off right now?
I mean, I'm hard.
Alright, cool. Did it. ASMR
Yeah,
Rouga.
it worked.
We did it. Alright. Okay, so Ririsu doesn't like it. He's like, please don't do that. I'm gonna devote the whole channel to just making fucking bird sounds from now on. There are channels like that. There's like not necessarily bird
Invincible?
sounds. Well, like my ma doesn't like to leave her dogs in just completely quiet, so she puts like random sounds from YouTube, like live. They're like YouTube videos are like 12 hours long, and she puts them on before she leaves the house, and it's just like random fucking noises of like calming noises, you know. And for the dogs, just so they're not in total quiet in the house, they don't go fucking insane and rip up all our furniture. Anyway, let's
All right.
let's do this shit. Let's go. Get it
Okay,
now,
let's do it.
Doug. Do you know either of these universes?
Yeah, I know him pretty
Doug,
well.
You know both of
Pretty
them?
alright.
didn't you
I-
just say you weren't gonna include those guys for variety's sake?
Yeah, but
What?
we got the other two people, so we made it 2v2. We could
we
make
can
it
make it a
we could make it a
3v3.
3v3 technically if I know both and he knows both. But which side we join is like random. We flip a coin. That's up to you guys if y'all want us
Nah, I
to
think
join.
we should stick with two. I think we should stick with a 2v2, and you guys just like do your
Yeah.
judging or whatever.
Okay, bitch.
Yeah.
Fine.
I'm afraid of
I didn't want to debate with you anyway.
But,
Go
fair enough. It is my first time here.
Go fuck yourself. No.
We're just like, oh, sure,
I'm afraid of it.
What's wrong with me? Okay, no, go. Yeah, well, fine. We'll make it 2v2. I guess I'll just sit out on my own stream, have fun. Go. Go ahead.
Isn't that what you do have time anyway?
No, go
Go
ahead.
drink alcohol.
Y'all debate. I'll just do inappropriate comments throughout the
That
debate.
noises?
It's fine.
Yeah.
Sweet. I'm gonna drain this.
So what's the scenario here for the Avatar? Is it the Avatar gang or just the entire universe?
Well, I was thinking the Avatar gang, like, I'd imagine
Okay.
we'd
I wish
use
the entire
the
universe
main
you want,
ones,
but
not
that's
Are we
like,
using comics?
Ooh, I got a cool
We're
one.
using
I got a
comics
cool one.
for,
Y'all,
like-
I got a cool one. Y'all tell me. How about this? You do it to where like Paradise is an island in the Avatar universe, and
Alright.
when Aaron leaves the island to go find the people he runs into the world of Avatar. So like they
oh, that'd
basically
be, that'd be
replace.
fucking cool.
So like
That'd be fucking awesome.
so it's like how would he interact with that universe, and like what would happen, you know? Would he like release the rumbling or what? I don't know. Just y'all do whatever y'all want. I just thought that was a cool one.
I don't think a rumbling happened.
I feel like in that situation.
Actually, no, it was. No, yeah, because the Fire
I
Nation
just
killed
yeah,
apparently
yeah.
everyone. So he was
Yeah.
definitely rumbling.
I would absolutely like if the Fire Nation appeared on Paradis and just started fucking their shit up, and they're like, oh, all the people out there want to destroy us. Let's fucking release the rumbling and kill them all. Like he could totally, he would totally do
Yeah,
that.
definitely
mean,
would do that.
Doesn't he need
Aaron would
sleep
have
for
that.
that though?
What?
No,
What's
I
up?
remember Aaron needs
I was
sleep
just thinking-
rumbling.
yeah, I
Yeah.
think he needs just like a Titan shifter, so they would have to use Astoria or
You don't
you
think
know.
he would need the rumbling against the entire
No,
Avatar
I think
universe?
he would. No, that's not what I was saying. I was saying like I don't think like he said like Aaron like doesn't Aaron like need sleep for rumbling? Like wait, what? That's like what my brain thought.
no.
He doesn't
I
need
thought-
sleep.
I think he does.
No.
No,
Yeah,
he doesn't
No, he's
sleep.
full conscience.
And if he does
Yeah.
need sleep, then he could just sleep.
Yeah, it's fucking.
Yeah, that ain't a problem.
That's why I'm. Yeah, it's the like I don't remember that part.
I don't have the power of
Hold on.
sleep
So-
in this universe. I can't release the rumbling. No, he's fine. Yeah, I mean, again, whatever y'all want to do, go ahead, decide.
Okay. So Avatar, you want to do Avatar gang? So no Korra stuff.
Oh yeah, no, 100%. I don't like the add-on, the core add-ons. I'm gonna be
And
with you.
comics. Are we
Well, I
using
like
the
the core
comics?
add-ons, but I'm fine just doing the originals.
I mean, that's fine if you want to use. I use core. We can do it that. Like I'm fine with that.
Okay.
Well, it depends, because
If you're fine, if both
Korra
of you are
gang's
fine
weaker,
using
right?
Korra,
I mean,
That's fine, but-
I'm fine with that. Like if we're using like NF series Attack on Titan, it's only fair to use both parts of Avatar, I guess.
are you also using the comics? The Avatar comics.
I do
I
not
feel
know
like
the
since they
comics
are
very well, but
canon,
feel free to
they
use
are-
them. I know the
I mean, we
show
kind
very
of
well.
have to since they are indeed like canon, you know.
Yeah, they
Okay.
just add on to
I
the
just
story.
wanted to know what you're gonna use.
I mean, we could do like two
and-
rounds, one round at low, one round core if you want.
So do you want to use rumbling for this? Since I think rumbling stomps.
I mean,
In my
I mean,
personal opinion.
Sure,
I
we
don't-
can. You can like see
I don't
what
think
we can
so.
do there. Like I don't think so either. I think like if you're using like comics like that, I do remember where there was an issue where
You don't even
people
need
were,
to
like
use
tossed,
comics.
lifted. Yeah.
A
The
mountain,
Avatar
even then.
alone-
Well, not a mountain. It was more of just like the entirety of like. I think it was.
She
What
holded.
Boxing say?
She stopped a mountain from collapsing, I believe.
She stopped
Well,
that.
also,
Yeah,
if you use like Kyoshi was able to like separate an island pretty like
that's
casually.
the Avatar state.
Yeah, Kyoshi did
That's
that,
what-
and like
yeah, but
Aang
we
can
could've used
definitely like
Avatar
call
state
upon the power
existing.
of Kyoshi to do that.
Oh, I
Even
got
then,
an
you still
an
have-
interesting one. Do you guys think it would be a good fight for Avatar State Aang versus the Founding Titan?
That'd be really,
think that'd be
really
an
cool.
Aaron
But-
Yeager with the Founding Titan versus Avatar State Aang.
Aang, sure, I can
Aang?
that. Like,
Yeah, we could do that.
I could see that working out. Most because
Sure.
like and Aang just like scales to, like every like bender during his series at that point. And then the Outer State makes him,
Everyone
like-
before him. Yeah.
Yeah, everyone before him.
Yeah.
Yeah, everyone before him.
He's not
Okay.
scaling to Korra.
Definitely not. No, that's not how. That's not how that works.
Well, Korra's not that much more powerful than him.
Okay, are we
I
all
mean-
fine with that?
I would argue Korra's not more powerful than him.
I mean,
Well,
yeah, the
I mean,
because
Avatar
the show is
State,
really
yes,
bad.
Like
at
if we
all
remove
strengths.
the Avatar State,
Oh.
she's not more powerful than him. I don't think so.
But
Yeah,
she's
but-
more
well,
than
Yeah, no,
Avatar.
Avatar State,
It's
I
also
think,
because like
yeah.
Korra's like just a hothead and a terrible fighter at the time. Like if you've seen how when he fights, he loses crazy.
Well, you also got to see like I think a lot of people don't really think about the comics when they talk about Aang, but
Yeah,
Korra was like what 16 or 17 when her series started, and she still had mastered all 4 elements. Aang masters all of them in 1 year before he turned like when he was 12, and then in the comics he's like 15 right now. I think in the comics he might have hit 16, but I think he's still 15. So he's still 2 years younger than Korra and significantly stronger in the comics than he was when his show ended. So like I have no doubt in my mind if the comics ever do get to the point where he's 16, 17, 18 and he's like the same age as Korra, he's gonna fucking destroy Korra. I think he's already stronger. But
I mean,
yeah.
going by like on-screen
Oh,
show,
I
like,
was
he
gonna say, the
definitely
only
has
thing
more of
is-
that.
She has a stronger Avatar state, but not that much stronger because it's just her plus
Well,
whatever he is.
Well, in theory, she should have as strong
better
of an
Avatar
avatar.
state.
She should have a slightly strong. Well, no, it really wouldn't. If she doesn't know anything that he doesn't know, does she ever? I'm trying to remember Korra because I didn't even watch the
no,
last
I
season.
think-
She has
Before,
Does she-
before the end of season 2, Korra had like all the avatars, but by the end, like after she gets hit up with the dark avatars, like Wisp basically.
Yeah, if
She-
you
No,
She's
no, I'm not
really
talking about
tall.
that. Does she know any bending styles or techniques that Aang didn't know?
metal bending.
Like
No,
does
maybe
like
some
tricks.
does she
I
like
don't
did
know.
she
I remember
master? Wait, let me-
Spear bending and metal bending.
She has
I
metal
don't think-
bending. Okay, so she's got one thing.
That's
So
it.
she would
Yeah.
slightly better.
I find it hard to believe that Toph never taught Aang metal bending.
Yeah,
It
that's-
Aang
it
was
actually
starting
is a
with
canon
her
thing that
bending.
he just didn't know how to do it. Like she
Yeah,
tried.
earthbending was difficult for him.
yes,
in the first place.
that's because as an Avatar has this thing where like it's harder for the Avatar to master their opposite element. Like,
Yeah,
if you
no,
are
no,
a
I
firebender,
know,
you have a
I know,
hard
I
time
know. You're not
mastering
telling
water.
anyone anything that they don't know. We've all seen the show. Like, yeah, we know. But
Yeah.
yeah, but because Aang in Korra, we see Aang when he's like 40 or some shit, and it's like we don't see him do any metal bending. But I'm like, I'm curious if he actually ever learned
To
it.
be fair, we only see him
I
for like
don't
brief
think.
moments.
I don't.
Yes,
think that's
and that
Aang.
was one of the coolest moments of Korra where he literally broke blood bending.
Let
He just straight up just
let Doug finish. What were we saying, Doug?
sorry, Hugh.
I don't think it was Aang. I think it was someone else who was like a generation or two past Aang. Because I think the guy who is mentoring Korra specifically like monologues to himself about Aang being his previous teacher. Aang's no longer like I don't think he's around.
He's not.
He's
Yeah,
dead. He's dead by the time.
Well, no, he can't be.
I thought you said you
Yeah,
do
he's-
Avatar.
Avatar. We're
can't be
talking about. But we're talking about Korra. Like it. And I haven't.
It's the same.
No,
Well,
but
then
the
he's
rule
around.
the rule of Avatar is that 2 avatars can't be alive at the same time. One avatar dies and then his spirit gets passed on and he reincarnates.
Yeah.
So he has.
Yeah,
so
but
if
you
Legend of
also
Korra starts, then Aang has to be dead. There's no way he could possibly be around.
That's why the iceberg was such a problem for such a long time.
Yeah. Then why are you
Because
saying that it's such?
Avatar's reincarnating.
Because he's not dead. He can't
Yeah,
die.
he's
He's just frozen.
Can't reincarnate.
Well, I'm just saying, like, it would be. It's weird. It's weird for you to say, like, oh, like Aang wasn't around at the time that Korra wasn't around, and you told us that. Like, that's supposed to be like strange information. That's the whole concept of the series. He can't be around when Korra was around.
Well, I'm sorry. I thought I heard someone say that Aang was around in his 40s during the Korra series.
No,
That's
I
why
was
No,
yeah,
no,
no,
he
he
died.
was. There's a flashback in the
died at
Korra
40.
series
Okay.
where
Yeah.
you see him when he's like 40 years old, and he upgraded that little ball that he sits on and floats around on. He like upgraded it into this giant pinwheel thing that he stands inside of. Yeah, and it's like, but I don't think we ever see whether or not he learns metal bending, but it would be strange.
We know he can blood bend.
Yeah, but it would be weird. It would be strange if he lived for
Wait, does
another,
he blood bend?
60 something years. I
He
haven't
has
seen.
to?
He
I haven't
breaks
seen him.
out of. He breaks
No, I
out of
think he
blood
energy
bending. He
bends.
doesn't
The only way
dodge.
He can resist it.
Blood bending is with blood
Yeah,
bending.
fiercely.
Yeah.
Because like, why would Korra want anyone else to learn blood bending? That's like one of the most evil types of bending.
What past
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
the thing
they
that's
wouldn't
like
even do it.
basically looked down upon.
Well, I actually don't know how anybody outside of Katara learned it. Like they never
Yeah, that's what I
explain.
think.
Even in Korra, there's that guy who teaches his two sons how to bloodbend, but we
Yep.
never
Amon?
learn how they learned it because this
I mean,
one chick.
they just probably learned it from the same lady or something.
How she was
Nah,
she
but
was
she's, like,
she was
arrested.
old
I
as
feel like-
she was old as shit, and then she was arrested and put in prison.
But-
Like
but-
Yes,
the
I mean,
chin,
they
yeah.
just think he can
she
do
would
it.
have been dead before they were even born.
I
Yeah,
think it's like
that's
one of
true.
those.
Maybe
The
they
series
just
takes
learned
place
it.
70 years later, after or 60 something years.
That
No,
one
more
is
than
long
70. It's
dead.
like
She's dust.
it's like 80 years later, and the guy who was like the bloodbending, he was like 40 or something, maybe. Like he would have been
Yeah.
like a small child when the if he was even alive when the war was
You know
going
what?
on. So it was, I don't know.
I'll
It
be
just
honest.
the timing seems odd. She would have had to like break out of
Timing's way
prison
too
and then
far
go
off.
find a small child to teach bloodbending. It just
Yeah.
seems.
I'll be
I mean,
honest. I'm
that's
just
the
gonna
thing,
chalk
it's
it up
like-
to that whole like
Odd motives.
throw
you
monkeys in a
kinda have
room.
to accept that. Yeah, you pretty much have to accept some things with Korra. It's like lightning bending wasn't like the most common thing before for Korra, and then
But
it's
that's
like
'cause it
it
wasn't
became a
taught.
whole industry.
I don't have to accept anything. I can
So
just
what
say that
was
it's
the
bad.
It is bad. Don't worry. I think it's bad.
I can
too.
just say it's bad. You know, I don't accept.
Well,
But
it's just
let's actually get to what the actual challenge is. So, did you guys want to do Founding
Yeah.
Titan versus Avatar? Or you just wanted to do like the entire,
Yeah, I
like the
was-
Rumbling versus the Avatar universe? What did y'all want to do?
I would say
I would
I feel like rumbling versus the entire universe is a little bit more interesting because even if you have
Definitely.
founding Aaron, he would still have some colossal titans with him, and at that point,
Well, he wouldn't have
Aang's
colossal
I
titans.
was-
He'd be able to make smaller titans out of the bones.
yeah, he could just make titans.
He wouldn't have to if you're
It
just doing it.
didn't really
If
matter.
it's just a matchup, he wouldn't have to have any of them. He can make more Titans with his bones. Yeah.
and that would be a problem thing. Like he in the comics, he was already having issues with a giant. That was just one.
Yeah, Aang is a pacifist. That would also be a problem. He would have to kill Aaron.
Then the
I don't
Avatar
think
debate
that's-
shows me a bit more willing to try and kill someone because he almost kills Ozai.
No, he almost, but he doesn't.
I
He gives him that push, you know,
there is a
yeah,
way
I
around
Every time
that.
when he gets
I do remember
older,
the
he gets
comics,
more
there's-
control.
He doesn't even
In the
necessarily.
Well,
take
here's a
them.
here's a good question. Here's a good question. Would Aaron's connection to the chick, I'm forgetting her name, the chick that he gets the Founding Titan from, would that technically count as a link to the spirit world?
No,
I don't see why not.
Like
It could
what-
be a loosely thing.
Like what is that
Did you
area?
know-
Hey, Thunder, you gotta stop talking over everybody. Like
Sorry,
every time
sorry,
someone tries to
sorry,
talk, you like.
I'm sorry.
I'm
sorry.
No, but like I don't know what that realm is called that chick is in, but if that's like some sort of pseudo afterlife or whatever, would
No, it's not an afterlife.
well, we don't know what it is.
From what all we know is just like some kind of psychic connection that one.
Like
lady
where
lives
is
in.
she?
Spiritual
Like
connection.
if it's a spiritual connection, shouldn't he be able to use spirit bending to essentially go into that other world with Aaron and essentially interact with that world too?
I don't
Yeah,
know.
it should be.
That's
It's
maybe, but like, it's Aang's.
It's not just
an
it's not
energy
just his
bag.
mind. It's not like they're inside of his mind or something, because it allows them to go and see in different time periods from different people's perspective. Like it's this otherworldly kind of thing. We don't know what it is or what it's called, but if it is like a spirit world type equivalent, then you might be able to say that Aang could actually possibly go there or even manipulate some way, possibly sever Aaron's connection to it.
I don't think he could overpower his willpower though.
Would have to touch Aaron.
I'm not
directly,
100%
I believe.
is will. Well, we don't even know if willpower is a factor when it comes to his
Well,
spirit,
they say-
because Aaron doesn't have any control over the spirit world in the way that Aang does.
The
Aang-
story
Neither
is,
does Ozai. Ymir
does,
almost
though.
overpowered Aang.
But we don't know what that
Yeah.
was. That wasn't necessarily
That was-
willpower. We
Well,
don't
in
know
the
what-
show, they
That could've
say
been just
if your
bending.
will, or your will is stronger than theirs, you're like you'll succeed.
I'd also like to interject
That's
here
all
because
Ozai fights
technically
back with is his will.
It's risky to do.
it is.
Yeah.
Well,
But I also like to interject
If
here
that's-
because like
If their spirit
In the
stuff
past,
will
are
is stronger than yours,
than Ozai. Like psychically, willpower-ish. Aaron probably has more willpower, I think.
I mean, I do think Aaron has willpower, but on the whole bending thing, like, technically every bender has some form of spiritual lessons to them because as you know, when you cut off the moon spirit, like straight up the water benders could not water bend, and like
if it's
you
a
can't-
spiritual power too.
So like by
Aaron would probably have the
definition, so like by definition, Ozai would have some like spiritual residue type stuff going on.
Yeah, but
I think it's specifically-
Aaron doesn't have the ability to remove Aang's connection to the spirit world, but
No.
Aang does have the ability to do that to Aaron. I mean, maybe he has to fight his willpower. Yeah, he should. He should be able to do that.
has the ability.
He is described throughout the series as being the link between the regular world and the spirit world. He can travel there whenever he wants. He can send his astral projection there. He's gone there with his own physical body, which shouldn't even be possible. And he's been able to sever other people's links to it and essentially steal their ability to bend. So he should again. If we're going under the assumption that that world is some kind of spiritual world, even if you don't want to call it the afterlife, but a spiritual sort of domain, he should have some connection or some mastery over it.
I think he does.
If I may,
I just don't think he can overpower him.
No, I don't think he'll be able to take control of it at all. Like, it's far bigger than any bender.
Maybe as an adult, he could.
Aaron has more will.
I think we're
Like, no matter
glossing
what
over one thing. For one, what part would Aang be all like, oh, I could probably spirit bend this thing? He's just seeing a big old giant monster.
Yeah.
Probably gonna think
That's
it is.
He's not going to be in there.
He's gonna try to
He's just,
fight it.
he's just getting rid of his connection to it.
And
No,
even
he
if
needs
does,
to touch the forehead.
I don't think it would be I don't think it would be a stretch for him to figure that out, because in his world, every single power that a person has is connected to a spirit world. If you see a monster of some kind, the first assumption you would make is that it's a spirit. Like
yeah,
that's
and even then,
how would he touch Aaron?
as a Titan, Aaron is like in a specific spot, and he would have to like get the nape of the neck.
he's
That's still
inside
considered
his mouth. They were able to get to him just by flying inside of his mouth.
But the thing I'm getting at is that he would still need to figure out that he's there, and he would have to find a way to get it.
I don't disagree with that. I don't disagree with that. I don't think it'll be the most obvious thing ever, but I do think that if he sees this beast or something, his first assumption would be that it would be some type of spirit, and he would probably try and deal with it in a spiritual way.
Why would he try to sever its connection?
I'm not saying he would try. I'm not saying he would try to do it.
He kind of would, because as we know in the other series, Aang does not like the killing. So the first thing he's gonna try to do is try and restrain and Aaron, depending on how this goes.
No, he wouldn't know it's Aaron. He would presume it's a spirit. So
he
even
would
if
assume
he
it's a spirit.
looks at it, like
if he doesn't want to kill it and it seems like it's unstoppable, dealing with it in a spiritual way would be the only way, his only option.
How would he get it to a spiritual way? He can't touch
Aaron
directly in the body.
He would have to figure it out. And why would he have to touch Aaron directly if the Titan is Aaron? It is.
Actually true.
It's still his body.
Yeah, but
isn't that technically?
Why would he have to? Why would he have to go inside the mouth?
Doesn't Ymir have control of the body? Doesn't Ymir have control of the body though?
No.
So here's the thing. Here's the thing. Aang does have like a form of spirit bending and all, but the way he does it in his show is that he's able to sever your link from the bending. Whereas the one who could actually use like water to like, yeah, he has to touch them.
Yeah, but you can. But the Titan. But the touching the Titan. Touching the Titan is touching. Is touching Aaron. The Titan is Aaron.
He has to touch him
That's his flesh.
That he has to make it pose and everything.
Doesn't Aang need to hit?
Yeah, he needs to hit the forehead.
Yeah, doesn't he need to hit his
They do
opponent?
show that in the show.
Part of his body.
Yeah, like,
wait, guys, y'all can't all talk at the same time because I have no idea what y'all are trying to say.
Yeah.
One person.
Isn't the spirit bending based off of the like chi idea that he has to hit Aaron in a certain part of his body to be able to do the separation?
Yes, the forehead.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yes,
but
he
why
hits the
would he have to
forehead.
touch Aaron's forehead, and why wouldn't he be able to touch the forehead of the Titan?
Because he's
Well, the
never
Titans
shown
fine
to
because
other parts of
if
They're
if-
the same body. It is his
Well, the-
body.
They don't have chi though. They
Well,
don't
they-
have chi.
You could say that Aaron doesn't have chi. What does that matter?
the chi is
don't-
focused. The concept of chi, which is used in Avatar, is based off the real world concept, which is based off the location in your physical body. So where he would actually hit him would matter, and the reason why it would make a difference between Aaron and his Titan Shifter form is the Titan Shifter's entire body is like a biological addition to it. It's like a giant meat shield, and all
It's
the
not a
nerves
giant meat shield.
inside
It's a
the-
giant. It is a giant biological being, and it's a part of Aaron's body. It is him. It is still his body.
They would still need to hit the chi point.
Yeah, but yeah, that's the
They would
thing.
still
The
need to
chi
hit the
points
chi
would be on Aaron, not the Titan.
Why would it not be on the Titan?
Because the chi points are based off of how, because the at least the philosophy it was based off of the nerve endings and how the human body itself
Yeah.
is put together, and the Titan is not the same. The nerves are all in Aaron. When the Titan
Titan's
shows
too big.
appears, the Titan has its own flesh. It has Titan flesh, Titan bones, Titan stuff.
Sure,
which is
but
different
what?
from
What's
human flesh.
no? But those are all coming out of Aaron, and the Titan has to have its own nervous system because otherwise Aaron wouldn't be able to control it.
Well, the nerves. Well, the thing is that
It has
the-
to.
how
It
the
has to
nerves
have all of
respond-
the same shit. It can't. It has
Yeah.
bones. It has muscle. It has flesh. It has
Does it have a
nerves.
brain?
So there's no reason why it wouldn't be able to. It goes off of Aaron's brain, but that doesn't mean that it goes off of Aaron's muscles, bones, and nervous
Well,
system.
we
It
get
literally.
shot in the head and it doesn't work.
It literally. Yes, because he doesn't have a brain, but he still has
What
a
about Aaron's
nervous.
future ability?
It still has a nervous system.
Well, wouldn't.
It has to have a nervous system, otherwise it wouldn't be able to move.
The thing is, Aang couldn't do it because he couldn't
What
reach
about
on
future
the
Titan
Titan's
ability?
body.
The
He's
future,
not-
the future
not
time
super.
ability is a factor, but it's a different thing than what we're currently talking about. But yeah, that would be a factor. And
He
can't
couldn't
look
reach
into the
the
future.
2 points on the Titan body. It's too big.
I guess that is a point you could make that it would be more of a challenge for Aang to get to the head of the Titan than it would be for just the head
It
of
would be
Aaron.
easier
Well, no,
to
I
get
meant,
to the
like-
head of the Titan. He could literally just. The reason why it's so
Every
hard for
time
them to.
Aang uses it, he has to make
He
a
has to
pose
touch
like
the body
Rabid.
and the head.
Wait, guys, one at a time. I can't hear what y'all are saying.
He has to touch his body and the head at the same time.
No, he doesn't.
He
I
does
mean,
that every time he does it.
No, he doesn't. He only does it once.
Once he gets on,
He only does
he
it
can
once,
touch
but we
it. He
see
does
the
it twice.
same skill be done later on, and people only touch the forehead. You don't have to touch the body and the forehead.
I swear Ramon does it on the chest and the forehead.
Korra does it by
Yeah,
touching the forehead. The bloodbender dude does it by touching the forehead. You don't have to touch the body and the forehead. You could just touch the forehead.
I think Korra does do it. I'm pretty sure.
Korra does do it. Korra grants
Yeah.
everyone their powers back. She does the opposite. And she does it by touching people's foreheads.
Aang touched at least spirit bending. Every time he does it, he touches the forehead of the person.
Yeah.
Yes,
Well, he
that's
doesn't
all
tell
you
Mon
need
he
to
touches
really.
I'm not
his chest
arguing
and
with
the
that.
head.
Also,
My
he's
argument is that
training
he could touch the forehead of the Titan itself.
But would that work? Because if it is based off of chi, the real world concept, it is based off the actual human brain, which is not in the forehead of the Titan anymore. It's in Aaron's forehead.
I
It's
had
not-
to actually look it up. Korra is touching the body of because she gives it back to the police officer. She's touching her forehead and her body.
Where on her body is she touching her?
The chest.
It's like the
could just be-
like the part of the
Gotcha.
shoulder and the neck. It looks like.
She's just
Is he just
groping her
holding
kitty.
her, or is she actually? Is that a requirement? Because it's the
It-
forehead thumb thing that,
Every
that
time
they do.
it's shown.
It looks like a
that way,
requirement
though.
because both hands are glowing, and it looks like she is giving her bending back by touching her in both areas.
What
so
is it?
that-
Okay, what about when
get it
what
back.
about when Amon takes the power away? He does it from
Amon-
the back. He does it from the
He
back.
uses
Blood
blood.
I
bending.
think Mon does
He
the
does
same
it
thing.
to
but
life.
Doesn't
different
matter.
than
It's
blood
the same
bending.
concept. It's the same concept.
Same
No.
thing.
He's doing the same
concept,
thing.
he blood bend.
He's using blood bending to block the chakra points. That's what he's doing. But he's still doing the same thing. He's just using a different
Like,
method. But he's still
his hand was on her chest.
if Huh?
Like, I've got the handles on the chest on that one too, on the abdominal area.
On the on Amon? He does it from
Yeah,
behind.
when Amon did it too.
He does it from
Yeah,
behind.
he does it behind. He puts one hand on her head and then like reaches over the front.
Who's her?
Cora.
I'm not talking about Cora. I'm talking about when he does it to the dude on stage.
Oh no! So he touches the back. It looks like.
Yeah, like you don't have to. Like
Yeah,
there
he
isn't
has two hands.
there isn't a
One
specific
on the forehead.
there
one on
isn't
the
a
neck.
specific point that you have to do it from. The forehead is the only part of it that's actually like that's.
It looks like they have to touch it from the back and chest, just the chest area plus the head.
No, because you were saying a second ago that it was forehead and chest. Now you're saying it's forehead, chest, or
Well,
back.
for Cora, it is forehead
Yeah,
and chest
just
because
back.
she's not using blood bending. Amon is using
No,
blood
because
bending.
y'all are
They're two, like,
no,
different bendings.
y'all are seeing two different ways it's shown being done, and you're assuming this like no. The only thing that like he touches on the forehead. He touches on the forehead, but there's no evidence that you have to touch them in specific spots to do this. Like fuck when Aang is given the power by the sea turtle, he's just touched on the forehead.
No, he's touching the forehead and the chest, and it's like
It's touched with the both nails, one on the forehead, one on the chest.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's how he does it, and he gives it back to Cora the same way.
Okay. All right, I'll take y'all's word for it. I'll take y'all's word for it. But I think I do. I don't know. I'll take y'all's word for it that he has to touch it in the forehead or the chest. But I don't know. I'll have to look into that because I feel like we've seen it done so many times, and I've seen it done from behind. I've seen him done like a couple different. He does it to like fucking 40 people or some shit in the sequel. I don't remember him doing it to every single one being like forehead, chest. You know, I just don't remember that being the case. But I'll take y'all's word for it. It doesn't matter. I don't think he's gonna beat him by taking the powers anyway. I just think it was an interesting concept that he could possibly enter the spirit world and start fucking with the shit in the spirit world in some way or another. Actually, he doesn't actually have to touch the forehead or the chest to enter the spirit world. He would just have to figure out that it's like if that is indeed a spiritual realm that he can go inside of, he should just be able to do it. He shouldn't actually have to touch him anywhere to do that. But
he would have to know the spiritual realm, though. At
well,
least.
does he have any sort of like spiritual sense? He is like because he is sensitive. He is sensitive to the spirit world and understanding spirits and where spirits are and all this sort of stuff. So I don't think it would be that hard for him to look at a dude and be able to tell that he has some sort of connection to the spirit world and possibly enter it if he wants to. The only thing I would say about
thinks it's a spirit.
What's up?
He already set that up. He thinks it's a spirit.
I need a because I remember like during book one, he's at that one place in the South or North Pole where there's like those koi fish, and there's supposed to be the representation like the moon, and he doesn't feel anything until the face healer tells him, "Oh, it was the koi."
True, but that's in the first. That's in the first. That's in the first 20 episodes.
Yeah, could maybe. It's been a while since I have seen.
I mean, that's like later in the like at that point in the show, he can't even like casually enter the spirit world whenever he wants. By the end of the series, he could literally summon any avatar that he wants to all across the spirit world to just talk to and have a conversation with. So he gets better at dealing with the spirit world shit than later on in the series. But yeah, in the first 20 episodes, he doesn't even know anything. I don't even think at that point he like can contact Roku like himself.
No one.
He doesn't actually have that ability.
He has to be like at certain areas to do it, because like where he felt.
And I believe I think at that point Roku contacts him, not the other way around. Like I don't even think he's capable. Temple. And then later on and then later on he actually gets the ability to like talk to him and summon them and deal with it in that way. So yeah, it's a whole thing. But again, I don't think that that's the win con or anything. I just think it's an interesting conversation. No. The possibility that Avatar could actually enter that realm and deal with Eren there. I think that would be very interesting. Also, if he did go and deal with Eren in that realm, that would be cool because Eren wouldn't have his Titan powers. Aang would not have his Avatar powers, but Aang would absolutely beat Eren's ass in a fist fight. Like that wouldn't even be close.
I can see that happening, and he's just like, I don't think Aang is beating it, but like Eren's just swinging, and he's just casually just like maneuvering and just like
Eren's not like a bad fighter or anything. He actually is skilled at hand-to-hand combat, but he's not the fucking prodigy ninja that Aang is. Even without Aang's avatar abilities, he would be able to beat up.
Yeah.
Just take his stick and just beat the living shit out of Eren in the spirit world.
That's why he would have a
Oh,
spirit.
the funny thing,
That's why he has his bending, because it's the avatar, so they get it in the spirit world.
He loses it.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, I lose that.
He loses it. He would, but I'm
Yeah,
saying he
because-
wouldn't need it.
Yeah, he
Oh,
wouldn't
no,
need
he-
Ymir be there too.
Yeah,
in
if-
that situation.
Yeah, I'm saying Eren would lose his Titan powers in the spirit world, and Aang would lose his avatar powers in the spirit world, and it would just be them physically. And just physically, Aang would beat Eren's ass because he's a better fighter in basically every way, and he's physically stronger.
But in like the at least in that
trans-
spirit world,
yeah,
it's
I
like
guess
shown
you're
that Ymir kind of has complete control. At least with all the fucking weird shit they do in the finale.
Yeah,
But
that's
Where
I-
like they summon them and they keep walking and they keep going back wherever.
What
I
do
think
you?
it's just has to debate with Aaron about morals with Ymir.
Well, Eren doesn't have complete control over everything. He gets the ability. He manipulates his brother into going and showing him all of his past memories, and then while he's using his brother's ability to look into the past, that's when he starts altering shit. Eren's only power is to look into the future. He doesn't actually have the power to travel around within time without his brother's help.
I'll be honest. I feel like Aang versus Founding Titan Eren is a bit of a mismatch. Only because, like, for one, it's the size different.
You think Eren's
like
too powerful?
I think it's just gonna be really tricky. Only because, like, Aang. Like, it's not that Eren's too powerful. It's
Well,
like
Aang
Aang
can
isn't.
fly, so it's like he's got a problem getting up. to them.
Aang can fly. At one point, we see him raise the tides of the ocean to flood an entire forest. We've seen him. We've seen characters like Toph, who are not as powerful as Aang, was able to lift up an entire mountain. Boomy was able to lift up a small mountain. Aang was able to create this giant crater around an entire city and lift the city up. I mean, Aang's been able to do a ton of crazy shit in the comics and in the
Throws
show.
lava in one breath.
Yeah, like Aang would actually be able to, Aang would shock the shit out. I mean, think about it. The Titans are strong and all, but the Titans are beaten by regular human people, and the most difficult thing about fighting them is that their weakness is up in the air. Like, so they need the things that they shoot. You know, I forget what they call it, the mobility gear
ODM gear?
or
ODM gear.
gear. Thank you. They use the ODM gear, and that's how they get up to them. But once they can get up to them, they can actually do some damage. That's the issue, not being able to get to them. But in a physical fight, the Titans aren't going to be all that threatening to Aang, because Aang is physically more durable and much
What
physically
about the
stronger
crystals?
than a human. What about the what?
Aang wouldn't be able to harm at least some of the Titans because they have crystal armor, don't they?
The rock. No, not.
They have
I mean,
turned
they've
that
crystal
on.
knuckles.
I
It's not
I
full
would
armor.
I would actually argue that Aang can control that.
Yes, because
Because they are
we see in
technically-
Avatar, you can actually
It's
control
crystals.
like diamonds and
He
crystal.
Whoa, 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 whoa!
He controls crystals in the show. We see him do that multiple times.
It's
He
not
even
the
made
same.
a body armor out of.
Yeah, he's made body armor out of crystals. So
It's not the same type of crystals, right?
it doesn't matter. It's a form of
It's still-
crystal. It's
The
still,
reason why
they
the
are
It's a
reason
form
why you
of
can
Earth.
manipulate crystals is because they have earth in them. That's the whole idea. They still have trace amounts of earth.
so
This shit is just like dramatically made. They don't have any earth or
Yeah,
anything.
so
it
when
has
that-
well
yeah.
no, it's classified as a crystal, and if it's a crystal, it has to be made of earth. That's what a crystal
has to
is.
be?
If it's a crystal.
That's what they believe. That's what they named it because that's the only thing they know
Yeah,
of.
but you would have to
Like
prove
in
that
Attack
it's
on Titan.
sure, but you would have to prove it's not a crystal. You can't just say it's not a crystal
Simple,
because it comes out of their biology. They can make biological crystals. Then I mean that's not. I don't see why that means that it's not a crystal. Like they call it a crystal in the
Like,
show
Why would it have earth in it though?
because it's called a
Like, they could
crystal.
still just make.
I mean, there are versions
I mean,
where you can just spawn dirt out of your.
That's what a
yourself,
crystal
so I wouldn't be too
is.
surprised.
Yeah, like you would have to prove that it's not what they call it. They call it crystal, so it's a crystal.
But there's multiple types of crystals, at least in the Attack on Titan universe, and they're
I don't
very.
think it really
not-
matters because, like,
It doesn't really
if
matter.
it,
but
if
I'm just trying to get a point here.
Well, it does matter. It means that the crystal armor that's one of their best defenses
Would be
isn't
useless.
going to work, and Aang will be able to use it
It's
against
against
them,
them actually.
and since they struggle themselves to break it, he would be able to make armor that they can't damage.
Yeah, Aang did use crystals once to make armor out of.
He's made armor out of
actually
crystals, and so if he could make the armor out of their crystals, and he would be able to control it, and they wouldn't be able to get through it, or at least they would
Actually,
struggle
might just
very difficult to get through it.
Actually, he might be able to use the crystals, like if they like crystallize their neck. He might be able to force it down on their neck and just kill them that way.
He's not gonna kill them. So
He's gonna take out he's gonna do the pacifist way of doing this stuff.
Yeah, he's gonna.
I mean,
he'll have to figure out that. I think that's the biggest issue that Aang is gonna have. The fact that he's gonna have to figure out a way to do it, to deal with them, without like actually killing them. You know, that's the biggest issue.
That's why I'm also saying like it's a mismatch because like, really, his whole thing is like he doesn't want to kill people. He's gonna have to
disarm him.
Would he kill
Oh,
the
stop it.
Titans?
He has to subdue him.
What do you think the Titans are spirits?
I feel like
that doesn't matter.
I can think of a
Well,
way
you
for
put the Titans in Rock, they're stuck.
well, there's a
What
way
do you
for like Aang to like subdue so his Titans. Like if he can just like make more of their crystals have a hard time breaking, he might be able to encase them with that. Because remember, like earlier in the series, like Annie encased herself in front of that junk, and she was just out for a while.
The problem here, I think, is that we've never seen Aang have to fight against something that he absolutely has to kill in order to stop.
Yeah.
And when it comes to the Founding Titan, he's gonna have to stop it. He will have to kill it.
Yes.
And I think like that's
He would have to kill Eren.
That's kind of the issue. Well, even if he doesn't know Eren is in there, he just and it doesn't really matter if he's a person or not. Aang doesn't believe in taking any life. He wouldn't even squash a bug. But the idea is like if he's fighting it long enough, and this thing is fighting back at him, clearly trying to kill him long enough, at what point is he gonna be like, I have to break my one rule and kill this thing? What's up?
Aang also would not
Unless-
be able to kill any of the Titans either.
He
if
would.
Eren makes any,
He
since
would.
he would also.
He can kill them. He wouldn't want to kill them. I think
Would he kill the Titans or would he? Since he
he would not.
thinks
We
the
could
big
still
giant
do this.
monster
He's
thing
very
is
easily.
a spirit.
He's very easily. I mean, with the amount of force that he can deliver, with a single attack, he should be able to turn them into mush. And he would absolutely kill.
Oh,
them.
he can turn them into
He's
mush. I'm saying
capable of
morally
killing
he
them.
wouldn't.
It's just like whether or not he'll actually do it. That's like a
Yeah.
different situation. Like I said, it's one of those things where we've literally never seen, because it's a kid's show, we've literally never seen a situation where he was actually forced to having to kill someone. So we're not 100% sure how, like, would he sacrifice his own life and allow Eren to eventually go on and kill millions and billions of people, which is what he does in the series. He kills billions of people. Just because he doesn't want to take a single life. Like, at what point will he be pushed and be like, okay, I actually do have to do this?
When he's pushed into the Avatar state, that would be the only time.
But he controls the Avatar state.
Yeah, he controls it by this point.
He does. It depends, because even he doesn't control it in the show.
No, we're talking about a post, like...
Yes, he controls it. He controls it by the end of the show.
You actually see
Early,
this
if
in
you're
the
arguing...
Ozai fight.
No, we're talking about after the Ozai fight. He gets full control after that.
Rouga, please read this video when Lee is talking.
Well, fuck you. Anyways.
I'm just saying, no, like this thing, even during the Ozai fight, we see like literally when he's going viral at Ozai and starts like rallying off his cries and shit, he actually does stop the spirits from like going full ape shit on him. Like you can literally see it.
But we're talking about like comics, like 2 years after that.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. In the show, Aang controls the Avatar state by the end. When he fights against Ozai at the end, he is in control. This is shown clearly in the last episode. No, he is in control. He literally stops himself. He's like, I'm not doing this, and he turns it off. Like, he is in control. That's the reveal in the last episode, that this is finally him being able to control the Avatar state. And he was able to do this by letting everything go, which he did in Season 2. At the end of Season 2, he decided to let everything go and was able to control the Avatar state, but then Azula hit him with that lightning bolt and then locked him off from using it. He then hits again in the back at the end of Season 3, gets the Avatar state back, but he still had control that he mastered by the end of Season 2. And that was the first time we actually saw him get to use it while controlling it. Yeah.
then we know he's willing to kill because he was willing to kill Ozai.
But he didn't kill Ozai.
Never.
He stopped
Well,
himself
I mean,
at the
if you-
last
That was
minute.
the whole point.
I'm saying if a bit more of an extreme situation, he would probably kill.
No, he
That-
wasn't
we-
even willing
we
to
never
kill
saw
Ozai.
him
That was
d-
the whole point.
We never saw him do it. That's the issue. Like, if we ever get to a point where like he has to, he has to make the decisions to either kill someone or
He might have a mental breakdown.
or Katara dies. Like if we never see that sort of situation, like where it's like does he have to, like if he doesn't kill this person, these other people will die. We've never seen him get into that situation because it's a kid show. So
Literally, at best, we have like Zuko asking him to put him down if he goes too far, which will never happen.
yeah,
That's the
He
problem.
was thinking about doing it, and he even says, like,
the thing
like,
is,
at the end,
about
he
it, but
the
just
thing
does
is,
it.
I think that Aang is like okay. Do we all agree that a bloodlusted Aang would absolutely kill Eren?
Oh, definitely,
Yeah.
yeah.
Maybe
I
it
definitely think
depends
so.
on
Like,
future side.
if he threatened like Qatar or something, definitely.
Because
Maybe.
when I say bloodlusted, I mean take morals off the table entirely. Threatening
Yeah, it's
threatening Qatar
absolutely destroy
is
him.
not an issue.
Maybe,
Maybe.
Because we
it
actually
would be a hard
because you
battle.
actually
It would take a while.
you actually have to look at it from both angles because Aang doesn't want to kill people, but Eren at the end of his series specifically holds back, and he's directly, remember, his whole plan was for him to lose, and he directly states at the end towards the heroes, Mikasa and all them, he says like, I'm not going to fight you, I'm not going to do anything to stop you. The only person who was fighting against them at the end was the Ymir.
Yeah.
So we actually never saw Eren go all out in his founding Titan form. He didn't want to. If he actually wanted to kill them all, he likely would have succeeded. But his plan was to lose.
He could have just turned off their powers.
So my
could have done that.
point is, in both series, when you get to the end of the series, you never see the characters push past a certain point. Like you never
But
see
even
Aang just
then-
outright kill someone because he wants to, and you never see Eren decide, like, yeah, I'm totally gonna kill all these people. Because if Eren wanted to wipe out all people on Earth, he would have been able to do it. Like Mikasa and them
Except
would
for
not have been
Birdie.
able, they would not have been able to stop him.
No, they wouldn't have stood a chance.
Not even a little bit.
So
No,
it's,
he could have just turned off the
Never.
powers.
so if we're
Yeah.
taking like a, and I'm not 100% sure he was able, can do that, to be honest with you, but
He can.
no, because why didn't Ymir
That's
do
why
it?
they were like, Ymir didn't have the power, I guess.
Why?
Aaron and Ymir
You
must
guess?
He's
have.
literally the
know.
founding Titan.
guess.
Power.
Yeah, there's no evidence that he had the ability to turn people back and forth.
He
from
was able
Titans
to
to
take
non-Titans.
away the power by the end, though.
When? When
No,
does
the
he take?
power
When,
got
like,
taken
they
away
all-
from everyone.
When does he take a Titan power
Yeah,
away?
he took it by the end.
So
of
everyone
the
loses
finale
their
when he
powers
takes it
when
away.
that
No,
founding
he doesn't.
Titan's gone.
No, the centipede dies. That's
Yeah,
how the powers
all
go
gone.
away. Aaron doesn't do that. They kill the centipede. Aaron never at any point turns off Titan powers for anybody. He never does that. Speaking of which, have you guys
Yeah,
heard that
I'll check
that
that.
they're making movies for Attack on Titan again?
Yes.
Yeah, they're making
I
the
didn't know that.
final
Right.
part movie final.
Are they
The
sequels?
final finale.
Are they sequels to the show?
No, they're just basically a remake. No sequel.
No, because
Wait,
the director of the new movie said that the movie that he's making isn't going to be, that's not going to be the end, and he's going to make more
It's
Attack
gonna
on
be an
Titan
alternate
films.
ending. I presume they're just gonna be
Yeah.
more like recaps and such. I
I'm
don't think they're gonna
curious
be
if they're
sequel.
gonna-
I think the author would be a director.
I'm
against
curious if
that.
they're thinking about continuing the story past that point in some way. I don't know what would happen, but I mean,
They've hinted
maybe
that things not
because they've already messed with time. Maybe they're going to do like an alternate timeline situation to see what would happen if you go past that. I don't know, but it's the director has stated that he's like, no, this isn't it. We want to make like a whole film series of Attack on Titan movies. But I would be really annoyed if they're just remakes of shit we already saw in the anime. Like they need to be new stuff. I just don't know where it would go. Because
I honestly did not know enough.
the series is pretty definitively over. You know, I don't know how you make a sequel
Yes.
to like the Titans don't even exist anymore in that
Yeah,
universe.
that's true.
Unless they want to
That's
like
so
bring
true.
it back or like explain where the centipedes came from and have another centipede show up or something similar to the
That'd be so
centipede.
dumb.
They never explain what the centipede even is.
Finale.
They never
That's the
that's
point. Just mysteries.
You could definitely open up the idea of more of those centipedes showing up, and then you got a bunch of fucking founding
wouldn't
Titans
want that,
showing
though.
up.
I feel like that would just be like boring remakes.
That's to an extent I can understand that. Like you could, like that was my first thought whenever we proposed the idea of them continuing after the end of the series, that it wouldn't even be worth watching. But the idea of factions forming around Titan like founders, if they like because the founding, well, Eren and the founding Titan got that centipede thing, which I think has a different name, but I can't even remember for the life of me. If there was multiple people like that, that'd be interesting, because that's just, awesome.
Interesting story, but it wouldn't be anything new about it. It'd
Be like a
that
bunch
kind
of different
idea.
centipedes or a bunch of different bugs, like glowing different colored bugs that all bestow different powers. You know?
That, but
if they could show different powers, but if they're like
you can
Titans
have-
still, then I wouldn't be
And
interested.
then Mikasa's like, "Oh no, we can't stop this beetle. I have to go find the centipede and reclaim the Titan power to stop the beetle
I'll go
power,
find the cockroach.
the cockroach power, and the butterfly power." And it's like, this is getting ridiculous.
No longer relevant. Titans are no longer relevant in this
Yeah,
story.
it's my favorite Attack on Titan, and the Aerosonic Gunvolt series, amazing.
Well,
Yeah,
they
amazing
never.
idea.
I do find it very strange that at no point in the entire Attack on Titan series do they explain where the centipede comes from. Like that's
I think that's
really
kind of a point.
weird. I get that it's the point. It doesn't make it any less weird.
I think that's because the
just
author
some
didn't want to
mystical
go
shit.
full Naruto and have like the origin be it's from space. Aliens made this.
True.
But I personally like it.
Originally,
Just a mystery. Kind of
originally
adds to the fantasy elements.
but the centipede or whatever. God damn it, lost my train of thought.
I honestly would have preferred if they never introduced the centipede as a concept.
Yeah, because the original backstory was that the devil made a deal with the founder.
No, that was the fake backstory. Like it was hinted all the way back that the fucking time loop shit was there.
I think the guy who wrote it wasn't 100% sure when he started writing it where the power was coming come from. I think he started was like kind of making it up as he went along. Honestly, I think by the end he should have just said, "Oh, Ymir was this crazy woman who had this special power," and they just didn't know why. Like I think that probably because I don't think adding the centipede into imagine if they didn't have the whole centipede backstory. And then you're fighting against Eren and Ymir and all that, and then out of nowhere, after Ymir dies, after Eren dies, a fucking giant glowing centipede pops out, and you never got the backstory for the centipede. You're just like, what the fuck is this? And it's like that would just be like, why are they fighting a giant centipede? This is crazy. And then it's just like. Even the characters in the series was like, what the fuck was that centipede? He was like, I don't know. I guess that was the source of the power or something. It's just like, wow, that's crazy. Like that would be. Yeah, I almost feel like telling us about the centipede didn't add anything to the story, really.
It didn't.
Like the backstory, I'm okay with getting the backstory for Ymir about like her being, basically enslaved by this barbarian king guy and him mistreating her and having a bunch of kids. Like I get all that. That ties into the ending, but the centipede doesn't really tie into anything.
Not at all.
Yeah.
There's no reason,
That's just answering the question to how did this happen. That's all it is, and it wasn't necessary.
Well, they didn't. But that's the crazy thing. They didn't answer it, because they answered like, "How did this happen?" Oh, a giant glowing centipede jumped into her. I'm like, I feel like there's more to that answer. They didn't answer it. Like, okay, where'd the centipede come from? Why was it glowing? Like, what? Like it was just, and it's like she ran away from her slave master a couple miles and fell into a lake. And there was a giant glowing setup.
This has got very off track.
This was within walking distance of where all these guys lived. Like, no one found this. There's only one? What is this?
I do know that thing is based off a real creature, which is a subterranean worm that is rarely found.
We know the name of it.
Yeah, we know
At
that.
least the centipede.
And I think it might be a parasite that climbs into people, which is why it's got its properties, but I could be wrong on that part.
But even so, like, it's a centipede that climbs into people, gives them, okay, fine. Like, why is there only one? Where did it come from? Why does it specifically give Titan powers? How is it capable of passing on powers to other people without... I know there's theories. There's theories about everything, but we don't know. The series doesn't tell us. And they either should have told us in more detail or just don't tell us. But this, like, half-ass sort of, it came from a centipede, but I'm not going to tell you anything about it, is super weird. Like, super weird. It almost would have been less weird if you just would have been like, God gave them these powers. Like, it was just God.
Yes.
He just
that would make.
he
That
just
would
gave
be-
them to all
yeah.
the people. You know, his
Yeah, I can see
chosen
that.
his
Yeah.
chosen people.
Yes. Suffocated.
Or if characters within the series said where the power, I think it would have been kind of cool if they just had all of the non-parody people, children of Ymir, basically say that the power comes from the devil, but never actually show where the power comes from, and that could have fed into the hatred to them, and then the series never answer whether or not it comes from the devil. So it's you could kind of pick either side. You can either choose to believe them that it actually comes from the devil, and seeing a lot of the stuff Eren does, you might actually buy into that, or be like, oh no, that's just a part of their sort of racism against that group of people. I think that would have been kind of interesting. Just not say anything, be like, oh yeah, just have everyone think that it comes from the devil.
That would be nice.
Yeah, that would have been cool. And then Eren would be like, fine, if it comes from the devil, then I'll be a devil. It just is what it is. I'll fucking, the whole world will be terrified of me, and I'm gonna wipe them all out. I think that would actually fit into his character a lot better if you just had it be from them say it's from the devil.
So back to the debate.
All right.
What is the debate?
So what do we?
I don't know at this point.
Originally, we were doing I would try to say Aang versus Air.
Is that what we're doing, or are we doing a full thing versus a full thing?
That's what the debate it was.
If we do a rumbling,
We were doing that.
Yeah, Found
The
Time.
Avatar
Sorry,
universe?
it was a rumbling versus the universe, right?
No, it was Eren, Founding Titan versus Aang, Awakened State. We had the whole Spirit Realm argument.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I mean, Aang watches him if he wants to.
I don't think
really. Aang wouldn't kill him. That's what we were on.
Was the problem.
I don't think he washes him because we're still talking about a version of Eren that we've never seen actually go all out. The fact is that Eren can still make a giant army of dudes made out of giants that are made out of bone. I mean, he still can see into the future. It's not like he's completely helpless and he's not capable of hurting Aang. And while Aang can hit things pretty hard, and has some pretty strong elemental attacks, I mean, just the weight of the Founding Titan will be several million tons. If he decided to step on Aang, he would kill him. He should be able to put enough force, just based on his size, he should be able to put enough force into hitting Aang to actually killing him in one shot if he really wanted to. Aaron's willingness to murder people, being considerably higher than Aang's, is probably going to be his biggest advantage.
Yeah.
His willingness to kill people is much higher than a normal person. Let's be real. That guy's a psychopath.
But his
Would you count him as a psychopath?
Maybe socio.
Because the whole idea, because he clearly cares. He cries for people when they die. He doesn't want to do it. It tears him apart to do it. But he sees into the future, and he sees that being the only way that he could save the people of Paradis. His only sociopathy is the fact that he's not. His issue really is that he's not willing to watch the people of Paradis die for the peace of the world. He would rather kill tons and tons of other people, way more people, so that his people can stay alive.
Well, I was mostly going out the fact that as a kid, he was very unhesitant to kill adults. It was a necessary situation. But
I don't think that's a psychopathic trait. I was the same way. I think that's actually relatively common. Children generally don't have issues with violence. They have to be taught that violence is bad.
Including the planet. Okay, yeah, I can see that.
Yeah, I don't. Children generally have to be taught that violence is bad. It's not. Yeah, it's not something it's not usually. I mean, if a kid goes and sees a dead dog in the street, they don't freak out unless someone tells them that it's fucked up and weird.
They also might have a dog and then they get freaked out.
What?
Aang would also have.
I think it's, I could definitely see a kid still seeing a dog and being freaked out over it being dead just because they've never seen a dead dog before.
If
I
they
don't think
if they
someone-
have a genuine love for dogs and like normally, and they might see a dead dog maybe, and if they see their own dog die, that would be the case. But no, there's oftentimes kids will be like, oh dude, I found a dead body in the woods. You know that whole story where like kids go and poke it with sticks and shit. They're more fascinated by it. It doesn't bother them. Generally speaking, things have to be taught to kids to what be bothered by. Certain things are like inherent. Like fear of the dark is inherent. Certain things are like that are inherent.
Yeah.
Yeah, but when it comes to like fear of death, that generally has to be taught. Fear of
I'm pretty sure. Yeah, pretty sure that only the fear of falling and loud sounds are the only things you're born with innately. Everything else is learned one way or another.
Yeah, pretty much. Most fears are learned behavior. That like the uncomfortability with sex has to be taught as well. Children will often go around and touch each other's private parts and fuck around and do shit, and that's very common. And then they have to be taught like, no, that's not cool. And then later on, when they get older, they're like, oh yeah, now we have to treat sex like this kind of sort of thing, and that's just kind of the way with pretty much every social norm that exists. You have to teach it to a child. They're not born with it. If you just counted a child without like the influence of society on them, and we would consider them like evil, even if I don't necessarily think it's evil. It's just like sort of the natural, thing that's just how everything is. Like deers don't use consent, right? Like a deer will just walk up behind another deer and fuck it when they want to fuck. If you didn't teach people about consent or about like not, that's the same way that it would happen. Like we have to teach people to behave in a way that makes it that makes it us work together as a society. A society basically exists to have people act against their natural impulses.
Yeah.
Yeah. So no, I don't think that a fear of why do we go off on this tangent? we're killing it. Yeah, I don't think. I don't think it would be. Yeah, I don't think it would be a psychopath just because you're a kid and you kill somebody. Especially considering that guy was actually actively trying to kill other people. I don't think that. I don't think that there was any evidence there that was any kind of psychopathy. I wouldn't say so.
Fair enough.
So, I think the Avatar State Aang, I think he just deals with the Founding Titan. It's slow.
But what he
Kill the striking powers, take it out.
It will also take a bit. It would also take a while. Aaron has regeneration too, so you would have to kill him. That's the only option. You can't
Aang
we don't know how
tear him off
fast he
though.
can
Would Aang
regenerate
even
the
being
Founding
okay
Titan
with
because of the
that?
size of it?
What?
Because we see normal Titans take time to recover.
Yeah, but Aaron's different.
It's like certain
Even
Yeah,
before
Aaron doesn't take that long.
Yeah, even before Aaron gets the Founding Titan, which basically just allows him to regenerate whole bodies instantly, and he fights when he's still the Attack Titan, he's actually capable of having one of his bodies completely destroyed, and then he leaps out of that body, forms a totally new body before he hits the ground. So, like, he can't do that often. It's a stamina issue, but it's not a healing speed issue. And then later on, when he's the Founding Titan, he could just limitlessly create whole Titan bodies out of his own bone and just keep like Titan constructs just infinitely. And there doesn't seem to be any limit to how many he can make. I really just think it's probably just based on. That's what I'm saying. I think both of them. Well, yeah, I would say both of them need to sleep. Although we have seen Aang.
I don't think it's gonna go on long enough for them.
There's a whole episode about Aang not being able to sleep because he keeps having nightmares about the thing, and it clearly starts affecting him. And he starts getting hallucinations and shit. I don't know how long he's awake for in that episode. I think it's a couple of days. But
it is a couple of days.
Yeah, he's not fighting for weeks or months or anything like that. No.
Definitely not doing that.
But I don't think it's gonna go on for longer than for that to matter.
I don't think we know how long Aaron can stay up. I don't think that's ever even brought up in the show.
I think in the Founding form, he stays up for the entirety of the rumbling at least.
The rumbling only takes place over the course of like a day or two. It's not that long.
That's like 48, 24 hours.
Yeah, it's not long. It's not long at all.
I can do that.
Yeah, like he leaves. I think the dawn. I think like the night, like when the sun is going down, and the next day they get into a plane and fly to him, and they get to him, and it's like the middle of the day again. So it's probably around 24 hours that he's up, just walking straight. So yeah, but it's not like super long. He's never shown staying up for like a week. It's not One Piece. He's not
One Piece.
He's not like fighting for a week straight.
He doesn't even have a
for 10 days, like Akainu and Aokiji.
I feel like that's not a feat that you could fight for like 10 days. Because if you're fighting somebody for 10 days, and y'all haven't been able, neither of you have been able to get in a killing blow, I feel like it's an anti-feat for both of you.
Yeah, that definitely should be.
You're doing something wrong if you can't kill someone for like a week straight.
If you got like extremely cold ice and extremely hot magma, like shouldn't that just be an instant W right there?
But yeah. So who do you guys think would win? Have we come to some kind of conclusion as to who?
Yeah, I think
I'm gonna be honest. I'm not hearing a lot of things
yeah.
for Aang right now, so I'm saying Aaron.
I think Aang's got
I'm
it.
saying Aaron.
Yeah.
Just because Aaron can see in the future, he has a couple more hacks.
What if in the
than
future
Aang does,
affects that
and
much?
Aang doesn't want to kill.
Aaron's also said he can't change the future.
He can't change the future. That's the point in his own universe, because he
Him
basically
seeing
already
it,
made
yeah,
it.
change it,
Because there's a
things.
very fucking paradox shit. We don't know how unloose Aaron can be in a totally new fucking universe.
Well,
Because it could just be this
thing.
future.
But he does quite literally say he can't change the future.
Does
just
he?
gonna see his
own
aspect.
universe, yeah.
Does he directly
I
say
feel-
he
I-
can't change it?
Yeah, he says it to Armin.
He
I'm
does
gonna be
change
honest,
it. I don't think that's true, because he does change it. He literally goes back in time to manipulate events to go into a certain way. His
Again,
dad,
Yeah, but that always happens.
his dad, huh?
That always happens. It's a paradox.
But he chose
He
to
makes
do.
that happen.
Yeah, but he chose to do that.
Yeah, it's a paradox.
But he chose
Yeah,
to do
because
that.
he chose to do that. He'll always do that.
But that's not him not changing the future, though. Like he does.
He's manipulating himself too.
But we don't know
he
if he
killed his
could not
mother,
do
so his
that.
past self would get the hatred. So that would happen.
I don't think
so
you
he
could.
would be at
I don't
this
think you could
decision.
say. I don't think you could. I don't think you could take what he said there literally, because he literally makes the decisions to have this thing happen that he planned out over the course
Well, he
of
says it's predestined.
several years. But it's only predestined because he went back in time to force it to happen. It's still a choice that he made.
Yeah, this is.
I mean, you
it's a
could say that it's
circular-
predestined simply because he's stubborn and will refuse to go off the path at this point, but that doesn't mean it's predestined. That just means he plotted it all out and it's working.
Well, he said he couldn't go off the path.
He said that, but he never tries. At
'Cause he's
no
too much
point,
power
at
to-
any point, does he ever even attempt to go off the path. So you can't say that he can't say that he can't go off the path.
I mean, he did try to do it with Sasha, though.
It's like if someone's holding a gun at
He's
you
like-
and he's like, I can't stop it. I'm going to shoot you. I'm like, yes, you can. You just put the gun down. It's like, no, this has to happen. I must shoot you. Like, you don't have to shoot me. And then they shoot you. It's like, see, it was always predestined. It's like, no, bitch, you chose that. Like, that's what do you mean? It wasn't predestined just because you wanted to do it.
That sounds like Aaron chooses not to use future sight for that. Like that just like Aaron's gonna throw like some kind of like basically water or slash like he did as that giant fish monster. And Aaron's going to take the hit like I can't change the destiny. Buddy, you saw the future.
Yeah, like he's controlling everything. It's not predestined. It's only predestined in the fact that he
It's
went
his
back.
mindset.
He went back in time and altered things to act in that very specific way. I mean, everyone in the whole he's the only person who says it's predestined. Literally everybody else is like he planned this from the beginning. And then it's like
Yeah.
I just feel like that's part of Aaron's own like narcissism and ego, where he's like it's predestined. It's like is it though? Are you choosing to do this? Like it's just kind of. He may have a bit of a god complex, I think, possibly.
I mean, he is called the founding titan.
Oh, it was called that
No,
before he died.
Yeah, well, true.
He didn't name it that, but yeah, but yeah. So I like I said, I feel like I could debate for either side of this because I think that you can make just as good of arguments for either side. I think the biggest thing stopping Aang is the fact that he won't kill people. That's like the biggest halting factor.
You could just use a different avatar and it would be a different situation because all the others are like we would kill.
I still think that
Then we're
Aang has
changing
some
the
win
debate.
cons that you guys are kind of
Well, we're
thinking
not
of.
changing it
Like,
that much.
because the
Use
more this
Aura.
goes on, I can see some things Aang can do.
Well, you gotta say them.
But I'm defending Aaron.
Well, I mean, Aang could do a lot of things. He could just straight up stop the Titan moving.
How would he do that?
Temporarily.
Well, we've seen that in the Avatar state, we've seen avatars be able to shift like islands, stop volcanoes, do this crazy shit.
Sure.
I'm pretty sure.
But what would that do to the Founding Titan? The Founding Titan's like the size of a whole city.
Yeah,
like there's not a whole lot you could do to stop that from moving. Even if you did
900 meters long.
Even if you did encase like his feet in rock or something, he could just break the rock. His weight and his sheer just the strength it would require to keep him standing would be more so than what we've seen Aang be able to do.
Well, we know we can melt the
not the whole thing at the same time. Aang's never just straight up destroyed an entire city, and he would have to find that much lava or that much fire. He's never manipulated that much fire.
Bring out the ocean. They can just make lava.
Yes, but Aang
But that's
can't do
certain
that.
benders.
Aang can't do
Certain
that.
benders can make
Any
lava.
I mean, well, the Avatar he might be able to.
Aang does not have lava bending. He's never used lava bending, and even if he did, we've never seen him manipulate that much to actually affect the entirety of the Founding Titan.
Lava bending
anything a prior Avatar has done in the Avatar state, we know he can do.
They've never done that.
No.
There is a clip where you see one of the avatars, the fire avatar.
It was Kyoshi. Kyoshi is able to lava bend. But the thing behind lava bending is that only certain benders can do it. And just because he's the Avatar doesn't mean he specifically can lava bend.
If Kyoshi can do it, then he can do it too. That's how it works. But it doesn't matter because Kyoshi's never shown moving that amount of lava. No one is.
No, but the
I feel like Aang wouldn't use that bending because of how deadly it is.
In the intro, you see a clip of one of the avatars erupting in a lava.
Yes, but I don't think you realize how big the Founding Titan is. He's like larger than a fucking city. You're not going to be able to chuck that. He's never been shown chucking that much of an element at something to the point that he completely kills it, and also he's not willing to kill things.
And even then, even if he does use the lava, and it does something to Aaron, Aaron's just going to regenerate from that.
It's also very possible that that Aaron's regeneration is so fast that he can out-regenerate what the lava destroys.
Also, Aaron would have Titans on his back. If you're saying he wouldn't kill anybody, it would kill the Titans on his back. And for all Aang knows,
I'm not saying he destroys it. He just needs to encase him in enough of the material.
He can't. You're going to have to show me one time where he's been able to control that much of an element. He's never had to control that much where he has encased it. And even if he does encase it, there's no evidence that he wouldn't be able to break through whatever the encasing is. Do you have any idea how thick that casing would have to be to stop him? Like he would basically have to build a wall many, many, many times thicker than the wall of Ba Sing Se, and bigger, and they would have to go like around all of him. A basic bitch colossal titan is able to break through the wall that surrounded Paradis, which I don't even think it's debatable. That wall is considerably stronger than the one that's around Ba Sing Se.
Yeah.
I don't know how big that wall is, the Ba Sing Se wall.
It doesn't matter. The Ba Sing Se wall is made out of stone, and Iroh is capable of blowing through it in one shot during the comet, Sozin's comet.
Literally, a basic bitch metal drill almost brought down that wall.
Yeah, in the Titan, in the Attack on Titan universe, they can't destroy the wall. Like they don't even have any technology that's capable of destroying it. But the colossal titans are all instantly able to break out of it. The only thing that we see that can break it other than the colossal titans is the jaw titan. Is that his name? Jaw titan.
Colossal titans didn't break it though. Aaron just deactivated the hardening. That's why Annie got out, because he deactivated all hardening.
I'm gonna be honest, the Jaw Titan has like some crazy destructive power. Because one of the things it does is like there was that one lady that encased herself in the crystal we're talking about, and Aaron just puts her in the Jaw Titan and just breaks it with the Jaw Titan. That's pretty crazy.
Definitely, yeah.
And the thing about those crystallization things is that they're pretty hard because like one of the walls is made out of like a bunch of titans that use that ability.
Yeah. Yeah, but they didn't have a way of actually destroying it. The only thing that we saw that could destroy it was the Jaw Titan. Having said that, the Founding Titan and the power that he has should be far superior to the Jaw Titan, like way superior. So I don't doubt that Eren would be able to destroy that crystal ship, but that crystal ship is a lot harder than the Wall of Ba Sing Se, like a lot harder. And we've again, if how tall is the Wall of Ba Sing Se?
No idea.
Because a colossal titan, do we ever get an actual height of that? Because a colossal titan is what, 100 meters tall?
60
meters?
60 meters.
I'll double
And
check.
Aaron's 300 meters, and he's 600 meters or 900 meters long.
Yeah, so Eren
That
is
is
6
meters.
times. So Eren is colossal titan is 60.
Yep.
60, yeah.
Yep.
Okay,
Yep,
and you
60 meters.
And how tall did you say that the Founding Titan was with Eren?
Let me get the Founding Titan.
No, he just said he just said it. 900
Okay, going back.
meters.
900.
Yeah.
300 to 900 meters tall. That's the estimate. And if that's true, he's 3 times
182 meters.
Yeah, from what I could find online, the wall of Ba Sing Se is apparently 600 feet tall. So yeah, definitely.
Eren's
taller. I think Eren's going to fucking walk through that.
No.
600
He's just gonna walk over it.
Yeah.
What do you mean?
meters.
600
meters
is bigger than
I didn't
120
say-
meters.
I didn't. Is it? I'm
Wait.
trying
Yes.
to project. Let's check this.
Hold on. What
Isn't
wall are you referring to?
Apparently,
Ba Sing Se.
from
Ba
what
Sing Se.
from what I could find online, because I don't remember the exact size to their show. So like I just looked up real quick.
It's
what we can find.
182 meters, so it's 62 meters taller than Eren.
Jesus, I underestimated that wall.
Oh no! Hang on.
That's tall.
Eren's Founding Titan is estimated anywhere from 700 to 900 meters tall. Like he's nearly a mile into the sky. He gets tall, but that's why he's on that.
He does
like,
not
by
look that
people-
much taller than the Colossals.
I don't know what
You
you're
just said-
talking about. If you watch the rumbling, Eren is a massive, giant skeleton thing behind all the colossal titans. We see how much bigger he is than all of them.
Doesn't he look? He looks like he's two of them.
No, he's
What?
like 4 or 6 of them. Look at the.
No, dude, he's right. I'm looking at this picture right now. They're like maybe
Oh, yeah, I'm looking at the
1/15
picture,
his
yeah.
height. Like
Yeah.
Jesus.
yeah, he's way bigger.
Way fucking
In my
long.
head, he was a lot smaller than that. Okay.
No, he's gigantic. Oh, that's for
He's fucking
sure.
over that wall.
Yeah,
I
they're
don't know how
wall,
he does anything because his body is so stretched out and contorted, but he's huge.
yeah, he's big.
How big is the wall? Bong Sin Wei wall, whatever.
I don't think Ba Sing Se
How big-
wall is that tall, man.
It's 162 meters.
Yeah, that's not no. I don't.
182.
I mean, even if it is, it's not gonna help. Oh god,
It's,
the
I
Colossal
mean,
Titan
it's,
still just
it's
like
nearly 3
kick it
times the
down,
size
you
of the
know.
Colossal.
Like the Colossal Titan
Yeah.
still has like, you really just kick it down. Eren's just going to annihilate that.
They
shit.
couldn't. That's smaller than it by a lot.
I'll be honest, I don't hear a lot
Yeah, it's taller
like
than
Aang
them, but it's
can
like
do.
not only can they climb it, they could just like it's still just a wall made of stone, bro. It's like just kick it hard.
Will he at least? Far
Someone
longer than
got
he is.
someone. Alex in the comments says that the wall of Ba Sing Se is stated in the show to be I don't know. It doesn't say in the show, but it says stated to be 600 feet tall. If it's 600 feet tall,
182 meters.
Eren is significantly larger. Like
Well, yeah, no, I understand. That's what I was saying the whole time.
Significantly.
Yeah,
No, yeah,
I don't
I
think
was
you
gonna
can say. I think that it would be a ridiculous leap in logic to think that he could conceal the Founding Titan. We've never seen him control that much of any elements. Like he's way too big. He's way too. I mean, the Colossal Titans by themselves tower over most cities. This dude is like this dude. Just put this into perspective. Isn't Godzilla in the MonsterVerse like 300 meters tall?
Yeah, about that. Right? Like,
So
yeah,
this dude
300,
is
400.
more than double that, possibly triple what Godzilla is in the MonsterVerse films.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's
Aaron's
no.
like 3,000.
Yeah, there's no way. There's not a chance in hell that Aang would be able to encase him in anything.
Yeah.
This would be like
Not his whole body. I just meant the lower, like the bottom of the ribs.
What good would that do?
Well, it would stop him moving.
How would that stop
He
him
can
from
break
moving?
through it.
He can break.
It might just slow him
He
down
would have
by
no.
it.
It wouldn't slow him down. He could very easily break any rock that you would try to encase his feet in, and even if he wouldn't, he could literally snap his legs off and grow new ones.
True.
And just keep going. Like there's really nothing like stopping him. He would basically be an unstoppable thing. The only thing that I think that's gonna be a real issue for Eren is the fact that he's gonna have trouble actually hitting Aang because of Aang's agility and speed, and his mobility is another really big aspect. But I don't really see a reasonable way that you could say that Aang would be able to take out Eren if he doesn't know where Eren is and isn't capable of actually killing him. Because this is another thing that's actually really important. We didn't talk about this, but they actually do state in the series that Eren can be anywhere inside the body of the Founding Titan that he wants to be. It doesn't have to be the head. He specifically when they first got there, they started attacking, and they're like, man, where do we find him? He could be anywhere in this thing. And then eventually Eren reveals himself, and he's like, oh yeah, I'm up here. And then, like, because again, he wants them to win. So even if Aang does get there and fights it, and even if Aang did, like, okay, there's a little dude in there, he'd never be able to find him.
Yeah.
Well, his size makes sense.
Well, do you think the spirit bending might be able to help in any way?
No, I don't think so.
I
mean, potentially it could like sever, like maybe, and that's some maybe.
Miss Yummy says, aren't the Titans weak to not having sunlight? Early on, no, not the ones that are controlled by people. The basic bitch ones that are mindless, the weaker ones are, but we even see later in the series where I forget what it's not too much later, it might be season 2, where the Beast Titan is capable of throwing a bunch of regular basic bitch Titans at the castle that they're all hidden in at night, and they're all freaking out. They're like, how are they moving at nighttime like this? And it's because the Beast Titan is controlling them to do it. But or no, the Beast Titan is like chucking them at the tower, and then they're attacking. And anyway, point is, some cannot move outside of sunlight, but the ones that were being controlled by humans, like the entire fight between the female Titan and the attack Titan, that whole fight was in broad daylight. Like that's not going to affect Eren at all, or the Founding Titan, the sunlight issue.
Or any Titan he makes.
Or any Titan he makes. Because he's not actually making Titans. He's making giant bone constructs of Titans. They're not really Titans.
Yeah.
You gotta remember, in the 4th season, it starts off with him attacking whatever the place is called in the middle of the night, starting a third war.
Yeah, he nukes that place.
I kind of, just based on that, because I totally forgot about the size. Just based on the size, I would say that Aang would probably have trouble against a Colossal Titan. I'm not sure if he could beat the Founding Titan.
Yeah, Founding Titan Eren,
He just seems too big. It just seems...
I think most of the sides giving him the issue.
You said earlier that Toph could throw a mountain, but Eren's Titan form is still 300 meters.
It's bigger than like any mountain in IRL.
Yeah. And when I say that she chucked a mountain, I'm not saying she didn't chuck Mount. She didn't like pick up and chuck Mount Everest.
Like all of them.
She was in a cave. She was in a cave in a mountainside, and the mountains collapsed on top of her, and she held it up. And it was a lot, and it's not like a whole mountain that she just lifted
It's not the mountain Hulk held up in like Secret Wars.
Yeah,
not that shit.
It wasn't like that. But she held up a cave in, and it was stated in the comic that the mountain was collapsing on top of her, and she was able to hold it up. But we don't even know how big the mountain was. Like there's not, and even so, this dude's larger than most mountains by a considerable margin.
But we do see that Aang can shift entire like islands.
Yeah, he could, but it's like,
how big are the islands? And can he chuck those islands at people? Because he's never done that. Moving an island through the water, a small island through the water, is not exactly the same thing as using it as a weapon and chucking it at a giant monster that's coming at you. Like, I think those are two different situations.
You might I don't really see any way. You go ahead. Sorry.
Okay, so you might be able to make an argument that Aang being able to move such large objects, he could be able to transfer the energy into a smaller object to increase its travel speed and its power.
No, he never
Huh?
shown to do that.
Nah.
I mean, he wouldn't. He doesn't. He doesn't like to kill people, so he would never be prompted to even go ahead and launch elements as fast as possible because he doesn't want to kill anybody.
Dude, I'm gonna be honest. Like at first, I
Oh,
was on Team Avatar's side, but like the more I go into this, the more it goes on. Aang actually has
I'm not
no.
killing.
Yeah, Aang
Unless-
doesn't have too much win cons, even if he's
Yeah.
bloodlusted.
I was split
Oh, no,
between.
he's
blood-
too
no,
big.
no, no.
He
I
could-
was split
If he's
between the
bloodlusted,
two.
In trouble.
I was split between the two. Not really. I was thinking I could kind of go either way depending on certain factors, but it was kind of leaning towards Attack on Titan. But after remembering how big this fucking thing is and seeing the picture, I was like, oh, no, never mind. Like I
think
don't.
if he did a bloodlusted Aang, I think he would murder him pretty.
I don't think he
No,
would
we're
murder him
bloodlusting
if he was
both.
bloodlusted.
Like, yeah, bloodlust both. Aaron still wins.
I don't
'cause-
think. Yeah, I don't think he would. Even if it was bloodlusted, it would work. He's not shown being able to wield that level of power to the point. Remember, you had all of the people who were on the back of Aang, on the back of Aaron, knew exactly where Aaron was from the very start. All they had to do was travel to the head and hit him, and this was like a several episode long thing to actually just get to this dude's head just to attack him. Aang isn't gonna know Aaron exists. He's just gonna think it's a giant monster. He's not gonna know where in the body Aaron is. And if Aaron,
Well, he might. He could.
how?
Because he has seismic sense.
But he would have to get close.
You can't do
Wait,
seismic
that's one.
sense through bone.
Yeah, Cypher doesn't work like that. Like it's not.
It's on Earth.
No, it's through. Isn't it through? Oh no, yeah, it's through. Yeah, but
It's through Earth, but Earth, and like I said, it's really, really weird because like Toph somehow senses quite the people in core for some reason. Despite, oh god, that feature was amazing.
What? Okay.
No,
Yeah,
I'm sorry, my brain.
It's fine.
Toph's able to.
He's not.
Toph's able to do it through trees.
Through trees?
Yeah.
Yeah, she's standing
We're
on a
able to
tree
sense it
in
through-
core and just senses someone.
Oh, through the branches of the tree in Korra you're talking about.
Yeah, that's why I was thinking. Like, I
Yeah,
don't
but
know,
isn't
where
that
it's like-
still? I don't know. Is that still a part of nature? I don't know. Maybe I
mean,
might.
it's-
That might be a
it's-
stretch.
The thing is wood isn't Earth, so it's like technically there is a case that you might be able to argue that, but it's like I don't
Yeah.
like.
It's
That's what I'm saying.
It's called seismic sense, you know. Well, that doesn't make.
But I'm saying if she can do it through trees, which are on Earth, and she can't control trees. then
She
surely-
can't. She can't. But it is all like a part of nature. I don't know. I think that's an iffy one. I'd say that's like a 50-50 because she would have to be able to sense through bone and meat. I'm sorry, he would have to sense through bone and meat and flesh. And
There's only bone.
Huh?
I mean, if bloodbending is a
The
thing,
founding titan's only bone.
It's not all bone. It's flesh too. I mean,
there's like meat on there.
he's
Yeah.
literally there's meat. He's literally like Aaron has hair and he has a face that's flesh, and they have.
No, I meant like the head's flesh, but the rest of it was all like the rib cage.
Well, that's even worse because that means that he still won't be able to sense anybody.
We don't know that because if he can sense through.
Not through the flesh because Aaron's in the head. Aaron's surrounded by muscle.
Are you kind of like making the argument that he could probably like sense him through the calcium of the bone?
That's what it
Is that,
sounds
like,
like.
the
It
move?
sounds like. I think
Yeah.
that's a stretch that you would be
It's a
able
stretch.
to.
It sounds cool. It does sound cool.
We also don't know
I
if his
like
we
it.
also don't know if his range is that long. He's never sensed anything from
Yeah.
900 meters away.
That's true.
Like he'd have to be right
Yeah.
there. And even if he did, wouldn't he just think like the Titan ate somebody?
That'd be really funny. Aang starts trying to rescue mission because he thought
Yeah.
the Titan ate Aaron.
What reason would he even have to use seismic sense to search for a person that he doesn't know is there?
Well, it's just a thing he has, right?
yeah,
Like they just
that would
do
only
it.
be based on the fact that he knows Aaron turned into the Titan.
I don't even think he would have that knowledge.
I think it's based on a lot of things. It's based on the fact that whether or not he could do it through bone, which is particularly strange because bone isn't one thing; it's multiple pieces. So it's like he
Yeah,
would have to be able to
multiple attached to each
feel
other.
through an entire skeleton of things that aren't entirely attached, that are like attached to it's like bone and then sections of soft
Ligament
what's it
stuff.
called? Yeah, like
Yes.
ligaments and things
Yeah.
like that he would have to feel through, and it's just I don't know. That's a lot of ifs. And even
Yeah.
if he did, even if he was able to sense Aaron in the mouth of the thing, basically, he would have to come to the conclusion that that's like a dude that he would have to go and beat up, as opposed to just some dude that he ate. that the Titan ate.
I mean, you could make the argument that he tried to like rescue him because it's an Aang thing, but even
and
then,
starts throwing hands.
Then Aaron,
that'd be funny.
might be able to use that to his advantage. Aang
Yeah,
would
that
fly
would.
in. Aang would fly into the mouth and be like, "Oh my God, let me get you out of here." And Aaron would be like, "Oh, help me! I'm
and then
trapped."
just
And then Aaron
just
just
eat Aang.
kill him. And then when he's in the mouth,
Yeah.
Aaron would just start manipulating the shit inside of there and just kill him. Like now he's trapped inside. Remember again, he wanted to lose. He wanted Mikasa to fly in there and kill him. That was the whole goal that he.
These are both characters we've never seen the full potential of.
Yes.
I think we've seen the full. No, we've seen Aaron's full potential. We've just never seen him use it. We know he can create the constructs. We know he can control the Titans. We know how big he is. We know how much shit he can destroy. We know how much shit he can tank. We know all of that. We've just never seen him. We just at the last moment when he was fighting against his friends, he's just like, I'm not gonna fight. But I think that the fact that we're all saying if he did fight back, he would have won, means that we do know what he's capable of. He just didn't actually use it.
Yeah.
When it comes to Aang, we also know what Aang is capable of to his full extent. He just won't kill people. Like I don't think that this is a situation where we don't know what they can do. We know what they could do. It's just that Aang won't do it, and Aaron wouldn't do it at the end of his thing. So it's like,
It's a battle of mentalities.
Well, Aaron's mentality is quicker to kill people. So I'd say in that case, Aaron's probably the winner if we're going over a battle of mentalities. Unknown, you said that you had a way that Aang would win against Aaron. Name it.
I mean, I did, but like now that with the size and everything, so my thing was Aang could freeze the ocean around Aaron, but he's too big.
What if he was on land? That was terrain.
Well, he can't. Remember. That's the funny thing. Aaron walks across the ocean. He walks through the ocean around the world, and it never goes above his ankles. I don't think freezing the ocean would even do anything to him.
That was the only win con I saw with Aang, and I'm like,
I understand. It does mean the possibility that he can lengthen his legs so that he can walk.
That makes sense. Also, with the size makes sense argument, he would have to touch Aaron too. He would have to go down on the ground, put his feet down, and start trying to feel out.
I don't think that's like hard to do, given how large Aaron is. Once again,
Aaron would feel it. Aaron can see the future and shit. He would know where he is.
Well, it's too big. It's too big.
Yeah, we've asked.
We haven't even gone into the future sight. Like we haven't even gone into it. If Aaron could go into use future sight and he knows exactly what I almost said Luffy. He knows exactly what Aang's gonna do, exactly when Aang is gonna do it, and he's not holding back to the point that he's trying to like this whole plot. He just straight up wants to kill him. I don't think there's a whole lot Aang can do.
We'd only know the point where he can see.
He can literally wait for Aang to just land on him somewhere, and then the moment Aang lands, giant spike pops up and kills him immediately because he knows exactly where Aang's gonna go. It's like really. No, I think Aang is losing this.
The longer it went on,
Aang is too much of a pacifist, bloodlusted maybe, and then he would still lose.
I was sold. Like I said, when I saw the size of Aaron, because I forgot how big he was. When I saw that size, I was like, it's over. There's no way.
I thought he was Rod Reese's size.
That's mostly the issue here.
Bro, we could put Aaron against Godzilla from the MonsterVerse, and he would he's 3 times bigger. That's insane.
He's not as heavy as Godzilla, probably.
Yes, he would be.
He'd be
heavier.
He is
huge.
No, he's 900 meters long.
Yeah.
He's 300 meters tall, 900 meters long.
I get that, but Titans are extremely light for their size, and Godzilla's heavy for their size.
That's true, but I think the size difference. I think there's just too clear of a size difference here.
Yeah,
well,
thing there.
Godzilla's faced off against opponents 2-3 times the size before.
Not in the MonsterVerse, he hasn't.
No, that's fair.
We're talking the MonsterVerse is the biggest version of him that we've had so far, I think.
No, there's larger ones. Like Godzilla Earth is like way larger.
Is that like a comic book version, or what is that?
No, that is a
movie.
It's an anime series, and it kind of sucks. But Godzilla Earth, he is literally a mountain that what happens is that Godzilla shows up
a bunch of aliens come to Earth because I guess they had the same problem, and they also look like humans because they're just fucking lazy. And they couldn't stop Godzilla, so they took all the humans to just go fuck off from Earth so that they could survive. They come back when they're in the future. They think they see the same Godzilla, kill it, and then they find out, no, that was a baby. The Godzilla who took over Earth and forced us to leave has been hibernating, and now he's literally bigger. He is the mountain, like a huge ass mountain size, and he dwarfs all the other Godzilla variants. Like, they don't come up to his knees. He is huge. But yeah, the show, the series.
Yeah, so
kinda
I just
sucks,
looked it up
boys.
because I was curious, and it said Godzilla Earth is 300 meters, whereas
Yeah.
Monster vs. Godzilla is 393 feet. So yeah, he's a little less than 3 times the size. So I was wrong, because didn't I say that Godzilla Monsterverse was 300 meters? I was thinking of Godzilla Earth.
Yeah.
Okay.
Of course,
So-
Godzilla Earth
so I was-
doesn't really matter to this, right?
Yeah.
That motherfucker blasts away black holes for some reason.
Yeah, okay.
Hey,
So
go
so
for it.
Godzilla Monsterverse is even smaller compared to
Yes.
Yeah.
than I thought he was compared to Aaron. So okay, yeah, because I thought he was 300 meters. That makes sense, because like he's not even taller than skyscrapers when he goes like Tokyo, or not Tokyo, Hong
Yeah.
Kong. They're not even
Yeah.
like towering over the skyscrapers. So I should have known that he wasn't 300 meters. But anyway, okay, so I think we've basically come to a conclusion. This wasn't even a debate. This is more like a discussion of who would win. But
Yeah.
Honestly, yeah.
whatever. Sometimes
wasn't
because
really-
You know what we forgot?
well,
And that's more interesting.
I went into this not really caring which side I put, because I was like, it's relatively even. I could argue for either one. It was just seeing the size where I was like, nope, never mind. it's
Yeah.
Attack on Titan wins.
Like
I was also
I
talking about
said,
using
most of the
horror
size
instead.
that got him it.
Y'all gotta stop talking over each other.
Sorry, I didn't mean to do that.
All right, so
This is why
okay.
I was talking about using Korra.
Let's move.
He's not-
People have been asking to move on for a while, and I haven't really been in a rush to do it, because I was probably gonna end the stream after this one. Like, I don't know why people were so anxious to just have the stream end, because as I already I said before that if the super chats didn't increase, I would get off, because it's been almost 4 hours. I made $40, so it's like that's like. Not even minimum wage in most places. So it's like I don't know why I don't know why everybody was like, oh, let's go, come on, let's move on. Like, it's not like you're coming up.
Yeah, they do
afterwards.
have debate.
It's
I know
just
me and Founding Father had a debate, but like we could maybe
I mean, it
do that another time.
doesn't matter. I mean, I this is my job. I gotta make money
Yeah.
while doing it. Is what it is, you know. So can't be fucking cheap, dude. Wanting free entertainment. And then trying to end other people's fun when they're having their debate. Come on now, that's not cool.
Yeah, that's gay.
Yeah, it's pretty homosexual. We need more money, people. Come on, look at you, Doug, trying to make me stay here, being all late and whatnot. Thing is,
Ruka got invested though.
Yeah, more debate.
He got invested in this debate.
Look, I thought it was really interesting.
Yeah, no. It was cool. It was fun.
It was
Let me send you guys back down. And
Yeah.
Goodbye, happy Easter.
Goodbye, people.
Bye.
Goodbye.
Good night, good morning, and good tomorrow.
Goodbye, Lee. Everyone's gone. They died. I didn't even realize Alden left. Or did I? Yeah. We mentioned it earlier that Alden left.
Yeah. He's been gone for a minute.
No. We did. Shaggy got to do a politics debate before bed. Probably not. Probably not. It's not like I said. Okay. Aaron would win. Let's go on to the Aaron would win. Let's go on to the. Michael, come on, not for $2, dude. I've been up here for 4 hours. It's made $50 in 4 hours. It's like, I don't know, $2. I know you're a big spender, Michael, and I appreciate it, but $2 is not enough to keep me up for 6 hours right now. Not at this point. Like I said, if it's like going, like I said, there's no like, it's not like I'm super money grubby or anything. It has to, like, if I'm making less than minimum wage, like, there's no point in me being here, right? Like, I could edit my stuff and start planning out my week on what videos I'll be making over the course of the next week and stuff, and that would be more productive than me being on a stream where I'm not really making anything. So that's
Easily.
like that's the big issue. Like if I'm getting like, you know, $10-15 or whatever an hour, that's fine. But I'm way under right now, like way under. It's like I'm not making nothing. So it's just not worth it. You know. Let me see what we got. How much to buy debate? I don't know. Like I said, it's weird. I don't like asking people for money. It's not really about that. It's just whatever. It's just it has to be worth it for me to be up. Like just to give you, I made when I was working, like I say minimum wage. I don't think anyone should work for minimum wage ever at any point. Like that's but everyone is worth more than minimum wage. Well, not true. There's some shitty workers out there, but you know, like like if I was working as an electrical job, I was making, it was like $34 an hour or something is what I was making there, So like if I notice like I spend like an hour or so and I've only made $15-20 or whatever, I generally think like this is way less than what I'm used to. You know what I mean? It's just kind of, I don't know. I get this thing where I just feel like it's like why am I even doing this? You know what I mean? You know your worth, guys. You should always know your worth. That's what it is. You shouldn't, you know, make your time valuable. Understand that your time is valuable and don't waste it doing shit that's not like benefiting you in some way. I did do that when I was doing these streams before. I did that for weeks and weeks and weeks. I did that. I just had the stream go on no matter what. I was up for like 8-10 hours. And I noticed some of these times I had like these 8, 9, 10 hour streams, and at the end of them, I'd look and I was like, dude, I made like $30 that whole time. What the fuck was I doing here for 10 hours? I could have done so many other more productive things. Like, why was I even here? And I just got to the point where it was like feeling bad doing the streams. So that's why I created the rule where it's like, look, as long as there's super chats coming, as long as we're active, as long as people are engaged, we'll keep going. But if they stop and it's not very lively, it's like I can go do other things that are more productive. Like I can go. I have a video that I need to finish editing that I plan on coming out tomorrow. God damn it, this motherfucker right here. Who cares? Sell your soul to the company store. Okay, we'll stay for a little while longer. This motherfucker. Okay. Who wants the next debate? We'll stay up. Who wants to do the next debate? I saw Shaggy wanted to do politics, and then Dboy had a debate.
Yeah, Dboy and Crazy and Nano are really trying to get on to their next debate.
What was the debate that they had? We'll make a poll.
Orcas and Subnautica. Yeah.
That one? Okay, let's see.
So it's Orca surviving in Subnautica. They're not fighting the scuba dude. They're replacing him.
Oh.
Still kind of weird, but you know.
Very strange. Okay. Orca versus Subnautica. Nautica. Or politics. Also, understand that anybody can come up for political debate. I'm okay with it. I don't care. It doesn't just have to be Shaggy. It could be anybody who has anything that disagrees with me or somebody else. It could be between two other people. I don't really care. I don't get all uppity in it about what your political beliefs are either. And if you do get uppity about political beliefs or just different ideologies, I don't know what the fuck you're doing in my stream. Like this is the wrong place for you, man. I don't like you're allowed to have whatever opinion you want to have if you're here. So that's something that people get all uppity about. I don't care.
Politics is such a landmine field. Minefield.
Not for me. I don't give a shit. They could do whatever they want. They could complain. I don't understand why people are so afraid of other people complaining and being mad. Like I never understood why like everything in our society has bent to how people's opinions on the internet are. You know, like I just don't get it. Like you can cry and whine all you want. You're not gonna change how I do anything. That's fine. I can just like not read Twitter and it doesn't affect my life in any like actual way. So it's like who cares? I don't know. It's so weird. I feel like there used to be like it's so crazy that people are allowing themselves to be controlled by opinions on the internet. There are places in the world and throughout history where people were dragged out of their house and murdered for the things that they believed, and they still stood on their own like their own 2 feet and believed those things and stated out loud, this is what I believe, this is what I, and the fact that we've become so weak as a people that opinions on the internet has been able to dissuade us from saying the things we want to say and standing our ground when people used to die for that kind of shit is crazy to me. The human race is fucking pathetic right now. We need a war. We need a war badly because we have there are some weak fucking people alive today. Like not just physically weak, but just like emotionally and mentally weak people. It is unbelievable to me that we've allowed opinions to fucking control who we are so strongly.
Yeah, man, that shit. Yeah, that shit gets it's wild to see.
Let's see, what are people voting on? Looks like Orca and Subnautica is winning. We'll get a little. There's 20 people in here. Well, it's 12 votes. More than half people already voted. We'll see what happens. We'll see. We'll give it a little more time. We'll give it a little more time. Let's see. What are people saying?
How many people do you normally have on your streams?
More than this. This is, like I said, this was a slow day. I'd say like how usually after like 6 or 7 hours we hit 1,000 people. We're only at 400 right now. And we only have 3 hours, and we only have like 3 hours left. And we've been, I think the high of this stream has been what? The high of this stream has been 33. Usually 33 is not the high. Yeah, and we like very rarely go down to 20s. I've had upper limits. I've had over 100 people in here. The lower limits is probably about this whole stream has basically been the lower limits. I'd say about somewhere between 40 and 60 is probably the usual. Normally closer to like 40 to 50 is normal, but it changes.
Okay.
Let's see. I see your point, Rouga. I can understand why you would want to at least make some money rather than just not doing other things. Well, yeah. I mean, like people forget this. Like, I don't do this for fun. I mean, I do enjoy it. Don't get me wrong, but I don't do it for fun. It is my job. Like, this is how I make a living. So, like, the idea. I mean, another thing. One of the reasons I think that this is also a very slow week. Last week was kind of slow too, so maybe not. But I figured that this week would be slow because of it's Easter. It's Easter, and also I only released one video this week, and because I only released one video this week, my viewership across the whole channel dropped drastically this week. This was the first week since last July that I hit less than 10,000 views in a 2-day period. I'm down to 6,000 views in the last 2 days, which is like stupidly low for me. Normally when it gets down to around 14,000 views in a 2-day period, I'm like, damn, I gotta make a video because that's getting low. But yeah, I'm down to 6,000 because I have not, since I really started focusing on the channel back in last June, had less than 3 or 2 videos a week, bare minimum. But a lot of times I get 4 out a week. So yeah, I've super slowed down. This week was unbelievably busy. It was crazy. And the video that I did release, the Kazan video, did very poorly. So poorly. Ooh, it did worse than the Dead by Daylight video. The Dead by Daylight video did horribly. So I need to, I need to really, kick it into high gear next week. I'm going to see if I can try to get 4 videos out next week, which I haven't done in a couple months, but I'm going to try getting the 4 videos out.
Alright.
Probably I haven't done that since November, I think. Maybe. No, I might have. No, I didn't do it in January either. Yeah, I haven't done it since November. So I'm gonna try and get 4 videos out. I gotta get my schedule back to the way it was before.
Okay. Hope it gets going for you. How was that progress on the He-Man Doom video coming along?
A part of me was thinking of saving it from when I get 40,000 subscribers. I don't know if I will. Well, I need the time to read through the book anyway.
I figured.
So like that like I haven't even started reading the fucking book. Like I haven't even started. I opened it. Look, dude, this book is so cool. Okay, hold up. Wait, I'm pulling it out right now. Give me a second. No, it's so cool. It's so cool. Okay. It is for people who don't know what I'm talking about, I have a book that is a He-Man and the Masters of the Universe, a character guide and world compendium. Not only does this thing have gorgeous art, but it's so cool. You go to different pages, like, let me see, what's this? There's like different sections, and not only does it come with its own bookmark, which is crazy, but it also has like different sections that you go through. So let me see, what section is this? This is factions, organizations, species, and races. And then let me see, I'll go over to what's over here. This is artifacts, devices, and weapons. And basically, any weapon, any species, any character, anything that you possibly want to know about the He-Man series, you can look it up, and it will be in one of these sections. A race will be in this section. You want to know anything you want to know about Skeletor? Look up Skeletor. You can read everything about him. You can learn all the things that he's done, his entire history, what his power set is, everything. If you want to know about a specific item, like I don't know, what's a good one? The Sunstone, right? I talk about the Sunstone a lot. Let's look up the Sunstone. So we go to we gotta go to artifacts. So let me see. Let me find artifacts. And don't worry, guys. We're about to go into the debate in a bit. I kind of want to like freak out about my book real quick, that I haven't had nearly enough time to actually do it. Man, there's all kind of stuff. Skull of Power, Sleep Spray, Skeet Launcher. The fuck is a Skeet Launcher? That's what it's called. Hold up, Skeet Launcher. The fuck is a Skeet Launcher? Launcher allowed hand to get your. Okay, cool, whatever. All right. Let me find the Sunstone. So I go in. It's all gonna be in alphabetical order. So I gotta find the Sunstone, and that's Sword of Evil. Nope, that's SW. Hold up. Give me a second, guys. Give me a second. What the fuck is it? Sunbird, Sun Rocks, Sunfire. Sunstone. Here we go. Okay, so I got to the Sunstone. You look at the Sunstone. The Sunstone, and it tells you what year it came out. It says special abilities: healing, granting wishes. Came out in 1983, and it came out in the Filmation Masters of the Universe animated series. And it says the Sunstone was a powerful magical artifact cased within a block of Corinthium. It possessed healing magic and would grant the wishes of those who came before it. The Sunstone drew its power from solar energy and needed to be charged every 100 years when the sun was in the proper alignment. And that's just like a little description of that particular item. But for literally every item, every power, every character, every location, every planet, everything you could possibly think of is all in this book. Like, the Sword of Power has like 6 goddamn pages that just tells you all of the different crazy shit the Sword of Power can do. It's really cool. Like, this is a cool book, and I know a decent amount about the Masters of the Universe. If I read this book, I will literally know everything. Like, there's not going to. I will be the most knowledgeable person of the Masters of the universe that there even is. Like, I don't think it. Like, everything is in here. And then I also got another book that is a culmination of all the mini comics. And in case you're not aware, when you bought a He-Man action figure, it would come with a little mini comic that basically showed an example of that character using whatever item he came with or whatever, and there'd be like a little short story. The mini comic compendium that I bought is over 1,300 pages, and it's just like all of the mini comics that have ever existed all in one book. These are cool, man. I'm looking forward.
That sounds awesome. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to reading through them. I haven't actually had the time to do it yet, but yeah, no, I'm excited to actually read through it. I just need to fucking. They even have characters from the fucking movie, from the He-Man movie that came out in the 80s with Dolph Lundgren. They even got that version. Like and when you read the characters, it will tell you, like you go to a character like Skeletor, it'll tell you everything you need to know about this version from this universe, and this version from this universe, and this version from this universe, and like how the universes connect to each other, and like everything you need to know. It's really cool. Ooh, King Hiss. I like King Hiss. Anyway, sorry about that. What were you saying, Doug?
I don't know. I like hearing about the Masters of the Universe. Not only was this the first video I had seen of you was going over challenge regarding it was supervillains versus Skeletor. That was the first video I had seen from you. And just seeing how in depth the series itself actually was amazed me. So that's some of the coolest shit to hear from you.
Yeah, I mean, it's been around since the 80s. It's a really old series. They've had television shows and comic books, and the actual like action figures themselves have their own lore and storylines that they follow. And yeah, no, it's a big universe. The show had a spin-off series. Yeah, it's really cool. One thing I like about the show that I find very interesting is the fact that the entire show takes place on one planet, Eternia, but the universe is a whole universe. Like it's not one planet. There's alien races and alternate planets and an entire evil empire known as the are they called the the Horde Empire? I think I'm forgetting. Anyway, Horde Prime is in control of it, but like he controls the entirety of the universe. Eternia is just one fucking planet, and nothing. And all it is like one dude, or not one dude, but like it is He-Man and the other people on the planet basically fending off this really fucked up universe. It would almost be like a grimdark universe if you left Eternia, but it's just like this one dude fending off against infinite. Imagine it would sort of be like if you took a single planet, like a single, I don't know, from any like relatively lighter universe, like a Star Wars planet or something, and you chucked it and just put it in the center of like Warhammer or something, you know? But the whole story just took place on that one planet, and the whole other rest of the universe is just like you just have to deal with the fucking problems that fucked up universe keeps bringing to your doorstep all the time. You know, like Horde Prime doesn't care that much about He-Man. Like Hordak. Yeah, no, like Hordak, the villain of the She-Ra show, has spent his entire life trying to take over one planet, not Eternia. I forget what She-Ra's is called. I wasn't a big She-Ra person. But She-Ra is on a different planet that's in the same solar system, and like for the longest time it was just Hordak, and he was trying to take over this one planet. He was like this evil emperor, and then you end up finding out, oh well, Hordak, who was this evil emperor in this one planet, is actually just a failed clone of Hordak Prime, who actually has this galactic empire, and he doesn't even give a shit about Hordak. Like Hordak is just this like little nothing dude, and he was like this ultimate evil being from the She-Ra show. Like he was the Skeletor of that show, and it's like, oh wow, like how terrifying is that? Imagine you watching Star Wars. It's like you have Darth Vader and the Emperor and all that, and then you find out the Emperor is like a little bitch, and like the real villain is like out there somewhere, just this cosmic dark threat that's like already wiped out the entire universe outside of your little Star Wars universe.
Terrifying.
Yeah, that's what Hordak Prime is. Yeah, he's like this big thing, and like Skeletor isn't even from the same universe. Skeletor is from this other universe where evil was originally birthed. Like he's from there, and then he decided to just like show up and just start fucking up shit in your world. He's like Jesus, and Skeletor's a totally like unknown like thing. He's not from this universe. Like Hordak and Hordak Prime and their whole situation, Skeletor is this whole separate thing. So it'd be like if you had a Star Wars universe, and then you took this one Star Wars planet and threw it into the Warhammer universe, and then all of a sudden Pennywise, from fucking It just showed up. It was like, oh, what's this? And then Hordak and everybody else is like, what the fuck is that? Like, what is this bullshit? And like, it's a cool world. It's a really cool world. Which is why I was so bummed that they came out with an adult animated series made by Kevin Smith of He-Man, and they fucked it up. They fucked it up so bad. I was like, dude, this could have been so cool. There are certain kids shows that I really want them to make adult versions of that story. Power Rangers is one of them. He-Man is one of them. I think Avatar is one of them as well. I would like them to make more not as much. It's not as high on the list, but I think that top two have, in my mind, have always been, I want an adult Power Rangers and I want an adult He-Man. And we got a short film that was an adult Power Rangers, and then when the actual film, the PG-13 film, came out, no one watched it, and it didn't get a sequel, and that bummed me out. And then He-Man got a show that was terrible. So I'm super bummed out about that. But they I don't know. I'm looking forward to the movie. I doubt that the movie is going to be able to be done to the same extent that like I want it to be done to. I feel like we're at a time right now currently in our society where we can't make a proper He-Man film, because you'd have to let go of all the like female power shit, because it's a dude's show. Like, it was made for dudes. Yeah. It's about a really big, beefy, very capable, very powerful dude who's like the perfect like guy. He's like pure good. He is like a man in like the best ways that it's like if you made Aragorn a superpowered god being, like Aragorn from he's like that. Like, you'd have to be able to show him in that way. And I don't think they're going to be able to do that. I think they're going to have to do the whole everybody's equal, and Tila and him are like teammates and all. It's like you're not going to do it. You're not going to do it the way that it needs to be done, and it's gonna bum me out. But whatever. Have you seen Go-Go Loser Ranger? I started watching it. I got maybe a little past halfway through the first season. I didn't finish it. I don't really count that as something that I'm talking about where I want like an adult, like a straight up adult sci-fi science fiction Power Rangers series, because it's really more of like it's like a fun little satire that's like a little more violent than normal, but it's not. I don't know. Ruga, what's your thoughts on the 80s He-Man movie? It's fun. It's not good. It exists. It's fine. I take it for what it is. Anytime I see like a thing from the 80s that was made that's like based on a video game or something like that, and they do, like you have to understand what it is, right? It's just because something's not like the show doesn't mean that it's bad, right? Like I always say that I love Hellboy in the comics. It is nothing like the Guillermo del Toro Hellboy movies, but I really like the Guillermo del Toro Hellboy movies, despite the fact that it has nothing to do with Hellboy. They are completely different characters in almost every way that you could possibly measure. But yeah. Anyway, let's get on to the debate because Crazy's here and Boy's here. And I just started getting off topic. I like He-Man and I enjoy talking.
You done?
About He-Man. Huh?
Jesus.
When I fucking wanna be. When I want to be is when I'm done, sir. You impatient little bitch.
Jesus, man.
Yeah, rude D-boy.
I'm sorry. Did me talking on my stream interrupt your debate that I'm allowing you to have here, sir? All right. Yeah. Well, I don't even remember what it was. It was like a fish against a swimmer or something.
No, it was could a pod of orcas survive in Subnautica?
So a fish with some swimmers. Okay. Yeah, go ahead. I'll have fun with that.
All right.
Okay, Crazy.
So,
I'm gonna let you go first as to why you think they wouldn't survive.
All right. So, orcas. What do we know about them? They love to get high, and they are they love to commit war crimes on penguins. Yada yada. They hunt and stuff. They're very social animals. Cool. They hunt in packs. Nice. So, Subnautica. This is a nice place. This is a giant, nice flowers everywhere, reef backs that they would like to probably mess with.
You're blowing it, man.
Okay, you know what? Never mind. Let me
patient, Rouga. Anyways.
Maybe I should start to think why they would survive. Okay,
all right,
so
fine.
Before all this started, I did a little digging, and I found out that the Reaper Leviathan, the fastest Leviathan class creature in the game, and probably the only thing that would pose a significant threat to an orcapod, swims at like 10 miles per hour slower than orcas do. So even if the orcapod did encounter a Reaper, they could just swim away. They wouldn't have to deal with that shit. Like they could just swim away.
I mean, that's true. Like, you're also in the fact that it's not just Reapers they have to worry about. There's a lot of predators that would attack them. Like, excluding Leviathans for now, like, entirely, if we remove all Leviathans, they're still going to have to be competing with, like, the basic enemies, like the amp eels, which if they go too low, they could just get zapped, which will hurt them. They could be competing against gasopod. Like, if they try going for a gasopod, they'll get gassed and they'll start choking to death. It's like, it's not like it's going to be easier without the Leviathans. And if we have every Leviathan, if the orcas, I'm assuming that the orcas are smart. So if they go out anywhere away from the central islands and biomes and stuff, if they go to the ecological dead zone, they will be torn to shreds almost immediately by ghost leviathans.
I want to say I want to say this before you guys continue. One point on both your guys' side. So for the orcas are extremely intelligent, on par with dolphins, which gives them near human levels of intelligence. That's going to help them navigate this ecosystem well. However, against the orcas really do not have a lot of things in modern day competing against them. So when you throw them into this environment, they're going to have so many new enemies and competitors that they never had to deal with before that they're gonna have to get used to not being on top of the food chain. So that's what I wanted to throw in. Very
I do
smart.
grant you that.
Yeah.
I do grant you that. They
Okay.
won't be at the top of the food chain anymore. I know that. But what I'm saying is anything that they can't fight, they could just run away from, and anything they can fight, they will, and then they'll eat them. Like again, I don't think they'll dominate the ecosystem. Not even close. Not even close. But will they survive? I think so. I think they could, because like, think about it.
And then it comes to like a thing like, well, you said that they would be able to run Reaper Leviathans, but like, if Reaper Leviathans can hunt, they are surprisingly very adamant on hunting anything that they see happen to come across down. And what's even more dangerous than the Reapers are the sea dragons. Every so often, they'll come up from the surface. If an orca happens to be around that time, they will be dead instantly. And I know for a fact that the orcas will get curious because they will want.
Well, I mean, I don't think they'd want to check out something that's like 120 meters long. I don't think they're going to check that out. Like, again, sure, they're curious, but they're not dumb.
I mean, yeah, but the thing is though, it's like, let's take for real life examples. The whales. Orcas mess with whales. They kill whales, and the whales are significantly bigger than an orca. I don't see why an orca wouldn't, at first glance, try to inspect a leviathan. Like the reefbacks, they're bigger than an orca.
Wait, what reason do we have to think that they won't survive?
Yeah, that's all I'm trying to say. I'm not trying to say they'll dominate. All I'm saying is that they would survive.
Like, isn't Subnautica just underwater?
Yeah.
Basically.
Okay,
like,
so the orcas survive in our water. Isn't Subnautica like
Subnautica water is more dangerous.
Yes, but are there well, you don't actually know that, but are there fish in the water in Subnautica that are alive?
Yep.
Oh,
they
yeah.
can eat them.
So why would the orca not be alive?
Now,
is there something in the water that is going around specifically trying to hunt orca?
Yes. Well, no. Well, let me explain. So, like I said, there's a lot of apex leviathans that would probably hunt down orcas. That's most definitely, and it's not entirely like they would be going all picked off one by one. They would probably survive.
Is there a plague in Subnautica? Michael's talking about some plague.
If you let me finish.
Well, no, I'm reading. No, I'm reading.
There is a disease.
I'm
there
reading.
Is a disease
hey, I am reading the super chat, sir. This is what I do. Okay.
Okay, fine then.
So he is talking about a plague, and he says they ain't curing themselves. Now, if you want to talk about the plague, go talk about the plague.
All right. Nothing is curing themselves.
Yes, the plague. Now, it's not really called the plague in the game. It's just like this green disease. And if he's specifically mentioning the red plague, that is a mod. I don't think it's actually canon to the story. But the green disease is like an uncurable disease that affects every bit of wildlife, including the human. And so like, it like starts out like it's like, it's like these green swelling on the skin and like kills you from the inside out. And so like, the orca won't have a way to cure themselves from that. And that's most likely what will like kill them off.
Yeah, but that'll kill everything else as well.
That is true. Well, actually, that is not true because in Below Zero, it didn't kill everything. In fact, most of the things survived.
Well, wasn't that after the player cured it though with the friggin'
That was after, and I'm assuming because in this scenario,
shut up. A guy in the comments is saying the plague will kill them since they replaced the survivor, and I'm assuming since y'all are saying the survivor cured it, if the survivor's not there, he's not there to cure it. Ergo, the plague will just kill everything.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I was going to say that.
Okay,
Yeah,
I grant you
yeah.
that. Then. Okay, I will admit that. But for the sake of argument, let's say they show up after the player cures it, or something. You know.
Well, then you're
honestly,
changing the
they-
concept of what the debate is, because the debate was originally he's replacing the player.
I never said that. I think that was someone else. I never said that.
Oh, someone said that in the
I think that was
comments.
just kind of.
Yeah, I never said that. I was the one who came up with the idea in the first place.
Yeah.
Anyways,
if
go
the
ahead.
orcas were around, either after or during the player when he's curing the disease, the orcas would probably be able to survive that. Yeah, I'm not. There's no doubt that they would be able to survive the disease. The one thing that they will have to worry about though is the aurora. That's the one thing that kills most of the ocean life in Subnautica during the two games, because when the aurora crashes, it causes a huge radiation dump in the ocean, and in below zero, it causes an ice age. It kills like half the planet. If the orcas are there during that segment, either during the crash or afterwards, they will probably be hit heavily, if not fully extinct, during during that time.
Okay. Okay, I'll grant you that. So if they do survive that,
Sorry guys,
then
give
they
me
probably would
give me
be-
a second. Doug Pumper.
Yep.
I'm smoking right now, so I can't use my mic. But orcas would suffer from the plagues and the fact that survivable locations is limited in size.
That is true.
This sounds like the orcas living is based off of luck, just where they are.
Yeah, like for example, if they're in the red carpet area, they'll probably be fine because they could just chill there.
Like it
If they're
doesn't
in the
sound
green
like this
kelp,
is
they'll
a
be
good. It
fine.
doesn't sound like this is a good topic because it sounds like the orcas don't have super intelligence. They're not capable of seeing the things coming and then avoiding them and doing that stuff. They're not going through the story mode that the survivor went through.
Yeah,
all it is there's all of these natural disasters happening to the ocean, and either the orcas are there or they're not there. If they're not there, they survive. If they're there, they die.
Yeah. Okay. When I was
It's
coming
not
up with
entirely
this
impossible,
debate, I
like
was
I'm saying.
thinking
It's not
about the
entirely impossible.
wildlife, but sure. I guess I was just thinking about the wildlife, but yeah, I guess if you want to go with that, then
You want to do a better one?
Let me
Talk
give you
You
this.
should talk about Maneater. If you ever played
Maneater.
Maneater. You ever play Maneater?
Oh, you talk about the shark? You talk about the giant shark?
That's a
That
good
would be a
one.
very interesting one.
That's a good one
that
because
would be cool.
that's not a normal shark. That is a highly intelligent shark that evolves and acquires new powers and shit.
It's a mega shark.
that would actually be a pretty good idea.
Yeah,
Yeah,
because
that would be a good one.
that shark eventually gets the ability to resist atomic radiation and poisons and nuclear radiation. It has the power to turn into a shadow being that can like phase through shit. It has lightning powers at one point. Like it gets all kind of crazy powers.
Yeah, that's pretty crazy.
Yeah.
But yeah. Back to the orcas. It's not entirely impossible for them to survive. If they are there during the time of the player, they could survive the plague. And if they somehow manage to tough out the heavy aurora radiation leak, which most creatures do survive against, so it's not like entirely unheard of, they'll have to deal with just being in an ice age, and orcas are normally, well, that would pretty much be home to them. They are normal to ice and
Yeah, like
glaciers.
they live in the Arctic most of the time, so
But
that's
the chances of that are low.
okay. So it's not the actual environment that'll kill them; it's all the outside factors. it'd be
Yeah,
just
pretty
the
much.
aurora
It's
that would
literally
kill
just
them.
human interference that will most likely kill them. That and because of the random aliens.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'm satisfied with that.
Maybe we should talk about Maneater.
Yeah, I think we could probably talk about that next time.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll look that up. Anyways,
Was
I think-
that worth y'all's long wait?
Yes, it was,
Yeah.
Ruben. I'll have
Yeah,
you know
it was.
that was very nice.
Okay, because everyone, this was definitely worth it for me because everyone in the damn live stream was saying, "Oh, the orcas are gonna get instantly annihilated. They're gonna get stomped. Oh, this is not even close."
I don't know anything about
Screw you guys.
Subnautica, so I didn't say it. I don't know
It's
anything about
also,
Subnautica.
another thing I forgot to mention. The orcas, they fight together, right? Meanwhile, most creatures in Subnautica don't. They're more very isolated. So
Yeah, and the
they
thing
also
is,
have that.
It sounds to me like the orcas do die Like the only thing, like the only way that the orcas don't die if they're not exposed to the things that the game has. Like if they're like that to me does mean that the orcas do die immediately. Like, oh, what if they're in a location where the main game doesn't take place in? Then they live? Well, yeah, I guess. It's kind of like saying like can a person survive Resident Evil 2 but they're nowhere near Raccoon City? Like, yeah, probably. Because the fucking story of the game is in Raccoon City. Like, that's...
I'm thinking about just the animals and the environment. I wasn't thinking about like the aurora blowing up.
Well, I'm saying y'all are talking about plagues and all this other kind of stuff. It's like, or they get, well, it's like, yeah, they'll survive if they're not there. It's like, well, no shit. Like it's just a weird. It's a weird.
I didn't say they would survive if they were not there.
That is, you said if they're not around the plague and they're not around all this other stuff, then they'll live. But if they do experience it, they're dead. Which means they don't.
Like they're guaranteed to die if the aurora blows up.
Which means they don't. Well, yeah. If it blows up where they are, they'll die. They're not going to survive it. So it's like
there's plenty of space. There's plenty of places to be in the crater where you can still survive the aurora blowing up. Like not everything dies.
Again, I feel like this is the same argument. They survive if they're not near where the thing is, where all the bad shit is. Like they put them in a location where nothing of interest is happening. You know.
The crash zone is one of the.
Like this character can survive Resident Evil 2 if he locks himself in a closet at like an underground bunker somewhere where he doesn't actually have to experience it.
This is the scenario. The character survives if they remove themselves from the room with a bomb in it and throw themselves into a room full of wolves. Because all the dangerous shit is away from the aurora.
Michael posted a super chat. He says Leviathans work together to kill.
They do not work together. But
that is not true. Reapers don't work together. Sea dragons don't work together. Ghosts.
Guys, one at a time. Go ahead.
All right. So like I said, they do not work together. The Reapers are very isolated. Sea dragons are. The ghosts maybe, since they love to reside in the void area, but we don't really know that.
And even if they did work together, orcas are faster anyway, so they could just swim away.
What the fuck is this game about? Is it just about a guy? Like, does he fight things?
It's about a guy who crashes. No, he crashes in the planet because his ship blew up, and so he's the only survivor. And so he's trying to get off the planet. But turns out he can't because he's infected.
Like what everyone told me, or not what everyone told me, but what everyone was saying when this game was coming out, it was basically Journey but underwater.
No, it's a survival game. It's a survival game where you build stuff, survive, and the whole story that he's trying to explain is that the Aurora crashed and the guy's trying to get off the planet, but he can't, and he discovers that there was an alien civilization that died off, and he figured out that there's a plague that was responsible for it, and he needs to cure it to survive and prevent the people from showing up and getting killed in the process, because like there's defense turrets and other shit. But overall, it's just an underwater survival game. But you guys got me rushing in early for my smoke. This discussion is best if you clarify. Like we're just discussing if the orcas can fit in the ecosystem itself without the humans crashing in, because when we add in the humans and the plagues. Yeah, no shit, the fish can't survive the scenario, but if we remove the advanced civilizations fucking with the ecosystems and ask the interesting question, can these orcas thrive in this alien world with, like, just by themselves and in the setting that it is, without everyone else fucking it up? That's the topic we should be discussing, because that's really interesting. There are biomes where the orcas would thrive in, and then there are biomes where they have no business being in, and that's what you should be like talking about. Like,
that's what I said. That's literally what I said.
Well, I was in the middle of rushing through my house though, because I was probably gonna say that, and then you started saying that while I was running in. So I'm gonna go back to my smoke now and finish it. You guys.
So let me finish.
Jesus can see you doing that.
I know.
Yeah, man. Jesus is watching. Yeah. So to clarify, if we remove the humans crashing into the planet, if we remove the ancient civilization of aliens infecting the planet, the orcas are dropped in. They will live. That is not really that crazy. Like, will it be difficult? Yeah, it's a new ecosystem. They'll have to get used to it. No duh, but they'll probably be fine. But the thing is that during the game, if we remove the entire area is a volcanic structure, this volcanic underwater volcanic mountain. That's why that entire biome exists. Outside of that tiny circular structure, there is no other place for them to go. That is the only safe area, and only certain biomes in that area can really suit them. And even in below zero, it's actually better for them, but that only way that can happen is if the aurora crashes. The aurora doesn't crashes in the ocean. They don't get ice to actually live in and be, safe in everywhere.
Okay. Yeah. I'm fine with that. That's all I wanted to prove, because everyone in the comments was saying like, oh, they'd get their shit pushed in by leviathans and whatnot, and like, dude, the only thing that can even threaten their existence,
they'll be fine.
Yeah. Okay.
That's if we remove everything.
But Maneater wipes them all out and makes the population
wow.
0. Maneater's strong as shit. I once had a debate with somebody. No joke, probably one of the weirdest debates I ever had was Maneater versus Darth Bane.
Darth Bane.
That was a literal debate that I had once. It was Darth
Bane?
Yeah, I supported Maneater and he supported Darth Bane. And it was and like a big factor was like Darth Bane had to fight something that was in the water, shooting like fucking radiation blasts at him and shit, and taking down all the ships that he was trying to be on, and it was like a whole thing.
That's interesting. Yeah,
it was wild. That's some shit you'll never see on Death Battle.
You'll never see random things.
You'll never see anything interesting on Death Battle. Just boring ass matchups. Let's put this fire guy against this other fire guy. Isn't that exciting? No. It's not.
Actually, no. They have some pretty interesting ones recently.
Touch guy.
Well, Michael dropped a thing. How many orcas are even showing up because they will not survive the dead zone, ergo overpopulation? Then they eat all their food that they can eat, then they go extinct.
It was a pod.
And they kill everything else in the process too. So that's also a win for me.
Isn't a pod?
That's not a win. That's not a win because they didn't survive.
Yeah,
I don't know. I don't care what you say. That's a win in my book. They kill everything else in the process.
That's not though. No, because you said that survive, so that would not be a win. You could make it whatever book you want. The claim was that they would survive, and that's not them surviving, so that would be a loss.
That's a personal win for me. I don't care about what it's a personal win.
I don't care about reality.
Overpopulate.
I'm just going to pretend it's a win. And that's all that matters.
Yeah, that's all that matters. It was gonna be like 15, I think, because that's like the upper limit for what an orcapod can be, like 15 orcas or whatever.
15
orcas. If there's anyone in the game in the chat right now, whoever wants to do a Maneater versus, please say I will actually do that.
A Maneater versus who?
Subnautica, Maneater versus Subnautica. I would.
I'll do
like
it.
To do.
I love that.
Bet Rouga, me and you right now.
Okay.
Right now, we're having it out.
Maneater dominates. It's not even close. Have you played Maneater?
I have. It's pretty obvious who would most likely win.
So you think Maneater would win?
Well, I mean, let's take into all the things. I'm going to also add the gargantuan leviathan.
Michael says they won't kill. Michael says they won't kill the leviathans. I'm assuming he's still talking about the whales, the orcas.
No, that depends on how the orcas' attitudes are, because they will go out of their way to kill things that they so feel like it's necessary.
How powerful are these leviathans? Even these gargantuans of leviathans, because I don't see Like unless they're basically like superpowered, type like insane beings, they're not beating Maneater.
Dude, the gargantuan
first off,
leviathan
they're
are like a
actually
kilometer long.
The gargantuan Leviathan
are
is crazy though.
the gargantuan is not canon; they're extinct. The leviathan
what I was about to
are
say.
just big
They
fish.
still existed though.
Yeah,
So
no,
the Reaper
the Maneater
Leviathan,
destroys them.
Oh yeah, Maneater just rapes.
Maneater
It's
would
not
win
even a
though.
contest.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, like I wouldn't put Maneater against Maneater would destroy like Homelander, and like Maneater is not like a normal shark. Like Maneater
not.
kills a lot of it's if you never played the game Maneater.
Homelander isn't really a
No,
strong character.
no. But I didn't want to say like Superman, But he's like if someone's watching this video or you're in the comments or something, and you never played Maneater, but the idea of playing a shark going around and just like going basically like a open sandbox open world game where you play a shark, you go around and just fucking kill everything. Go play Maneater. Like it's like the crazy shit. You are a mutate. You start off as a little baby bull shark. Your mom dies. You get mutated. And then you basically go around and evolve as the game goes on. You get bigger and bigger and bigger. You eventually become a megalodon. You get like lightning powers and nuclear powers and all different kinds of crazy powers. There's a DLC they released that I actually played through the DLC where you fight a giant boss, like underwater Cthulhu creature that called the Leviathan, actually, which is funny. And you have to fight that.
I thought it was just a hammerhead shark.
No. No. I'm talking about the DLC.
Oh wait, the radioactive one. Wait, he didn't fight Cthulhu.
It's like it's no. I didn't say it was Cthulhu. I didn't say it was Cthulhu. I didn't say it was Cthulhu. It's a giant like mutated underwater monstrosity, with like tentacles and shit.
Looks like Cthulhu. That's what you said.
No, like
Cthulhu looking.
It's like a fucking cosmic horror underwater. It doesn't matter. Look, it's a big fucking fish. I'm not saying that it has the power of Cthulhu. I'm saying it's a big fucking underwater monstrous fish. Look, in the game, you take out like they literally send the military. You take out underground submarines. You take out helicopters. You can leap out of the fucking water and like take out in one chomp, just destroy an entire helicopter. They have like tanks come after you and like giant things that we don't even have in real life, like tanks on the water, like massive ships with like actual that fire torpedoes and massive like, rail cannons and shit on it, and you just rip all this shit to shreds like it's nothing. Like the whole of the world does not have the technology to take out this fucking shark. Like you become this ridiculously overpowered shark. And
dude, when I played Maneater, I was stuck in like the early game for like 10 hours.
Why?
As soon as I got bested, I beat the rest of the game in like 2.
No, it's a fun game. It's a fun game. And you get like crazy, like you can transform into lightning in the game. That's a power where you turn into lightning, and you can travel while turned into lightning. How do you'd have to be able to, you basically have to have like hockey from One Piece in order to fight the fucking shark, because it could turn into lightning. Like there's all kinds of crazy shit. He could turn into a shadow.
Yeah.
Like he has a bunch of crazy ass powers. It's putting him against any other underwater creature other than like Aquaman and shit is just not fair. He's ridiculously broken for no reason.
Yeah.
Fun game though, really fun. The only reason why I even played that game is because my nephew like really liked sharks. Like he was really into sharks when he was like 5 or whatever. And I was like, oh, look at this like fun little shark game. I'll get him this shark game. He played it for like 10 minutes, never played it again. I fucking platinumed it. Like I just couldn't stop playing. I was just like, this is fun. You just get to be like a shark and kill people. Every time he would come over, he would look at my shark and be like, can I play on you? I was like, no, bitch, you got your own game. This is my game. You want to be this powerful? Go play as your little bitch baby shark. What?
I feel like Maneater is the only like game that allows you to play as like an overpowered like sea creature. Last time I checked,
like monsters,
I just allow you to play as like a monster sea creature, like a shark.
There's not a whole lot of games out.
Like
there's not a whole lot of games out there that allow you to be a monster in general. It's one of the reasons I really miss Evolve. Like there aren't a lot of great. There aren't a lot of great games that allow you to play as giant monsters or like kaiju or whatever, or just monsters in general. And all the ones that are made in a way where it doesn't feel like you're fighting as a monster. Like there's whoever's pouring food, crazy, dude. Please.
No, sorry, I'm getting some.
It's cool. Just mute yourself or whatever. But yeah, there's a couple of like giant monster fighting games. Like what's the one I forgot? It's like a 4-player beat 'em up kind of thing. It's a kaiju fighting game, but it doesn't feel like a kaiju. You don't feel like a kaiju while you're playing it. Like there's so many of these games where you get to play, but like Evolve made you feel like you were a giant monster, like hunting things and shit. And I miss that. And I would like there to be more like a reverse horror game where you get to be the monster going after people and just wrecking shit. You know.
There was one reverse horror game that I played a while ago. I'm blanking on the name now, but it was so good.
Not Dead by
It was
Daylight, like an actual.
No. I'm not talking about that. It's like it's a single player game. It was called Carrion. That's what it was called.
I don't think I've heard of that.
And it was so good. It was so good. It's like a single player, almost 8-bit style of game, but not really. More like 16-bit. I don't know, but if you like reverse horror, like where you play as the horror monster.
There was a Flash game. Yeah, sorry.
Oh, you're talking about I think you know what you're talking about. You're like that little purple monster and you have to evolve.
No, it's red.
No, not you. I'm talking to Doug. He's talking about the Flash game he's talking about.
Yep, the little guy that goes inside creatures and stuff, and then it gets a little traits.
It gets a little bit bigger, yeah. But that's like that's not because that's just like a what do you call them? The click games.
Yeah, Flash. That's a Flash game, yeah.
Well, no, I wasn't saying a Flash game. Like Tales of Monkey Island, where like you have to click on the right things.
Point and click.
Yeah, that's a point and click game. But yeah, you basically.
Oh, wait, I think I know what you're talking about. You're talking about that worm.
It was on Newgrounds. You start off as this little bug, and then like
didn't Markiplier play it?
I don't know.
A cat's asshole.
I played it when I was in like middle school, I think, or high school.
Yeah, the visitor.
Yeah, that's it. And then you would like go into, and then at first you would like go into the like you get like the cat to eat you, and then the cat would explode, and then you're like a little bit bigger, you know, and then you and then you can start going into people, and then by the end you're like this big fucking monster. But it was a click adventure game. It was like if they had something like that, but you get to be the monster. Notice one, it's pretty cool where you get to play as the monster. Stubbs the zombie.
Yes, that
is a zombie. I think I've heard about that one.
Oh god, that's a good one. You get to be a zombie, and it starts off with just you. And as the game goes on, you can eat more people, and you eat their brains. Super violent, super awesome blood effects, especially for the time. And honestly, impressive blood effects even for now. You eat them, and then they come back as a zombie, and then you have a zombie horde you can control, and then you just slowly start taking over the city. And it's really cool.
They use the Halo 1 game engine to make it happen.
I think it was Halo 2. I think it was Halo 2 because they used the vehicle shit from Halo 2. Yeah. Like that's why the cars drive exactly the same as the Jeeps in Halo because they use the same car things. I don't think Halo 1 had
maybe like do you think Prototype would count?
What's up?
Like as a reverse monster game Prototype?
Oh no, I don't know if it was that. I think they were just literally given the game engine that was used to make Halo.
No, I mean like as a game where you play as the monster.
Well, I wouldn't count Prototype as a monster game. You're a dude with powers.
Yeah,
it's closer to something like closer to something like Infamous than an actual game where you are a monster. You know, and a lot of times
his powers are monstrous, but he's a monster.
He's not a monster. He's just a dude with like crazy transformation powers and shit. No, I would say Stubbs Zombie is a monster game where you get to play as a monster. Evolve is a monster game where you get to play as a monster. There aren't that many, but Maneater is a monster game where you get to play. I mean, you're a shark, but you are not a normal shark. You're a monster. Like that's not a shark.
Yeah.
Like you don't even need to be in the. After a while, you don't even need to be in the water. Like you just jump on land and start like hopping around and eating people on land, and you can actually travel in the middle of cities and shit. Because there is a limit to how long you can be on land, but you can like hop from one water source to another. And it's
and it's like you can get like perks and stuff that let you stay longer.
Yeah,
like you could basically become amphibious after a certain point.
Kinda, yeah, and you kill so many people in that game. Like they just can't stop you. You just slaughter a bunch of innocent people on the beach.
Tens of thousands.
Yeah, so many. But There aren't a lot, but Stubbs Zombie is a good one. If you've never played Stubbs Zombie, looking at getting it, good luck getting a copy of it, because it was an original Xbox game. But that was a good game.
Yeah, like the few games that do have that kind of style are really good.
It doesn't feel like it. I wouldn't call it a monster game, but Crypto not crypto, destroy all humans, kind of. I think you're
I
too
mean, you could play as
humanoid.
an alien.
You're too humanoid and you use guns. So it doesn't feel like a monster game. You don't feel like a monster. You feel like just
Yeah, you're
like
right.
an intelligent being from another world with advanced shit. It's like a
Do you think
sci-fi
maybe
game.
like Alien versus Predator counts? Like
AVP
that old ass.
kinda.
Yeah, AVP.
I mean,
Yeah, but it doesn't feel like
maybe
one.
because you can play as an alien, right?
Yeah, but that's a top
Oh,
down.
I mean, have you played the newer Alien versus
No, I mean
Predator
like the
games?
first person one.
Well, yeah, the Alien versus the newest Alien versus Predator games, you had campaigns where you played for the aliens, predators, and humans, and both the aliens and
Yeah.
predators.
But
were
it was a
pretty
strategy
good.
game. It was a turn-based strategy game.
No,
No, this is a
not
different
what
one.
I'm talking about. Yeah, I'm talking
What are
about a
you
much different game where you are actually like first person, the alien or the predator, and it's
Oh.
yeah, single player. There's
Okay, because
campaigns.
I played one of the AVP games where you could be a human, an alien, or a predator, but it was like it was like not turn based, but it was like a survival game, and you had to be one, and then like they would put you in a location where they had aliens and predators, and you would have to like move your units around, and based on whether or not you were human or predator or whatever. I always thought the game was kind of fucked up because the humans were like they were easily the worst out of the three factions. You would die constantly. It was like, this is not fair. No one wants to be the humans. But no, I mean, I guess I kind of count it the same way that I count what do you call it? Destroy All Humans. But there's also Predator Concrete Jungle, where you're a predator in New York City and you get to go around like hunting people. But it kind of still just feels like a third-person shooter whether you play as like an alien character. It doesn't feel like a monster game where you're actually like a monster. I don't know.
The Alien versus Predator game does a pretty decent job at it, especially with the Alien campaign. The Predator campaign can kind of feel like a monster, more like a sci-fi thing, because you do fight aliens less than humans.
Wait,
But
let's look this up. Let's look this up real quick. I feel like I'm gonna get a bunch of terrible choices, but let's see. Games where you play as a monster.
Yeah, that'd be neat. But the Alien campaign was neat because you are a test subject, because you were a specific alien that, instead of bursting out of their chest into a tube that they were using to catch aliens, for some reason you were smart enough to go out the dude's throat instead, so they couldn't grab you. So they brand you with a 6, and that's why you have a campaign where the queen is the queen is telepathically giving you instructions to free her and the brood and completely just fuck over the entire scientific facility.
Carrion is here, but it looks like Carrion's just a side scroller.
What?
Yeah,
No, it's hardly a side scroller.
I'm watching it right now. It's a side scroller. It's like it looks like
It's still a
Metroid.
monster game.
It is a
It's
side
game where
scroller.
you play as
It's
a
still a
monster.
monster that's
but
ripping apart.
I'm talking
scientists.
about a game where it actually lets you feel like a monster. You don't feel like a monster in a fucking side scroller game.
Search up the Aliens versus
Play
Predator.
the damn game and tell me you don't
definitely
feel
check
like
out
one.
I could tell you by the fact that it's a side scrolling game that you don't feel like a monster. Because it's not putting you in the shoes of a monster. It's a side scrolling game.
Yeah, you could say
that's
right.
themed.
But it doesn't.
But the monster itself has the ability. I don't know. What I was gonna say is a bit of a smart ass stretch. Never mind.
Games that make you feel like a monster that I've played. Manhunter's one of them. Or I'm sorry, Maneater is one of them. Evolve is one of them. They got some weird ones here. They got The Darkness is a monster game. No, it's not. You're a dude with superpowers. Yeah, I don't know. A lot of these, I don't know why Divinity 2
look up games where you can play as the bad guy. I bet you all of those games will be there. All those same ones.
Games where you play as a bad guy. Yeah, sure. We can try that. Games where you. I bet you a lot of them are going to be games where you could pick. They're going to be like and/or, like Coder and shit.
Yeah,
games where you could play.
Funny, as I think
imagine Overwatch pops up.
Go to Bing instead of Google.
Yeah, Overlord was the first one.
Overlord,
GTA 5, Destroy All Humans,
GTA 5.
Fable. Yeah, it's a lot of Coder, like I said. It's a lot of Evil Geniuses too. I think that's too goofy though. You don't really feel like a bad guy because you don't really get to do anything too evil.
God of War's on there.
God of War's what?
As it should be.
Shadow the Colossus. That
you are technically. I mean, that's kind of a spoiler.
Yeah, that
I
is
still have
easily-
not finished Shadow of the Colossus,
Yeah,
bro. How dare you
Braid is
spoil it?
Braid is also a massive spoiler for that game. You're not supposed to know you're the bad guy in
what
that game.
is. But alright.
Braid's cool. The whole game, you think you're the hero and you're trying to save the princess, and like she keeps getting, and every time you come near, she keeps like getting saved, and like the game kind of tricks you because this dude, like you're chasing her at the same time that this dude is chasing her, but like you don't know why you're doing this. You just think like you're saving the princess, and then towards the end of the game, it's revealed that the princess is actually running away from you this whole time because you're like this sick, twisted pervert, basically, that like wants to like enslave her. You're basically the Bowser type character. There's more to it than that.
Wow.
There's more to it than that, but
Thanks for the
basically,
spoiler.
well, I mean, yeah, I mean, you should have said something. I explained it. I was explaining it for like
earlier. I said, the spoiler like 5
Close
seconds
your ears
ago.
next time,
well,
motherfucker.
say it better. I didn't even hear what you were saying. Whatever. Point is, it's a really solid. I've never played the whole thing, so I can't really say. But it's a relatively. I've heard nothing but good things about it. What I have played, it was pretty fun. Apparently, it's one of the better platformers, and I think it was like people were saying like that was the best game that year. But yeah, there's this big twist at the end that you're actually the bad guy the whole time. But yeah, a lot of these are like ones where you can kind of choose Undertale, Baldur's Gate, Fallout, Skyrim, Hitman. Hitman, you're not even really the bad guy anymore.
Yeah, you're just kind of like a victim almost.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, pretty much.
Developers need to stop being pussies and let me play as just fucked up dudes. Just let me
No
play
shit.
as dudes who could just do the most fucked up shit ever. And then they made that game the other day. There was this news about a game that came out that was a rape simulator.
Oh, No Mercy.
God, I have no idea. Maybe. And then people got pissed off and they removed it from Steam and like people complained about it. And I'm like, finally, I could be a bad guy. No, I was kidding. But I was just saying, I was like, I wouldn't like, I don't want to play a rape simulator, but I would like to play a game where I'm just straight up like an evil, psychotic bastard, you know?
Yeah.
And it's like, well, if every time someone creates a rape simulator, everybody gets pissed off about it, I'm never going to get that game. So let me be just like a fucked up bad dude who just does bad shit. You know what I mean? I think that this next Grand Theft Auto game is gonna totally pussy out. I don't think you're gonna be able. I don't think your character's gonna be just the morally.
$100 for a game that isn't even good.
I don't think. No, I'm not saying it's gonna be bad, but they've already said that they've gotten rid of the bro culture at Rockstar, and they've been writing the game to be more sensitive to modern stuff. Like they've already came out and said all of this stuff. And I'm like, I think the whole bro culture was kind of a big part of what people liked about the GTA games.
Kind of, yeah.
Also, the fact that GTA is like not at all supposed to be more sensitive.
It's not supposed
made
to be
pretty fucked up.
Well, yeah, like some of the most evil characters, some of the most evil characters in gaming are Grand Theft Auto protagonists. Like they are absolute vicious monsters. I know people got like really mad when Hatred came out because it was a mass shooter simulator, you know, but you're kind of just as bad in GTA games. Like even in the story, like I think one of the
well there was also a huge outrage when GTA came out. Like there was it's not like it was just that game where people were
not really not to that extent. I mean there were when the Columbine shooting happened there was. But there wasn't a whole lot of hatred towards the game itself just for its existence. It was more so because people were linking it to the Columbine shooting. But there was a war. But when those games came out, there was a war on video games, just in particular. Like
in general.
they were hating on Mortal Kombat. There was a lot of politicians were talking about completely banning games from public life. Hillary Clinton was one of them, by the way, who argued that there shouldn't even be video games exist. Children shouldn't be able to play them, and they should be banned from the United States, which people forgot about during the actual election when she was running against Trump. But that was my reason for like I'm not voting for a woman who wanted to ban video games. Like you're clearly not for free speech and free thought, so why the fuck would I want to make you the president of a country that stands on free speech and free thought?
Which is also funny because in modern day now, like if you look at like women in general, they don't like video games at all. They think it's like lazy, and they think that someone can be doing more with their time. Which isn't totally incorrect, I guess, but like
you're technically right, but leave me the fuck alone. Like, it's not like I'm gonna
Exactly. I just
you
got
gotta
home. I
understand,
want to
you-
sit down.
True, but you gotta understand that it's true. There is this collection of women, especially showing up online, who are making a lot of these like very outrageous, opinionative statements that are really like passing around. But you gotta remember, there are like actual women who do play games and are chill like that.
It's
and
not.
understand
It's
the
not where
hobby.
it's. There's not enough people that it matters. Like most women just straight up just don't play video games and don't have an opinion on them at all. That's the majority
Yeah, and
of
even
women.
if they do,
That's true.
most of the time they don't talk about it
It's
because
fine. Yeah, the
whenever
only thing that
the
they're gonna
dudes
say
talk-
is the only thing that they're gonna say negative is that they're annoyed that their boyfriends play so much video games. That's about it. But it is a dude thing that dudes do. And the whole whole thing that people say where they're like, "Oh, did you know that 50% of people who play games are no, they're not." That's a lie. Anyone who's ever played a game ever knows that that's not true at all. They play mobile games relatively often, I suppose. But if you're talking about like console and PC gaming, those are not women. I'm sorry. Some of them are, but there's
The
no
only
way.
women that you would really
Like,
see playing games are streamers.
You'd be lucky to get it at a 30%. Like there's like Team Fortress 2 had a pretty surprising amount of women playing that game, but like I that's about it where
that's
I
like
saw
one game.
Well, the thing
That's
is, well,
one game.
Yeah, I don't want to get this too much into,
only
into
game
this.
I was really
Well,
vocal.
speaking of which, I mean, Shaggy did want to have that political conversation. Is
Maybe invite him up.
Shaggy, let's talk
I'm gonna
about
see.
women.
I'm gonna see if I don't know. Does anybody else want the political conversation?
Oh, Doug Pumper.
What?
We need to have that Little Nightmares debate.
Oh yeah, Little Nightmares versus Thimbletack from Spiderwick Chronicles.
Tinkle Ding. Yes, of course.
Tinkle Winkle Dinkle.
Yep.
Almost forgot about Tingle Ging.
So yeah, this is definitely gonna be put up to a poll.
Yeah, just put that up to a poll.
I only
Nice
put the
simple
poll.
I
yes
guess if
or no.
Rouga's still going, I don't even think we're going anymore.
I don't know. I checked out. I actually honestly I checked out a while ago. Like I said, this is a much slower stream than I'm used to, and it's like but I feel bad if I left now since Michael came and dropped some stuff. But I mean even to this point, like see right if you look at this screen, see I made $116.36, right? That's what it says. What it doesn't tell you is that 35% of that goes to YouTube, which means I've actually probably only made like I don't know, a little over 70, or maybe a little over $70.
Let's see. Let me mental math this.
But
If
I've
we
been
take
streaming for 5
35%,
hours. So how much money is that an hour?
That's
70.
about
I don't know, 70.
$5 an hour.
What?
15.
Okay,
I
don't
don't
you
know.
ever do
I wasn't
fucking
there.
math. Don't you ever do fucking math again.
Yeah, that's like
That is
$75.
that
That's
is
kind of
some-
crazy. You said you made like 160, right?
That is
Okay,
some
no, but
trash
seriously.
ass math, man.
Wait, you said you made like
Let me pull up the
160, right?
calculator.
Either 14
Yeah,
or
right.
15.
Have the damn computer do math for
70
you.
over
That's what we have
5.
them
Yeah,
for.
it's 14 or 15.
Yeah, it's about $15, which in some places would be considered minimum wage. But it's not. It's I mean, I wouldn't work for that amount of money. I'm sure some people would.
You could hardly
I
call this
would,
work.
I
but
do
like,
right now.
what can
Technically,
do?
I am at the moment, so I can't really say that I wouldn't. But it's like I said, when it's this slow and it's like not that many people, I kind of check out relatively early. Like I said, I still need to finish editing. I have about 20 more minutes to edit of the video I want to release tomorrow morning. I don't even know because Sundays are slow days for YouTube, so I might just wait. I might just wait until Monday.
What's the video?
Huh?
What's the video?
If you paid attention to the fucking post, you'd know. It's already been announced.
Oh, guess I missed it.
Yep. Missed it, man. Just gonna have to wait and see.
Dang, I'll have to wait till next year, guys. Sorry.
Next year?
It's
Disappearing,
your breath.
apparently.
This is the one
Alright,
saying that I
so it
found
looks like no-
mysterious. I missed it, so
Keep going, ruin the sleep. Well, fuck me then.
ruin the sleep.
Alright.
Hey, you know what always helps though, Ruga?
What
Some
always?
Monster Energy.
No, I don't drink energy drinks.
Good.
Well,
Yeah,
everybody.
that's really bad for you.
So no, people. So surprisingly, people are actually against the political debates. Normally, the political debates actually get relatively a lot of people actually are interested in them because they're different. They change up the pace.
Maybe they're just out of it today.
I don't know, maybe. But yeah, like usually people are kind of open to it because when you have like a whole night of just debating versus battles or whatever, people are like, do they want something new and interesting? You know, debate philosophy, debate politics, debate morals or whatever, debate something interesting.
I still have to debate morals against you.
Was that you who said that? I forgot.
Yeah, like
somebody
back.
kept saying
it was
they
a while
want.
back.
Yeah, no, it's fine. I'm open to it. I have no issues with it. I don't know what we would have to find a moral that we disagree with, I suppose.
I suppose. Do that for another stream, maybe. I feel like it's a little late.
I don't care. I mean, this dude just gave me fucking $50 to keep going or whatever this is.
Well, I guess I'll stay up then. If I want to debate, I want to debate against Doug Pumper today. So.
All right. Spiderwick Chronicles and Thibbletech.
Well, do we have any other? Let's just because I mean, you guys probably will be the ones to debate. But let me see if anybody else is even. Has anybody in the chat actually come up with a debate that you guys want to do? Anybody in the chat a debate you want to do? Okay, don't just say yes. Wait, was that you? Boy, I just
seems
kicked
like
you out.
D-Boy just left. Why'd you leave?
No, wait. No, he didn't leave. I booted him down because he wasn't involved.
Oh.
As far as I'm aware.
I see. Yeah. Okay.
Don't just say yes. Tell me what the debate is and who your partner to debate with is. This is important.
I don't know. Unknown Basic said. Oh yeah, Unknown Basic and Founding Father said Scout versus Lone Wanderer. I don't know who
Scout from TF2, I'm assuming.
That was my guess. Who the hell is Lone Wanderer?
He's from Fallout. He's from Fallout. He's the protagonist of.
That's a whole. Well,
3.
Is he new?
I think.
Is he New
no,
Vegas?
I think 3 is the Vault Dweller. I don't remember. One of them.
4 has a Vault Dweller.
Oh, it is 3.
I'm
Okay,
not sure.
Liam says it's 3. Okay, never mind. He says it's 3. Okay, so it was 3.
I think he's talking about. I think they're talking about 2. They have to be talking about someone else other than TF2 character. There's no way they're taking a TF2 character versus an RPG character. That's too one-sided.
I don't think it's as one-sided as you think. I mean,
yeah,
Scout.
It's not that crazy.
I actually think it's probably one-sided in Scout's favor.
It is in fact TF2 versus Fallout 3.
Yeah, I think it's in Scout's favor though, because Scout has like there's like short films and stuff of Scout like taking massive explosions and just like almost like Toon Force type shit. And
I mean, yeah, they do.
Maybe that should be
that is a consistent thing that all the TF2 characters can surf explosives. But the thing is that TF2 Scout himself is the weakest of the mercs, and he can die to direct hits. There's a difference between him taking a shot, which it is like literally an inch versus an inch difference, but still, if he takes a direct hit from the rocket, it still can kill him or severely injure him if it's a small explosion. He only survives the ones right next to him because it's splash damage, because that's the logic of TF2.
I mean, you're talking about gameplay, but I'm saying that there's actually short films that were released online, little like fun little clips where he survives like massive explosions that like level an entire like section of a city, or not that big, but like a whole building. And he just like he's fine. He just like runs out of it. Like there's like goofy ass shit like that in those videos. So I don't know. I also think it's pretty obvious that he moves faster. He has a larger variety of weapons. Yeah. His weapons generally I would say hit harder, with the exception of the absolute strongest weapons that the Lone Wanderer have. The Lone Wanderer is not that like any normal gun will hurt him. He doesn't have any toon powers. I mean, he could break his legs just by jumping off of too high of a location. Like I don't know. I don't see this one being all that.
I don't think
we
can give Scout much any toon abilities, because it is humorous and oftentimes over the top. But Scout, the best that I've ever seen Scout endure was 3 rockets hitting
next to him because it propelled him away, and then he slammed and he hit a window, and was fine, and was already like beaten up, bruised, injured with like missing teeth and shit. But like as far as I'm aware, that's like the best he's got. Like the fucking Wanderer or any of the Fallout characters should have weapons that should put down Scout relatively quickly. Like he was able to, like in the comics itself, nearly die to a small handful of robots with normal guns. He literally died, saw God, and God had to send him back to Earth one more time because he had a plan for him. Yeah. Yeah, and so
I mean, I think you're kind of arguing for Scout right now. I mean, you're saying he survived 3 rockets hitting next to him, and even when he did die, God just sent him back. I mean, this is all. You don't see how you're arguing for Scout, not against with these points.
I see but the thing is that with the robots, normal guns, killing him, sending him to God, and God's not just gonna send him back at any point. Not only did God like have a designated time for his death, because first we gotta question if whether or not this is God. But before that, it's.
I love how we just took over these dudes' debates. Like they're like we want to have this debate. Hey, can we have this debate? And we're like, sure. Let us debate about it instead. Just jack these dudes' debates.
Easy.
No, who are they? Who are they that wanted to?
It is Founding Father, and fucking, damn it, what his name is missing. Unknown Basic. Are they? I don't know. Is that the same names in the?
Yeah, it is.
The Founding Father, same name. Unknown Basic, yeah.
Same name. All right, they've been brought up.
Finally, I'm here.
Go ahead, have your debate, sir.
Sure. All right, so I'm on Team Scout, and Unknown's on Team Lone Wanderer.
Okay, Dboy says he wants to also argue for Scout. Would you like Dboy to come out and argue for Scout, or do you want to just keep this a 1v1?
Dboy, I choose you. Get your ass up here.
But wait, you're fighting for Scout, right?
Yes, I'm on Team Scout.
Okay, so you don't get to decide if you get to 2v1 someone else. It's up to the one. It's up to the one guy who could decide if he wants to be 2v1. That's the fuck kind of logic is that? Unknown, speak. Unknown.
Unmute yourself, damn it. There you go.
Yeah, but he has to speak. That's not good enough. I'm gonna count down from 5. For now, I gotta boot you. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Unknown.
Bye. Okay, too late.
Fuck.
Sorry.
Oh, that was gay. All right.
Goodbye, Founding Father.
God damn it.
Goodbye. Okay, I killed them both. They're dead. Okay. So, Liam wants to do it too. We can do other people. Sure. Liam, are you in here? Liam? Where you at? Yeah, here you are. Okay, bring up Liam. Boop. And then we'll bring up Founding Father because he wanted to do Scout. Boop. There we go.
All right.
Founding Father, I invited you. D-Boy, what were you again? You were Scout, right? I don't remember. Sure, why not? Come on.
Yep, he was Scout. So, yeah.
Alright, so D-Boy Scout, Liam is Lone Wander. I love how Unknown and Founding came up with this, and they're not even here, and now we got 2 totally different dudes taking their debate is now being taken over for the 2nd time.
No shit. Like apparently, Unknown was asking for Liam, so he wasn't even trying to get up here the whole time.
Oh.
So
didn't make it very clear, I guess. Either that, I'm fucking.
Okay, so Liam, do you want to make this a 2v1 since you're covering Lone?
Yeah, I'll do a 2v1.
Okay. Does anyone else want to help Liam with his 2v1 and not make it a 2v1?
I don't think says he wants to join, but he can't.
Who?
Founding.
Hmm?
The guy you just kicked.
Founding's here.
Oh, is he?
Yeah.
Look at your
Are you
computer
even looking
screen.
at the screen, dog?
I was looking at the disc. I was looking at the YouTube chat.
Unknown Basic said he'll defend Fallout 3. Will you talk?
Yeah, bro, you didn't speak when you were up here. We got rules, son. You gotta check your mic and make sure everything's good. And if you don't speak, then
He
you're
said
out.
he wanted to debate Liam at first. Maybe he did. Maybe he didn't. He wasn't.
Yeah, request to come up here this time, and then we'll accept it. This way, we know you're actually going to be.
Who?
Yeah,
No, I'm not accepting.
Okay,
it.
he's
I'm
here.
not accepting
You're not-
it.
you're not?
It is a nope. It is a rule of the stream. If I invite you up here, your mic better work and you better answer. Otherwise, you get booted down for the rest of the stream. People oftentimes will come up here not prepared, and I've gotten very strict about the preparedness. You better make sure that your mic works before you come up here. That is a rule that we have been doing this for several months now. Now you're not booted permanently, but you can't come up. You can't come up tonight.
All right.
It's for that.
Good luck
stream.
next stream.
Yeah, it's for that stream, and that's the just make sure if you're invited up here, you're ready. I don't. Yeah, it's just it got to a point when we were doing these that I would invite 2-3 people up like back to back to back, and none of them were prepared and none of their mics were working, and they're like, oh, I don't know what's going on, or they just like left their computer, and and it was just like, this is getting ridiculous. Like if don't waste everybody's time. So I just made the rule, and yeah, I gotta stick by it.
Fair enough.
Crazy. I'm gonna head out. All right, see you, Crazy. Let's see. Okay, well, I would bring a couple stuff on chat if I can. Let's see, I can help. I know a lot about Fallout 3. That was what you said. All right, whatever. 2v1 or 1v2. Doug, you know Scout too, right? You don't know Lone Guy?
Yeah, no, I don't know. I don't really know Fallout 3 that well.
But you know Scout.
I do know Scout, yeah.
3v1.
I mean, I don't think Scout's got this just by my general knowledge of how Fallout can be. Like I don't think he's got this. I don't think he's got any of the radiation. I don't think he can overcome the power armors. Like I don't think he's got this.
Wait, doesn't he like drink radiation? Like that's what bonk is.
Scouts. So Scouts
like
bonk contains around.
I mean, radiation
Wait,
is not gonna really.
Michael wants to come up for Fallout, so he's gonna come up.
Oh God,
bring him up.
Get up here.
Oh God.
This is gonna be a 3v2 because Scouts. I don't think that the radiation in Scouts drink even comes close to the radiation that the Fallout Wanderer would have.
Hold on, let me just look this up real quick.
He doesn't really have a Fallout.
What?
Okay.
Mine is I can't remember the name of the gun. There's like one gun which uses radiation as a weapon. It's not really a factor.
Gamma.
Yeah, it's like one singular. Yeah.
Yeah, the gamma gun.
Yeah,
And
but the Fallout characters just are constantly are constantly around radiation all the time. Their bodies constantly have to intake it and deal with.
Well,
that.
then normal people can take it. Then why wouldn't Scout, who drinks radioactive stuff and is completely fine, why wouldn't he be able to take it?
The
I
point
think we need to clarify. At what point are we talking about the Lone Wanderer in Fallout 3? End of the game, so he has access to the mothership Zeta and can just blow up wherever fucking Scout is and erase it.
Well, we don't know if he can do that, but
what?
He can. He does it in the game.
Yeah,
he throws it whenever he wants.
So I can't find anything about the radiation, but apparently each can of bonk, from the amount of sugar it has, weighs 20 pounds, and is 4,000% the daily recommendation of caffeine intake. So he does have some. Holy shit!
I know that, but it's not radiation, and even if it was, it doesn't.
Wasn't there one that had radiation in it?
Why is radiation
It has turbo.
Maybe the soda popper. Maybe.
Oh no wait.
Scouts.
It also depends on how we doing it as an RPG character. Does he just have everything that he can have?
Well, you can have everything.
Own the ship. That's what I got asked. Own the ship, because if he doesn't if he's using someone else's ship, then no, he shouldn't have it.
He kills all the aliens on board and takes it over. It can teleport to it whenever he pleases.
Yeah, he's got the ship then. That's his ship.
He destroys another spaceship with it.
Holy
Yeah.
shit.
We don't know
I don't
how
see the
big the
scout
explosion
winning.
is.
Not even a little bit.
Visible from outer space to the
Yeah.
naked human eye.
Are you talking about the size of the ship?
No,
the
no, the explosion that the laser does.
Okay, I guess. Bro, what is Fallout 3 even about, dude? Like
Nonsense.
taking over alien ships, fighting
No, that's
alien
that's the
ships in space.
DLC.
What is this even about?
But I was just
Purifying
thinking, like,
water.
someone was saying about like the whole like he took a bunch of rockets.
Okay,
Like
well,
for the scout.
yeah, no,
Scout,
no shit. A big spaceship is gonna kill Scout.
Well, I was
No
gonna say
duh.
even then, that's like a lone wanderer can take a mini nuke.
well,
That's, I guess, to be
I don't know how a mini nuke would like just because it's a mini nuke doesn't mean it exactly has the like it doesn't
It's a
really
David
mean
Crockett.
essentially, I think it has the heat of a nuke, but it doesn't actually have the
It
explosion
would
radius.
it wouldn't have the heat of a nuke.
smaller?
Nukes heats are based off of their size. Like
Yeah.
if you actually released a nuke that was like the size of a building, it would not be anywhere near, like, it would be the heat of, I think it's actually less heat than a normal explosion would be. Like, it's not actually that hot. It'd be a couple thousand degrees.
Wasn't there like I'm pretty sure there's some nukes that are like can be like the heat of the sun.
Yeah, but that's like
the surface of the sun.
city-sized nuke. Like, not even
Yeah, this is a-
not even big Fat Man was that hot. Like, you're talking about some of the largest nukes we've ever produced.
SAR
So yeah,
bombs and
not
shit
even
like that.
close. Like
Yeah.
way bigger than
Yeah,
a
the
mini
mini
nuke.
nuke's like
Yeah, like I think Fat Man was calculated at like tens of thousands of degrees. Like, it wasn't. I'm probably wrong about the exact numbers, but it wasn't because they say like the strongest of nukes on our planet could be over 100 million degrees Celsius, but the Fat Man was like it wasn't even a million. Like, it was way less than that. Someone might, if y'all could in the chat, if y'all could look up how hot the Fat Man and Little Boy was, but it wasn't millions. I think it was tens of thousands.
I would like to also say that within the animation where Scout took the 3 rockets, I mean, he took 3 rockets and was essentially out and had to wait for the medic before he could get off the ground.
Yeah,
and
but
do
he didn't just take 3 rockets though. He also took a massive explosion that was shot from fucking space and hit him, exploded him, and he went flying very far, and he was smoking and heating on fire, and then they like jokingly just walked it off.
Yeah, and like even with those rockets, he was already
For what I
hurt.
found for the bonk, there is radioactive ingredients in it, but there's no no specific measurement. But he does drink radioactive shit.
Fair, but that thing about Scout, is that an official animation, or is that the SFM work? Because there are SFM competitions which are fan animations that aren't.
No, they're official. They're official.
Like the official trailer for Meet the Medic.
I don't know about the 3 rockets.
where he
I
took
don't
the
know which
3
one he's talking
rockets.
about. I'm talking about one.
Well, I want to know what you're talking about because I think I haven't seen that, which would surprise me.
I'll have to look for it. Give me a second. Go, y'all keep talking.
Yeah.
Yeah, the original
Speed-wise.
Scout speed.
Speed-wise?
He's casually running more than 30 to 40 miles an hour. Like
like he's way faster than the Lone Wanderer, even at his best.
Yeah, and with bonk, he can dodge bullets, which is don't ask me.
Oh yeah, that's what Bonk does. It doesn't even make him invincible. He just straight up dodges the bullets.
Is there? Do you guys know of a weapon called the Cow Mangler?
Yeah.
Cow Mangler? Yeah.
Apparently, it vaporizes people.
It does.
Yeah, it does do that.
And he
it was not. It was. I forgot what it was called, but Scout does have a weapon like that.
Yeah, he has the capper. It's a plasma weapon.
Yes, the capper. That's what it was.
Oh, the pistol. That's right. It's a reskin of the stock.
Most of the Lone Wanderer's weapons are either plasma or laser based.
Well, to be fair, most of his weapons are just regular ballistic weapons. Like, but he does have that, but I wouldn't say most of his weapons are plasma.
So Lost Soul got us the temperatures of the Little Boy and Fat Nuke. They said it was at the point of impact. The temperature was approximately 700 degrees, or 7,000 degrees Celsius.
That sounds better. Yeah, that sounds better.
Bad.
So it wasn't even tens of thousands of degrees. I mean, it was hot, But like you
It
could
was
see that.
14,000 degrees Fahrenheit, but 7,000
No.
degrees Celsius.
Yeah, I was talking about Celsius. Yeah, because the SAR bomb, I believe, is 100 million degrees Celsius. So you can see the difference
Yeah.
between the Fat Man and the SAR bomb. So just imagine what the difference would be between the Fat Man and the fucking mini nuke.
Mini nuke?
That's like this. That's like it's basically like
It's also called the Pac-Man.
It'd only be like a few hundred degrees Celsius.
it wouldn't
if
be a
even.
lot. It wouldn't be a lot. Yeah, it would not. It would hurt. It would kill a normal person just by the explosion, but it wouldn't.
Right.
It wouldn't be something that would be immediately
Like
vaporized.
high oven temperatures.
Yeah. Okay.
So for strength for the Lone Wanderer, what do you guys have?
Many fully
we don't really
automatic
see him.
weapons.
I don't think it's
which
gonna
is
matter. Well, if you're talking about physical strength, because I mean it's a shootout.
Yeah.
So you're talking about weapons. Sorry.
Yeah,
Continue.
Yeah, I was gonna say many rapid fire fully automatic weapons. Something that Scout is in particular countered by. Oftentimes, if he's caught out by fully automatic weaponry that can just spray in a general area, he can't dodge it.
The Lone Wanderer
Scout is one of
has
the
a
best
fucking
close-range shooters to
handheld
heavy. What do you
Mark
mean?
19, which is an automatic 40mm grenade launcher. I think he's gonna be fine.
Oh yeah,
At least
that's
when it
true.
comes to, like, arsenal.
I was gonna say the Lone Wanderer actually has the benefit of being strong enough to carry around the entire arsenal of the game.
Yes.
That is
At
also
once.
true.
He
And the
will-
ammunition.
He does also have a mini nuke module that makes it to where it propels little nuke balls that kind of net out like 9 at a time, which like
The
carbon
nerve?
bomb area.
Well, here's the thing. Does that matter when Scout is almost entirely within like maybe 10 meters at most?
Yeah, he'll pop a turbo and he'll be able to fucking slow down time, fucking bullet time.
Where doesn't need the turbo? His VATS does
On
it in
top
Fallout
of
3,
VATS.
remember?
But within
Oh,
a
yeah.
10-meter radius, could he? I mean, he
Yeah.
probably could. He probably could. Yeah,
He
he
can
could probably
pause
survive
time.
that. Maybe not unharmed, but he'd survive it at least. Especially if he's wearing power armor.
No.
Especially if he's wearing power armor. Pretty sure
Oh,
you
yeah,
can
talking
make
about
yourself
end of the
immune
end
to
game.
like low level bullets, small caliber bullets, because like they don't break the damage threshold or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, end game Fallout Wanderer is surviving mini nukes. He's surviving rockets like pretty easily.
Well, so is Scout, but
Oh yeah, exactly. Because like again, the surviving
What's
through
Scout's
rockets,
what's
that was
Scout's
like
biggest weapon? I guess it would come down to because he'd need to.
The biggest weapon would be the force of nature. It's a
no,
double-barreled
probably the
shotgun.
capper.
The what?
Probably the capper.
Cap?
The capper, the plasma pistol.
Questionable.
or the
I mean,
bat saber, which is basically just a lightsaber as a bat.
Oh yeah, they do have the bat saber as well.
Questionable. They're both equally as effective as their stock counterparts. Not very much. Like they're
That's
not even
in-game,
giving
though.
common
They're not even
That's a
giving
game
comic
mechanic.
books. But the thing
That's
is,
a game mechanic.
The thing is the game mechanics are relatively reflective of the media, like the 3 rockets that put Scout out of action in the animation for Meet the Medic. Roughly 3 rockets is what it takes to kill the Scout in game.
That was
No,
3
it-
direct rockets on a
rockets.
previously injured Scout. Scout dies to 2 directs in the game.
Yeah, like Scout in the SFM, Meet the Medic, he was already injured when those 3 rockets hit him. And I think all he got out of it was like a couple more missing teeth and a black eye.
So
Fair, but it would still.
what are you trying to argue here? Because it sounds like if you're gonna say that, then you can also say that the lightsaber fucking bat only works as the regular fucking bat.
What?
What?
are you
That's what
talking
you're saying with the gameplay argument. You're like doing the a 2-sided.
No,
face
we're
of
going
it.
off of SFM. He's saying it's like
no,
the
no.
game.
He's trying to make that argument. We're saying it's different.
We're going off the
It's
SFM.
different universes because Fallout doesn't have an animated thing like that, so you couldn't use it. You'd have to go off game
no,
for
that's like
Fallout.
official.
We're
like,
using
that was
out
made
of
by
game,
Valve.
like
Meet the Medic
comics
was made by
and
Valve.
the
No, I'm
SFM.
agreeing. I'm just
Well,
saying it's different because you can't do that for Fallout. So Fallout it is just gameplay.
Well, that's
But
the
for like
point.
Team Fortress
That's
2,
true.
that's not true because there's more.
Yeah, there is more
Well,
media,
yeah.
but the thing with Team Fortress 2 is Bat Saber is there's a potential chance that that might not actually be in lore an actual lightsaber bat. That could just be like a little prop toy, just referencing Star Wars because that's what it is. It's a
Well, there's nothing
crossover
stating
item.
that. There's also nothing stating that it's not as well, though. Yeah. So we're gonna go with what we're
Sure,
given.
but in the game, does it do more damage or does it do the
Nope.
same thing as
Well,
a
of course,
regular
well, of
bat?
course not, because
Yeah,
that would be unbalanced.
But the difference
Yeah.
is that it would
So?
it kills them equally as efficiently. The difference is when they die, they just have a disintegrating
Like a
effect.
vaporize animation.
Yeah, they get
Yeah.
disintegrated.
Well, as I say, Fallout
Well,
has that
I mean,
too.
look,
Yeah,
if there's a disintegration animation, you could assume that it's probably
Yeah,
an
it's not a
actual
prop
lightsaber.
if it's disintegrating people.
Yeah.
Yeah, like it's disintegrating people in the game.
But I
So
mean,
like,
lasers
it's
and
probably a
plasma
real
weapons are
saber.
very
I
common in
guess we
Fallout.
could make that as yeah. It doesn't do it doesn't do that any more efficiently than a normal metal bat in his hands. Like it's
Well, that's
equally
because that'd be
effective.
unbalanced.
because of
No,
game
I
balance.
wouldn't.
A
I
game
would.
mechanic.
Yeah, I wouldn't say. I would say that the damage numbers and like how it actually works as a game mechanic wouldn't. But I would say you'd still count as a lightsaber for the conversation that we're currently having.
Yeah.
But yeah, it doesn't mean like it was the second that you get this, it's going to suddenly be like the most powerful fucking weapon in the game. But if it disintegrates people, it clearly is more powerful than its regular bat. Like even if you want to say that,
All the
you know,
well, sure, but all of the laser weapons and plasma weapons and alien weapons, hell, even some of the fucking regular like I think the cattle prod in Fallout could fucking disintegrate enemies if you get a critical hit.
That's true.
It's not. Yeah, they do have like a laser, like melee weapon. I know what you mean.
Aren't there a number of different like you have the power armor, but aren't there any other are there any shields or anything you can attach to that or modules?
There's one power armor that has like these giant Tesla arcs on it. That anytime someone's in like melee damage
But the
distance, it just
T40,
electrocutes them.
the T51 is just better than everything else.
Okay. So not
Wait,
quite.
winterized T51 is
Yeah, it's canonically unbreakable.
undamageable.
Yeah, it's undamageable. The guy inside the suit would die before the suit is destroyed.
Yeah, because like the armor can survive like real nukes going off direct impact, but the dude inside would die.
Okay.
So like, at what point does like this laser lightsaber bat affect the dude inside the armor?
Well, I think. Well, I don't know if we have anything to pierce that. I just feel like Scout would have to play a waiting game until the energy core runs out.
I mean,
that's not even a thing in like the older
Oh yeah,
games.
no,
It's
I'm thinking
only
of
a
Fallout 4.
and
I'm a
New
dumbass.
Oh yeah.
76.
Yeah.
But if we want to be like, oh, that's a gameplay mechanic, and like, yes, the power cores do have like a lifestyle. It's like, okay, sure, but like, the Lone Wanderer still has the ability. Yeah, he
you
can literally carry as much as he wants on him at any time as possible due to his physical strength alone.
Unknown Basic made the point that the Wanderer can dodge laser rifles and stuff that do bounce off of reflective surfaces. While that's true, you don't have to react to the lasers as much as the person shooting the gun. So we can't really.
But you can still pop turbo and still dodge the lasers.
Well, that
drug
like,
that.
you're
But that's
forgetting
more
that.
reacting to the person shooting and less of like
dodging. And I mean, even if you want to make that argument, even Scout has that too. He could drink a bonk, and the entire mechanic of bonk
I'm saying
is that you're
those
dodging.
two things would cancel each other.
Well, yes.
Yeah.
But
No,
the thing about bonk is Scout only has as much as in that can, and I'm pretty sure there's a lot more turbo for the Wanderer. And
he doesn't need turbo. He has that.
Well, whatever gives him his speed ability, he can use it as much more often than the Scout can use bonk. And the thing is that bonk, when he's under the effect, he's too jittery to even properly use his gun. He either can't get his finger in the loop to access the trigger, or he just can't point the damn thing, so he just can't even shoot it. So it will help him a lot, but it's definitely very limited, extremely limited, and he's got to think that out. And Scout is not a thinker. He's not a big brain person. He's a bit of an arrogant dumbass
dumbass Boston guy from the 70s, tough guy who is, like 125 pounds and doesn't yet still get into fist fights types of shit. I don't know.
Yeah.
Not very good at describing characters, but what I'm saying is he's not the kind of guy who's supposed to be, who's a very excellent fighter. And the thing about the entire mercenary group, which I've learned recently, is they are the worst mercenaries in the fucking organization.
Yeah, they are the worst. They're the F team. They're the worst.
Which is impressive for that whole organization. But still, yeah, that's like they're
Also,
supposed to be incompetent.
how does fucking Scout heal? Because our Lone Wanderer boy, he has auto stim packs that are just gonna keep him at fucking max.
He could use
as long
he
as
could use the
has
pretty
them.
boys on contact on hit with the pretty boys. You gain 3 health. The pretty boys pocket pistol.
Yeah, there's both the pocket. What we don't.
And pretty boys
we don't
pocket
know.
pistol and the mad milk that does the same thing. If you hit him with the mad milk, it's life steal.
Yeah, so he can gain health on hit, though. We could argue about that being a whole game mechanic thing, but there's nothing else to work with, so I'll give it to him. But I don't think any of that's entirely reliable, because do we base that off of him hitting the guy in the suit or the suit? Like, how does he get the life steal ultimately? Because no one's really wearing armor. No one's really. It does work on robots. You're right, but the robot has a metal body. If you put something around that body, could it affect it? Because no one wears armor.
I mean, I don't see right.
Yeah, I feel like if it works on the robot, it works on power armor.
Yeah, power armor doesn't have health.
Has durability.
Yeah, it does have a health durability.
And his durability is unlimited if he's wearing
that's
winterized.
Yeah.
But that would also just be a game mechanic.
No,
like no matter how strong the
in
armor
lore,
is,
it's indestructible.
damage, it can still break.
Yeah, that specific armor is indestructible.
Well, by the standards we're working with here, if a real nuke can't blow it apart, then nothing these guys are carrying around can break it.
Yeah, then it's just a win for you guys.
All right.
I just don't see there's a way for them to deal with for him to hurt the Lone Wanderer in the armor.
I mean, he's got the force of nature, which can completely throw people off their feet with a blast. He can throw him around.
It could throw Heavy, who's almost 300 pounds, but I'm pretty sure a thing of power armor is nearly 1,000 pounds.
I found your video, guy. Your scout taking the explosion. Yeah, I found it. Just watch that video if you want.
3 direct rockets.
It's not 3. I don't think it's 3 direct rockets. I think it's just one big rocket that he gets hit by. But it doesn't.
No, that's 3 different direct. Yeah, that's 3 big. That's 3 rockets.
Okay, I just watched. Well, I didn't see, but I just watched it, and it's there's not really much evidence that he lands near him. I don't he said it lands near him, and then it doesn't really hit him. It just kind of lands by him, but there's no real evidence of that. It looks like it doesn't show where it hits, but he's right there. The rockets come. Yeah, here they are. The 3 rockets come down. Boom. And then he gets launched. He's right in the center of that explosion. That is not just barely hitting him. He got hit directly with 3 rockets. I think you're kind of if you're saying that he didn't get hit, I would say you'd have to or he just it just hit near him. You'd have to prove that because that looks like he got fucking hit with all 3 of them, face right there. So
right, direct hit. So even on
the main reason why I say that is because in other animations, stronger and more healthier classes get one shot by the same rockets and individual rockets, and the soldiers they are fighting are the same individual one character Jane Doe soldier. Yeah, that's his name, Jane Doe. On the red team, all those blue guys that they fight in that animation are copies of the one guy. I don't know why I felt the need to bring that up. It just had some video game logic to do with it. And
maybe, but if you actually look at the scene and the way it's presented in that particular video, he flies out of the center of that explosion. He's not. It's not.
Yeah.
It doesn't look like in any way that it's just near him.
I don't think that matters.
Maybe not. Maybe not. But I'm just saying. I'm not. I'm not picking a side of your debate. I'm just saying. Doug said
the mini nuke.
everyone's been talking about it, but I don't even like how powerful
Even still,
is
I
it?
don't think it. I don't think it doesn't.
It's
I
more
don't think it
powerful
matters.
than a
You can
normal
just use
rocket
any other
launcher,
gun,
for
anyways.
sure.
It wouldn't be that strong, to be honest with you. Or at least it wouldn't be as strong as I think people have in their heads that it would be. People normally are like,
No.
oh, nukes, those are really powerful. Kind of. Like, I mean, like anything else, it depends on size. It's not like if you had a nuke that exploded like a grenade, that it would be like vastly more powerful than a grenade. It would be about the same power as a grenade. The problem
Remember,
is
gentlemen, size matters.
yeah, I mean the problem is that like the radiation is a problem, the whole nuclear fusion thing, and the fact that the bigger it is, the more heat it gets. But if you're talking about a nuke that's that size, we already kind of went over it, that you're talking about something that's like a microwave. You know, it's a couple hundred, not even a microwave. It's like a couple hundred degrees is what it would likely be, possibly even less than that. Like it wouldn't be that hot. It would hitch. It would kill a normal person for sure. But I don't think that there's really that much evidence that a mini nuke would just straight up completely kill the scout, especially considering he's hit with those 3 rockets. And you can say like, oh, getting hit with a rocket launcher doesn't mean anything. Yeah. That's a big fucking explosion. Like look at the size of the explosion of those. That is not a normal rocket launcher explosion. That's big. Like
Well, in the mini nuke rockets were pretty big explosions.
That's like the kind of bomb that's dropped out of a plane.
Yeah, that's not a normal. That's not like a rocket. Like if you were to fire an RPG at somebody.
And he was so injured he could barely even stand.
That's fair.
And like all he gets out of it is like a couple more missing teeth and a black eye.
Exactly.
Yeah, like they make a joke out of it. Like he hits the camera and then he like makes a funny face and stuff, but it's not
like medic.
He's clearly not like going. I mean, he can still speak. That's one thing. But yeah, like he's clearly not like done or out of the fight or dead or like his life isn't really in danger after being hit by this. I don't think that him being hit by I don't think the mini nuke explosion's that big, as those 3 rockets were, and I don't think that there's enough evidence to really say that him, even if he was hit directly by that mini nuke, that it would immediately one-shot him. I think he'd have to be hit by
I only feel like a.
I don't think it's
from what Rouga is saying and how the fact that even those 3 rockets did so little damage to him, I doubt it would even like it'd be like ow. Like
I doubt
he's gonna walk it off.
Yeah, I don't think that the mini nukes are one shot, and I want to preference that whenever the scout took those rockets and went on the ground, the next time you see the scout, he's just face first on the ground doing nothing. Like after that, scout's on the ground.
He's in a different position. He went back into the fight to fight more of the soldiers.
No, he was on his face.
He sustained more damage between the 2 cuts.
No, he
was
fell
on his hands and knees, but I get what you're saying.
Follow the clip. Follow the clip.
By all means, roll the clip. You don't see him actually fall out the window, but whenever you go through the whole sequence where we're gonna see the medic and the heavy are going to have their whole thing, and then once you're gonna see Scout again after the medic comes out to heal, and Scout is just gonna be face first on the ground.
He's like crawling around or whatever.
Yeah, but basically done. Like he can't do shit.
Sure.
Again,
the scout can take more damage than we're giving him credit for.
Right there.
However, does the scout have anything to get around power armor, or the fact that the fucking Lone Wanderer at the end of his series has a fucking UFO spaceship that can launch lasers big enough to
superiority is going to be one guy. Well, no, that's not fun though. Like that's not.
Yeah.
That's not
also,
fun.
you have to make the assumption that he gets to the ship and can like track where he was exactly and follow him.
He can teleport when he pleases.
Yeah, but he still has to activate the laser and aim the laser.
So he destroys the whole Earth. How long does that take?
How is that a win for him though? Like he's got nowhere else
He's
to win
got
now.
the spaceship. He's fine.
Is that even in his character that he would be like, oh fuck
like,
this
would
one
he
guy
in
in particular?
particular,
I'm gonna blow up the whole planet.
Played an ad.
He hasn't got a character.
Go off the thing. Sorry.
And that's also assuming that'd be his first resort. Like, that's also assuming he would do that right away.
But again, you're assuming you have.
It's all dependent on the player character.
This isn't a Geralt or Rivia who has a defined character.
Yeah. Like
this is just do what you want.
Exactly. Like you can fucking. The whole purpose of the game is to purify the water, make it so it's not radiated. And you can just make it to where anybody who's mutated is fucking poison to them.
Yeah, but my point is he has no defining character traits, so there's nothing he would go. He hasn't got a go-to.
Yeah, and if we were also to take into account just the amount of ammunition that the Wanderer can have on his person compared to what Scout could hold onto his person, just the Wanderer would just outlast him in the firefight. And
Jim does want to bring up a point that Mike was talking about earlier, where he was saying that he could teleport. He says that the fast travel and teleportation is not usable in combat, so he actually would not be able to do that.
Yeah, that's fair.
I mean, the best case scenario I can
Good
see
argument.
is Scout just jumping around him for like hours, just pushing him over with the Force of Nature or the shortstop
He's
shove.
not going to be able to do that though.
Wait, is the fast travel in Fallout a teleportation? I just always assumed he was just
No,
traveling.
it is when you get Mother Data.
To the spaceship, it is a teleport.
Okay.
That's a little animation where you use the item.
Okay, you're talking. I'm assuming you're talking about one of the DLCs for Fallout 3.
Yeah.
Yeah, the one where you get all the fucking spaceship and stuff. Yeah, I never played that one. So.
Lost Soul says that Wanderer also has a Tesla gun, which has a beam of electricity which can knock down
Tesla cannon.
A Tesla gun, which can knock down vertibirds and which are advanced like helicopters. So yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, a rocket can do that too, and we've already established that wouldn't do much to him.
Well, electricity would affect Scout way differently, and the thing about the rockets is it's such an outlier in the series because Scout has struggled, has gotten killed, literally killed by normal guns, and has an assigned death date where I think he just gets beat to death or some shit. No, it's just kind of a joke.
I don't really think the guns in Team Fortress 2 are normal guns.
Yeah.
Like I said, the rocket that, like I said, the three again. I'm gonna keep bringing up the three rockets because I don't know this series. But I have heard some of the weapons that you guys are talking about that exist within this series, and the fact that those three rockets that are just supposed to be normal rockets are significantly larger than normal rockets. These weapons don't seem like normal weapons.
Exactly, and heavy, most of the guns in TF2 shouldn't be able to work, yet they do. Like, if you look at them and you actually analyze them, most of the guns in TF2 shouldn't actually work.
Insert any video game weapon ever.
Have
you ever actually sat down and looked at them?
It's
they don't. Most of them just don't work if you actually take them apart and look at them.
It's a very
heavy gun that shouldn't work.
What are you talking about? The super shotgun is perfect in every way.
I mean, it's double barrel. It could theoretically
perfect.
work, it does not have the same destructive power.
No, it can exist. Fuck you.
Yeah, I'm saying that. It's held by Doom guys, so it's just super ultra mega fucking roided out.
It's amazing. It's just
There
really,
is
really
zero
big
gauge
bullets.
shotguns. I think they call them putt guns or something, but there is zero gauge shotguns.
Yeah.
Whether or not you can make a fucking shot off and fucking shoot that with your hand, different story.
The biggest I've fired is a Tyrannosaurus round, which I don't remember how big of a gauge that is. It's big. I've never fired a 4-bore, which I think is the biggest handheld.
I shot a.
No, there's 2 bores that are handheld.
There you go. I haven't fired
that
one.
But they're very, very. There's only about 6 of them.
They're fun.
They're rare.
The elephant rounds were fun. They're for hunting elephants. They're really fun.
Really?
They're really yes.
The elephant round?
Yeah,
I wonder what that could
the
do.
elephant round is called that because it's used to hunt elephants. There's also one that's bigger. That its street name is called the elephant round is like a street name. That's why I don't remember the actual size of the bullet. But there's a bigger one called a T-Rex round that I've also never fired. It's bigger than it's like so big it's too big to hunt elephants with. Yeah, people get.
Wasn't there like one gun out there that was like it was like something RDJ Fat Mac, and
Probably.
like somebody said it would be overkill for hunting whales.
Yeah, probably. I mean, we've made
20 millimeters overkill for hunting.
We love making shit that's just impractical to kill things with.
Yeah.
Like,
Someone called it an anti-kaiju rifle.
Like just that we've made.
I
think it's gonna be funny. I think it's gonna be funny because eventually we're gonna be invaded by aliens, right? And when we are invaded by aliens, their technology, it's going to be a Helldiver situation where these aliens are gonna be like, these guys, we're so much more advanced than them, and then where they're gonna go down and we're gonna blow right through their armor, and they're gonna be like, how the fuck why did they even make this? Like, what did they have to fight?
They have no reason to make
this size of
why
ammo.
Did they make this?
Yeah, like there's nothing that could possibly. This is thousands of times more powerful than what they need to kill anything on the planet, and they've made it. And it's like, that's right, we got that shit.
Yep.
We got that shit.
I'm going to enjoy that. I'm going to get one shot off when that happens, and then die, and I'll be happy with it.
Like you'll kill one alien.
I'll kill one. Not even. I just want
You're
to
a whole goddamn ship with some of this shit.
I want to be the guy who shoots that bullet that goes through their armor, and then I just want to see the face of the alien when he looks at it. It's like, fuck was that? And then that's it. I don't even have to kill anybody. I just want to see the reaction, and then I'll die. I'll be like, all right, I made my place in history. I saw that reaction. All right, sorry, I keep interrupting y'all shit. Go ahead.
Yeah, good. So Scout
you're saying about the
died-
gun which can knock him off his feet?
Yeah, so not only that, Scout has gotten the shit kicked out of him by normal people all the time. Guns killed him, and yes, God in the comics, technically God might have brought him back, but if you pay attention, God has Scout's face, which it could be Sally's choice, hinting it was just in Scout's head because God tells Scout he is gift to women on all Earth, and they're all supposed to have sex with him. And Scout has to convince God to not destroy the Earth for not all the women having sex with him.
How'd he die?
Yeah, because if we're going off comic lore, which we don't know is true, it's
saying it might
technically
not
a
be real.
preordained death, so he can't die till then. But
but how did he
probably
die?
not true.
He got jumped by a group of robots with shotguns, and they all.
I mean, he didn't die. He's still alive in Comic 7, but
No. But I'm saying
death.
if he was jumped by a bunch of dudes and they unloaded on him with shotguns, and it's an impressive feat either way. On one hand, he died and then God brought him back. On the other hand, he got unloaded on. He got fucking RoboCopped, but he survived. So either way, that's impressive. So
even if you say that's
but
on
it's
his
not
head,
more
that would
than
be
what-
even better.
But it's not more than what the Wanderer can do to him. Now those are eating explosives is something the Wanderer can do in his armor, and a group of robots.
He
is
can do
something
it
the Wanderer
without the
can take
armor
on and
too. So
survive.
the armor's not
That too,
like,
yeah.
the definitive factor here.
Not really.
Everything
I mean,
he can
not
do in
really.
The armor he can do outside of the armor.
Not really. I mean, in gameplay, I suppose you can have a lot of health, sure, but I mean, this is a dude who breaks his legs if he falls off of something that's a little too high. Like he's not that.
Well, again, that's
Fallout is actually a
depends on your-
surprisingly grounded series if you actually look at like
You
how
can also
strong.
get you can also get a perk that makes it to where your limbs can't break at all. Adamantium skeleton.
That's true. That is true.
Here's the only thing I
you are
see
level-
happening.
We're saying it's a level 20. Look, it's max level, and max level you can pretty much get everything if you spec it right. So everything in the game is very achievable.
Yeah, no, I'm not saying you're basically using a composite version of the character. Like I know there's an ability that basically makes it so that explosions are like slightly don't do quite as much damage to you. I forgot what the perk is called. Like, there's a lot of crazy perks. There's a perk that allows radiation to actually like give you bonuses instead of hurting you. And yeah, is it healing? Okay, yeah, it heals you. Like there's cool stuff there. But I don't know if you can take like you being max leveled and having full health, and then someone like shooting a mini nuke at you and you surviving as being canonically what the character can fucking do. Like I feel like there's a point where you are talking about you're mixing gameplay up with what he's actually capable of doing.
I mean,
but that's all we have. That's all we have.
Elder Maxis was able to fucking fist fight a fucking Deathclaw, and he's
Actually,
a
wait.
canon character.
Yeah,
there was
sure.
a good point brought up that I just want to say from Alex. Scout. So when Scout was in heaven, he saw Tom Jones was there, and they had to hide him from Scout because Scout thought Tom Jones was alive.
Yes,
so if
but
it was
the
a figment of his imagination, Tom Jones wouldn't be there.
But it was also the moment because Scout was disguised as Tom Jones, pretending to be his dad, because Spy didn't want to admit it. What that was in that moment was Scout realizing Spy's my dad. That's him coming to terms. That's what that was symbolizing. Maybe it was not.
Scout was knocked out before Spy undisguised.
Is he actually his dad?
Does he already know that? Yes, he is.
Yeah.
Scout already knew that beforehand. Scout already knew that beforehand, and that was Scout recognizing.
Where are you getting this from?
Coming to terms with it.
Hold on, where are you getting that from?
Because Scout had a dream where he sees Spy with his mom, like, watching over him, and he wakes up like, Spy's my dad, and has a conversation with the Heavy about Spy disappearing in his life like a father, and even, like, fucking Sniper has discussions with Spy, which might not talk to Scout, but the point is he has conversations with the mercenaries about that relationship, and they're aware of it. He is definitely in denial of it. They portray this in the comics, so he was simply just recognizing in that moment, like, no, this is clearly not Tom Jones, because why the fuck would he suddenly be here? This is clearly Spy disguising, not having the balls to admit he's my fucking father, and that's why he died in Resolution. It's all good.
That's my bad. I might have
Scout-
missed that. Yeah, I might have like overlooked that.
It's alright.
That's
I
my
want to. I want to say like Scout's my boy when it comes to TF2. He's one of my favorite characters. He's fucking hilarious. He's my favorite class, and it's just this is not the fight for him. He is very impressive for taking those rockets and even those robots and all the things he's done. But the Wanderer and all the Fallout characters, they're nuts. They just fight such crazier shit.
I'm sorry. I have to touch on this. I'm sorry for interrupting.
Go ahead.
But someone in the comments just said almost all video game characters can die from falling. Even Doomslayer can die from a 30-foot fall. No, the fuck he can't. There is no fall damage in Doom Eternal or Doom 2016. That is bullshit. So don't go lying about my Doom guy.
Unless
Okay.
outside the map.
There is no fucking fall damage in Doom. Stop it. Stop it.
Like,
you liar.
yeah, the only thing I could
Spreading
see happening
misinformation on the internet.
is maybe like he just fucking tries to jump around the Lone Wanderer and just push him around because he can.
He couldn't
got
do
some
that.
He has
would
decent
stop that.
physical strength. He can.
Yeah.
I know I'm bringing up game mechanics, but he can, if he uses like his shortstop shove, he can push heavy like 3 feet back.
Oh yeah,
with,
and
and he
also,
gets
like,
airtime.
in the
And heavy's
comic,
like, I looked it up. Heavy's between 300 and 450 pounds.
He weighs more.
So
Yeah,
he
he
could at
weighs
least
more than
like push around.
well,
Wanderer
also
would.
in the comics,
I wouldn't
when
so much
he was-
give that to heavy because that can be gameplay mechanics. Because I'm pretty sure.
But I'm
they've
saying
shown
how.
Scout-
Yeah,
how
but he
does
also
deal with
Scout
that?
did.
Well, it
Scout
is-
did beat up a bear. He did beat
Yeah.
up a bear with a bone in his hand.
No, juvenile bear. We can't
Like,
give him
no,
the
like,
full
even,
bear.
like,
It was a
the
juvenile
decapitated
bear.
him, and it was a juvenile bear for the TF2 verse. It was like still the size of a normal bear. Like
how does he
Yeah,
deal with
yeah,
that?
it's roughly the size of a man, and then the mother bear was fucking horrid, huge.
like the size of a fucking
Yeah.
It was like 9 feet tall and heavy suplexed it.
But I don't think even the small bear that Scout went up against is the equivalent of the Fallout characters' fist fighting Deathclaws, which is how.
I'm not saying
the-
he is, but you know.
No, I'm not. Yeah, we're not saying he's equivalent. We're just saying he can like push him around, and with his
Yeah, he can definitely
accelerated
push him
ability.
around.
Yeah, I
He
do
might
give
be
you that.
able to
That is
push
one
him
of the
around
good
and
strengths
jump around
too.
him.
So
I'm
can
not
the
saying he's gonna
Fallout
stop.
character. So
Scout-
can the Fallout character.
But
Like,
Scout's
you just can't get
strength,
past that.
Scout's strength is using the terrain, his surroundings, as well as his maneuverability to outmaneuver his opponent, so that he cannot be hit. That's his whole thing. So he's gonna be able to definitely like keep the Wanderer on his toes and not get hit by a lot of attacks because that's just what he's about. That's what makes him so strong and powerful. But the thing is that with all the fully automatic and explosive weaponry, it's only a matter of time before Scout gets done in. Because, well, while he can definitely take some impressive stuff, the Courier still has.
He has the tools.
I think
the
you're-
Courier has the tools.
Exactly. He can.
Yeah, I think you're overestimating the
Or
automatic
not the
weapon.
Courier,
because-
the lone fucking Wanderer. Why do I keep saying the Courier?
Sorry, the Wanderer.
Yeah, sorry.
The Wanderer, you're overhyping the automatic weapons a little too much. The explosives are what are going to do him in because of the splash damage. Because Scout is one of the best counters to heavy in the game if you get close.
Well, that's fine. He can just use the rocket
It's all
launcher.
about who catches who off guard first. But the Scout.
Every archetype that TF2 has, whether it's like, Pyro versus fucking Heavy, all that shit, the Lone Wanderer can fucking do. So whatever works effective against Scout and like in the lore of fucking TF2, the Lone Wanderer can do, because he can do and emulate every fucking thing that all of the characters of TF2 can do.
Including
Do you have him-
invisibility, like a Scout.
Auto turret?
Or auto turret? Yeah. Wait, dude. Well, I'm thinking of Fallout 4.
No,
Does Fallout 3 have
he
auto
doesn't
turret?
have an auto turret.
Fallout 3 doesn't have auto turrets, but
again,
you can't build a turret,
Surprise,
but he can
Yeah,
pull
the
out
best,
a fucking
the best counter to a
minigun.
Scout is
Like,
a sentry.
the thing is, how does the Scout deal with that?
That's
Yeah, how does
But
he
he
overcome
can-
the
He
Wanderers?
can bonk up close and then he can jump over your head multiple times while you're
It
standing up
freezes
straight.
time.
Like he can just
How do you
fly
feel?
over
Freezes
you.
time.
Okay, but how does he kill him? That's the question.
He shoots him.
No, there's no way of killing him. This is a dead argument.
Oh, yeah.
There's no way of killing the Fallout guy.
Well, I was saying you were saying he could push him, but I'm saying he couldn't even do that because he has VATS to counter any acrobatics.
VATS is a gameplay mechanic.
No, VATS is a lore thing.
It's
It
canon.
does.
VATS is a lore. In lore, it slows down
in-
time.
Yeah, it's like a
Reaction
Sandesivine or whatever it is from Cyberpunk.
Jesus.
Where it, like, injects your body with a whole chemicals.
Yeah, like it's broken. VATS is broken.
No, well, if it's injecting it with chemicals, then it would be on par with Bonk. And even still,
The
it does
issue
make his
is
bullets
you can
move
use
faster.
VATS in concurrent with other drugs that also slow down time.
And there's way more.
That still
And,
doesn't
and
speed
I
up the
already
bullets,
touched on
though.
this.
The
VATS
bullets are
can
going to
be
move at the same speed.
Possibly,
you
but
can
VATS.
dodge the bullets with the slow down time.
So can the Bonk, but the
But
VATS
can you dodge lasers
more
though?
often.
That's what Scout
You
can do with
can.
Bonk.
But even then, there's only
Hell,
so
if we want to get
much
real
Bonk.
technical, one of the skills in like the melee tree of Fallout, which is like the lower side of Fallout, you just straight up can teleport 25 meters, and it states that you just dash them, but it's instantaneous.
What?
That's true.
Or 12 feet, not 25 meters, 12 feet.
Yeah, and the
Jesus.
Bonk. There's only so much Bonk that Scout can have in a can, and I don't. And
Even
I
if we
still
give him
think
that like fucking duffel bag full that he has as a cosmetic, it's not going to work.
Yeah, even with that duffel bag, he's got to take the time to unzip it, get it out, and not have it get shot off his back in the middle of the fight.
Yeah, Scout was
Alright.
fucked from the beginning. As soon as that armor came in, Scout was fucked.
Okay.
I think about the
I grant
armor
you
is
that.
fucked.
Scout does 100% have mobility in his side of the corner. It's just when it gets like if he tries to get close and do the things that he's good at doing close, the Lone Wanderer has the skills to pay the bills, or at least to negate whatever
If you take away
would
the
give
armor, he
Scout
still
the
has the ability
advantage.
to put him down if he gets close.
Yeah.
Yeah, the
Even
Scout
if we take away the armor,
has-
I don't know if Scout wins.
The power armor is only armor. It doesn't unless we're talking about specific models. It
Well,
doesn't
it does give him higher
outside.
perception and endurance buff,
Well,
right?
It only
Yeah,
it only really gives him some endurance and it gives him durability, which
Perception too on some of them.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but you can also max out. Like if
Well,
we're talking like that
regardless-
point, you can max out everything and be like a demigod in Fallout through gameplay without having to use any fucking armor or anything.
Regardless of what the armor does, the Wanderer is capable of killing the Scout, like in this with or without it. The armor on allows him to essentially be unkillable to the Scout. He's now killable without it. It's just I don't. It's a
still
now bigger
almost
question to
impossible.
how likely it is. But we found. But I
Yeah.
think we've reached the end of the debate at this point. Like we know who.
Yeah.
Wins.
Yeah, it's Wanderer. It
Yeah,
sounded a lot
Wanderer
more
takes
balanced
this.
because I didn't know much
But-
about Fallout when they came up with this.
So,
Fallout
just to
3
put it out,
especially
because
is
I was
broken.
curious about the VATS thing y'all were talking about, and I was saying while people are basically under agreement that it's canon because it's referenced outside, it has never been explained how it works or what it is in any way. We don't know if it's chemicals. We don't know how it works in lore. We just know that it's been stated to exist in some form or another. Some people think
So it does.
that it's tied to the
essentially
Pit
magic.
Boy.
It's unexplained.
Well, some people think that it's tied to the Pit Boy since in most of the games you can't use it until you get the Pit Boy. However, in Fallout 4 you can use it before you get the Pit Boy. So people are just very
Can you?
there's apparently that's what I'm reading. I don't remember
I did-
for sure, but it does. But yeah, people are all basically agreeing the same thing that there's even the wiki it all says the same thing. There's never been an explanation for how VATS actually works. The only reason why people used to believe it's non-canon, the only reason why they believe it's canon is the fact that it's been mentioned once or twice in like little lore pages and stuff that it's a thing.
So essentially, it's fucking magic. 'Cause
No,
there's
it's just
explanation for it, but it just
not
happens.
it's just not explained. It's some
Yeah,
kind
no,
of
that's what isn't
it's
that what
some
the definition of magic is? It's just technology that's not explained.
No,
and we don't know.
magic.
There's
yeah.
nothing mystical about it.
Yeah, magic would
I
be.
mean, that's no, that's what a lot of
Stop
science
quoting Thor.
Magic is
Well,
something that defies science. It's not.
Yeah.
It's not just something that science can't explain. Like a black hole was never magic just because we don't understand. Well, it's still technically we don't really understand them, so that doesn't make them magic. But if I were to just make a black hole in the center of my bedroom out of my hands, that should not be possible via science. Ergo, that's magic. That's how that works. But yeah, no. So for VATS, you can't. The reason why I started looking that up because I'm not gonna lie, I thought it was a little. Nah, when you said that VATS is basically the same as Sandevastan, because I was like, not really.
I mean, it has the same effects.
It's not really.
Not
No,
You can't
no,
move
no,
while
no,
doing it.
no. I mean,
because like
VATS is a targeting system. Like it allows you to slow down time for a second and then sort of focus on what it is you want to target, and then you immediately hit those targets and shoot at them. But that's it. Sandevastan literally like nearly stops time for a long, and you could just freely move around and do whatever you want in that time, where bullets are basically frozen in midair as you freely move around doing whatever it is you want. You can wipe out like 30, 40, 50 people as long as you can just keep moving. And it gets to the point in Sandevastan where if you're like, once you start to get like to the full level in that game, you could basically always fight while Sandevastan is on. So you become like a lesser Flash or some shit. VATS isn't like that. It's a targeting system.
Depending on
Depending on with Turbo would emulate Sandevastan. Because Turbo does slow down the game world to the point where you can see projectiles.
Well, that's in Fallout 4 does
bullets,
let you
lasers,
move.
and explosions.
Not to the same extent. I still think Sandevastan is a better.
Not as powerful, but it's the same effect.
We actually had. I'm not sure if you were here, Mike, but we actually had a debate like a month or two ago of who was it? It was one of the Fallout protagonists versus Atom Smasher.
No, okay, I forgot about that. Yeah, Adam Smasher.
Oh, Atom Smasher clears.
Oh, dude. Yeah, we came to that conclusion pretty fast. that was very one-sided.
Because even with the indestructible armor with the nuke, isn't Atom Smasher's like whole body like the same fucking thing?
Yeah.
Nuke's
and like
survivability.
even if he couldn't break through the armor, he could just like smack the shit out
kill
of
him inside the
Well,
armor.
like he's wearing no, because he's not inside of armor. Like he is the armor. The drag he took.
No,
I'm talking about like Atom Smasher to the courier or
it's
whoever
a,
it was.
Hercules and the Nemean Lion thing, where it's like, oh, you can't pierce my armor, but guess what, mother.
Oh yeah.
And in this case, it'd be even.
I forgot what Fallout character they were using. Maybe it was the one from Vegas. I don't remember. What was the name?
Yeah,
of
the courier.
I think it was the courier. I think that's the one it was. Yeah. It was a courier versus.
A couple months ago, that like there was like a courier versus that one guy from BioShock versus like Nemesis or something.
Yeah, that was me and two other guys.
I think that was the same. I think that was the same night that we had after we. I think it was after we did that one. So. We immediately afterwards did the Atom Smasher versus Courier, because they came to the conclusion that Courier was going to beat the other two. Which I agree he would beat BioShock. Who was the other one?
Nemesis.
No, it was Nemesis.
Oh man, we got a hater in chat.
That's
Atom
harder.
Smasher can be damaged by a grenade. I think he's assuming when like
in the gameplay.
Attack.
Yeah, in gameplay.
In gameplay, he could be hurt by any weapon in the game. However, in lore, the Dragoon armor is specifically designed to basically be a human tank, and he upgraded the Dragoon armor to be lined with lead specifically to fight off against. Basically, the armor was designed to survive the epicenter of nuclear blasts. Like, it was literally designed to do that. But yeah, no, it's in the game. Yeah, you could shoot him with any weapon, and you could damage him. But he's like,
you could punch it.
There's a reason why he's a legend that's been alive for like well over 100 years that nobody could fucking kill. Like, he's stupidly overpowered in that series. I mean, just watch Edge Runners and tell me that he's not like brokenly overpowered.
He's an absolute monster in that.
Exactly,
He's a monster in that.
Like he called Sandevastan the thing that had fucking David tweaking out the entire show.
Yeah.
He called that a rudimentary
implant. Yeah. Because the whole thing is that David gets a Sandevastan and it makes him basically unkillable to everyone. It literally builds his entire career as a legendary as a legendary solo throughout Night City. Or I guess Edge Runner is what they call them. I don't know why they changed it because it used to be solo. So I guess an Edge Runner is something different than a solo. I probably have to read into that.
Aren't
But
edge runners the people who run the net?
No,
No,
those are net runners.
that's a net runner.
Oh.
Runner is like a combination of the two, of a solo and a net runner. It's never really explained.
But it's weird because David's an edge runner, but he's not a net runner at all. He's literally just a solo. Like in that show, they kind of just replaced the word solo with edge runners, and in the actual game too, they very rarely use the word solo. Even though technically V is a solo, and like a lot of characters are solos, but they don't call them solo. I know they say the word solo, they just don't really say it that often. I don't know why. They kind of change up the lingo a little bit in the game, and maybe. What's up? Go ahead, Mike.
Tune Chrome the fuck up.
Yeah. But it might just be like a passage of time thing, where like the lingo of solo is no longer used as commonly. It's sort of like old lingo, and maybe now they're called edge runners or whatever. I don't know.
Yeah.
But that dude, Adam Smasher is brokenly overpowered.
Like as soon as like that scene happened in Edge Runners, like when he called the Sandevstina rudimentary implant, I knew it was over for David.
Dude, he's
it was over.
It was, yeah.
He ripped some cannons off of his shoulders and he's like, "You're nothing."
Yeah. Well, go ahead.
I didn't hear. I didn't hear what either of them said.
Oh, go ahead.
I said bro was doomed from the start. Like, you ever watch Revenge of the Sith from the Clone Wars series? Like, you already knew that V's the one who's gonna kill Adam Smasher. So the second he appears, you're like, oh, he's gonna die.
Well, not necessarily, because Adam Smasher shows up like for one scene, and then you don't see him again. I mean, you could essentially call it a fucking cameo. And then he shows up at the very last episode. It's like, oh, David has to fight him. Oh, he's fucked. It's like because at first you think the villain's gonna be that dude with the third eye or whatever, the guy who's played by Carlo Esposito or whatever, that guy. You think that he's gonna be like
Adam
the
Smasher
issue.
basically calls him a nobody.
Adam Smasher murders him, right? Am I remembering that wrong? Adam Smasher kills the dude who you think is gonna be the villain, and then David has to deal with him.
And
you're like,
blows his head off.
Yeah, and then you're like, awesome, it's gonna be a giant robot fight. David's gonna lose, but it's gonna be, and then no, like without even trying, he's just like,
he just like casually ripped him apart.
Yeah, and this is
yeah, he uses the Endeavor stand, and you're like, oh shit.
Yeah,
and then he used it too, and you're like, oh fuck.
Yeah, and then David's like robot suit, I'm forgetting what his was called, was so powerful he was able to take on a small army of like tanks and shit. And it was like, he casually wiped them all out, and using and using it was like fucking with his head and shit. It was like he was really pushing himself, and then
he was tweaking the fuck out.
Yeah, and Adam Smasher showed up and just like casually ripped his entire thing apart. Is like, and that gravity ability that was like flattening tanks just like earlier, he used it on Adam Smasher. And Adam Smasher just like stood there and started talking to him while it was affecting him, and you're just like, this dude don't give a fuck. This thing is currently like should be crushing him, and he's just like, he doesn't even, it's like, man, this is broken.
He got so weak versus V, bro.
Well, they did after the show ended, everybody was complaining. They're like, why is he such a bitch? Because a lot of people who hadn't played the game at that point watched the show and then went to buy the game, and then when they played through it, they were like, the fuck, like, this is not the Adam Smasher we were promised from the show. So that they went back and they completely redid the Adam Smasher fight, and it's actually a really cool fight now.
Play that.
You haven't played since the upgrade?
No, I have. I played him when he was a bitch.
No, I'm saying that they upgrade. So now he actually learns from like how you build your character. So if you build your character as like a straight up fighter, just a tanky dude, he'll be more of a net runner, and he'll like start fucking with you like technologically. And then if you build yourself as a net runner, he's like an immune to net running, and he'll like take you out there. If you're a stealth character, the fight with him is based on how your character is built. He will alter, basically his AI or whatever will essentially hit the boss fight based on how you build your character, which is pretty cool.
Great.
It makes them a lot.
Not broken.
Yeah, it says a lot about not only the boss fight like design wise, but also says a lot about his character lore wise. That he's a character that could literally adapt to the way you fight and alter his fighting style based on what he knows from you. That's pretty cool. That's a cool thing to add there for his character to have. Anyway, it's a good game. You continue what y'all were talking about.
But we came to the end of the debate anyway.
Got you.
I mean, I learned a valuable lesson because next time I'm definitely coming in with Saxton Hale. Because fuck this.
Who's Saxton Hale? I've heard that name before.
Yeah, he's basically like the. I don't know.
He's. I think he's he's either the strongest or second to Marasmus.
I don't know who any of these people are.
No, he beat. I remember he beat the shit out of Marasmus, didn't he?
From what?
I don't know who these people are, Rouga.
What game?
Yeah, I don't know any of this.
It's from the TF2 comics.
Yeah, it's from the
comics.
comics.
Say it again, please. I went to the bathroom.
Saxton Hale.
Oh yeah, Saxton Hale. Yeah, he beat.
I don't know who this is.
I don't know why he's relevant to the conversation. He's the strongest character in TF2. He has his chest hair is in the shape of Australia, and he is the manliest, most Australian man in the world.
He would throw around.
Yeah,
I don't know if
for some
he would.
reason, this makes him so strong that if he were to punch a Sasquatch, which he eventually fights one, it would literally explode into fucking paste.
So
Like,
Saxton
I
Hale.
can't-
Saxton Hale versus Senator Armstrong.
Yeah, that's
That'd
a
be
great
good.
fucking like.
That's a
would
great
be-
idea, actually. That's a pretty good idea.
The thing is that Saxton Hale's not shown doing much. He does leap out of fucking planes all the time. I think sometimes he uses parachutes, other times he just
Most of the time
kinda
he
fucking
doesn't.
falls. Yeah, that's the thing. That's the thing. He just leaps out of planes all the fucking time and lands. And when he fights the robots with the mercs, he uses his fucking fist and is just punching them apart. And at the end of the comics, spoilers, which it's fucking old as shit. He's an old ass man with like his woman, still fighting like a fuck ton of jaguars all around him, like as he's like
Just fighting jaguars at the ripe old age of.
He aged like
Let's see,
milk.
he
Like
was-
he was so like when I say
He
he
was
was
30
old,
at the age of the comics, which took place in the 70s, and that took place
Yeah,
in
yeah.
modern day, like 2024. So he was
Exactly,
old as
in there.
fuck.
in his 70s, still fighting fucking jaguars with his wife, with his bare fucking fist, like fighting, like surrounded by them. He is
Like it was like
beast.
casual too. It was casually.
Mike
Like they were
Tyson's
having a
60.
conversation while they were doing it.
It's yeah.
I don't know, man. I don't know.
Actually, yeah. Now that I think about it, I don't know if it'll be enough for Senator Armstrong.
I don't know. Senator Armstrong does like fucking do a lot of like the thing is that Senator Armstrong like gets into a serious fight with Raiden, and you see him like fucking up the ground and doing like causing all sorts of like destruction to the environment. And you don't really see Saxon Hale doing that, but you never really see Saxon Hale getting pushed in any situation. He's always casually.
He's
fucking-
casually
everything he
made
does is
species go
casual.
extinct.
You know, there's a
There's
thing
never-
called putting up a front.
I guess.
What do you mean? Wait, you mean
You're
he's
getting your shit
pretending?
pushed in, but you act like you're not getting your shit pushed in. Like that's
No,
a
there's never a
real
time like
tactic.
There
no,
wasn't
there's never
really
a time where
that
you've even
happens.
been
The-
like bruised.
So the conflict for Saxon Hale was never about him fighting anybody. It was about the fact that he loses his business and he has to actually get help from a man he loathed in his past, and also having to like make up for the shitty relationship he had with his wife. And so anytime he has to fight, he'll fight animals, he'll fight robots.
But they
he'll
forced him
all
to
sorts
fight a
of
little
things.
girl for the
Yeah,
sake of his
yeah.
company, and he just said, "Nuh-uh, I'm not."
Exactly.
He
like,
said no
fucking
because he
taking this
wouldn't
12-year-old.
fight a little. He doesn't want to fight a little girl. You know.
Exactly.
He
They
doesn't
couldn't
want to.
find
But he
anyone
has
strong enough to
morals.
fight him. Yeah, he
Yeah,
has
he has
morals,
morals.
but he wasn't strong. But since they couldn't find anyone strong enough to actually fight him, they had a little girl show up. So he's like, "Well, fuck it, I can't beat a little girl," and so just kind of walked off. His
I can't.
assistant
Yeah,
was
I
ready
can't
to
beat
beat
up a
the shit
little
out of her
girl.
though.
So
He was a
yeah.
man.
Yeah.
He's
I
just
don't
a man.
Are we are we all in agreement that the scout couldn't win against the lone wanderer?
Yes.
Yeah, for
Well,
sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yay! Lone Wanderer wins the day. All right. Does anybody else have any debates, or are we just bullshitting at this point? We just
Almost
Shitting.
All Or we're just,
We've been bullshitting for about half an hour. I
are
don't
we
know where
just
you've been.
holding our cocks in our hand?
Yep, just holding that shit.
Space and Cruelty says he wants to redo the He-Man versus Hulk that we couldn't finish before. I'm not even gonna lie, dude. I'm not ready for it. Like I said, I bought my He-Man books. I gotta refresh myself on He-Man before I do that. I bought my He-Man books. I gotta read through them. I haven't done it yet. So, hold off a little bit longer. I'm really excited. Well, no, because we got into a debate with him. I got into a debate with him because I really like He-Man. I really like the He-Man universe, but it's been so long since I've actually like watched any of it or even read the comics. So when we were discussing it, I overestimated how much I knew about it, and I think there was a couple things that I might be wrong, but I thought there was a couple things where he's like, I gotta look up into that and stuff. I was like, okay. So we agreed that we would come back and finish the debate later once I refreshed on He-Man and he refreshed on Hulk. I bought my Hulk books, but I haven't actually had time to sit down and read them yet and refresh my memory on them. And I didn't want to like just start fucking making shit up and constantly looking up shit during the debate and stuff. So we just ended it. But I have my giant He-Man and the Masters of the Universe character guide and world compendium, and I will read it. It will take a long time, but I will enjoy it. And I actually, what's up?
Are we talking about a certain Hulk, or are we just talking
Yeah,
about
he was talking about the strong. I think he was talking about Titan Hulk, the one that it's one that I'm not familiar with because it happened relatively recently. It's apparently the strongest version of Hulk.
It was like 616.
Fractured Hulk. There we go. Yeah, Space Cruelty, whatever. Yeah, Fractured Hulk. Yeah, it's a newer version. The last version that I remember was the Immortal Hulk version. That's the last one that I read in a comic. So
you're in for something.
With Fractured Hulk.
Yeah, he kind of eats.
You're not gonna surprise me because I still think Immortal Hulk is gonna be stronger than Fractured Hulk. He kind of has to be. He literally kills everyone in the entire, like, 8th iteration of the Marvel multiverse. So I feel like it doesn't matter what he says for Fractured Hulk. It's just going to be, at best. What's up?
Was that the one that ate everyone and everything?
Yeah. That's Gabora Hulk.
Oh, okay. I had those guys backwards.
No, Fractured Hulk is new. I don't know who that is. Yeah, Gabora Hulk is the one who basically got all the powers of the one below all, and he killed Mr. Immortal, who is not possible to be killed in the Marvel universe. Not even the one above all can kill it. Mr. Immortal, like that's the whole thing. He's like fucking unkillable. He was able to kill Galactus. He was able to kill Metatron, who's the voice of the one above all. Like he killed everyone. Like there was nothing in existence anymore. The only one we didn't get confirmation on whether or not he killed is the one above all, but he killed everybody else. And at the end of all of time, he was the only living being that still existed. So yeah, like there's nothing you could say about Fractured Hulk that I wouldn't be like, oh yeah, that's surprising because we've already seen the strongest version that can be. So, like, you know, he might
multi-galactic, galaxy-consuming Hulk.
Yeah, it's like it's not galaxy. It's the entirety of the infinite Marvel multiverse. He destroyed everything. He was the only thing left. So I don't know. No, Toba Hulk is the strongest. The one above all Hulk. It's not called Toba Hulk, and it depends on what variation because there's different variations of Toba Hulk. Gabora is the Destroyer. That's the version of Hulk that is the one below all. So I don't know how that's an argument because I already said that Gabora Hulk was just the Hulk with the one below all's power. You might be talking about the exact same version of Hulk that I am.
He's agreeing with you.
What's up?
He agrees with you.
I don't think so. He said no, Toba Hulk is the strongest, so I have no idea. Oh, you're agreeing with me as in like, okay, Toba Hulk is stronger than Fractured Hulk. Okay, yeah, okay. Now, I didn't get what you were trying to say. I thought you were disagreeing with me when I was saying Gabora Hulk was the strongest. Because Toba Hulk is a nickname that people who don't read comics gave him. If you read comics, he's actually given a name. It's called Gabora Hulk. That's the Destroyer. That's the fucking Hulk that's going to end all of everything. No one calls him Gabora Hulk, and they look at me like I'm fucking stupid when I say it.
Oh, they call him Titan Hulk.
Titan Hulk.
When did Doug become a mod?
Huh?
When did Doug become a mod? I just realized.
Well, you know, I revealed myself to him, and I was like, come on, do it, and I'll make you a mod. And he's like, all right. And then he just got sucking, and it was awesome. And now here he is, mod.
I didn't ask how
Yeah.
he became a mod. I asked when.
I got some skills.
Every Thursday.
When he was done with his
balls,
job,
stroke the
obviously.
shaft.
Every Thursday around 5 p.m. Yeah. Gotta wait for him to get off work.
Once he got his special sauce,
Gotta
then he became a
gotta
mod.
remod him up every week. You know how it is.
Yeah.
You know how it is.
I gotta keep
Workers'
this in
performance.
pristine condition, you know.
You got to keep the tartar sauce flowing, man.
That was awfully graphic, sir. Terribly graphic.
Good.
We went from having over 30 people to having 21 because of that graphic statement that you just said. You made everyone dip. Hope you're happy about that. Oh fuck. Let me see. Pickle versus Skull Island. Yeah, I mean I don't really see. I think we're wrapping it up.
We're tapering off.
Yeah, we're tapering.
Yeah.
I still have to finish fucking editing if I want to get that video out by tomorrow. It's 1:30. I'm going to be editing for another 2 or 3 hours. It's not gonna be quick. It's gonna be a whole thing.
Oh no!
Yeah.
My hand's reaching over to the computer.
You sick fuck.
Oh no, my hand is reaching for the donate button.
Oh
no.
Demon, you're all
Oh,
wrong.
no.
Hulk Hogan is the strongest Hulk. That's dumb.
I mean,
That's
Hulk Hogan?
racist.
nonsense. Ugh.
What the fuck is knock anyway? NOK?
I forgot. We talked about it before. It's some type of money. I don't remember. But it's not like $1. I think it's like $20 is 20 of the NOK. It's I don't know. It's like $2 or something. It's not a lot. I don't remember what it is exactly. I'm not gonna lie.
Oh yeah, based off the color.
Yeah.
That's the same one as it.
Yeah, you could. Yeah, you could tell. Yeah, the colors actually. I memorize them every week and then I forget them. So I guess I don't memorize them. But like I figure them out every week, and then.
Yeah, that's the one for the $2 one.
Yeah.
'Cause-
And then it's like if it's like $1 below, it's like a dark blue, and then it's like 50 is like
Pretty
pink.
sure that's $5.
Maybe.
No, $5 is
No,
like
that's
orange.
$2. That's like $2.
I think that's $2. I think that's $2.
That's
$2. $2 is blue. 5 is orange. 10 is, I don't know. 50 I think is red.
I think 50's pink.
50's pink.
Hold on, I'm gonna look
No,
at it
50's
right now.
red.
Yeah, 50 is red. 10 is yellow. 20 is orange.
How the fuck do you know? What are you looking at right now?
You can.
I'm
go-
looking
when
at
you-
the super chat thing.
When
right-
you
Oh
hit
no, it is
the
pink.
donate button,
$50
you
is
can-
pink.
Yeah, once you start determining.
Anything above $50.
$100 is red.
Yeah, if you
Anything.
start.
Wait, that
So
guy's
when
been
you
saying
go to
$100.
donate,
All
when
of
you
those are red, I
when
think,
you're
weren't they?
choosing your amount, it will show you the color that your comment will be. That's how it
Yeah.
goes. Ow! Why did I
Oh.
snap that hand?
Snap your hand.
So like $100
Yes,
and
I
above
snapped the
is
fingers
red.
on my burnt hand. I burnt my hand.
Oh
It's
god,
bloody
Doug
good.
snapped. He must have had the Infinity Stones. Everybody take cover.
Because
That's a
I guess
terrible
we-
We're all
joke.
gonna fucking die.
That's
I don't
the
know. I don't know if
worst
we could.
joke.
I don't know if you could take cover from that, gang. That's not exactly something you can.
Ow!
I'm just gonna
Yeah.
jump on the floor, them turning to ash.
Hey,
You could take cover. That's literally what they do in the storyline. He snaps, and then Doctor Strange like takes them all to a different universe through portals, and they just hide out in a different universe.
That's
while
a
it
hell of a
happens.
way to take cover.
That's
I guess.
literally taking cover. That's what they did. I mean,
Man, I'm just gonna dive on the floor and hope pray to God.
I mean, I never said it wasn't. It's just a hell of a way to do it.
yeah, that'd be hilarious though. If like he snaps and erases everyone, and you like jump under the bed real quick, and it worked, and like you're the only one who survived, because you're the only person who even tried it. You're like, wow, I can't believe that worked.
Wow, this actually works.
No one
Wow.
else in the world tried it, and now you're that.
Wow, it's like bed
Now
saved my life.
Now it's just you.
Yeah.
I'm gonna wish
the
it
old
worked.
50s,
Didn't work.
60s fucking.
Yeah, and now you're that
Little
dude.
training
You're that.
videos.
Now you're that dude who likes reading from Twilight Zone. I don't know if anyone's even gonna get that reference. There's an episode.
Twilight Zone?
Yeah, there's
you
an
talk
episode.
about the last man on Earth.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying. You know what I'm talking about. Yeah, there's an episode of Twilight Zone that's super depressing because like there's this dude who just wants to be left alone to read his books, and like everyone keeps bothering him, and he hates it. And then one day, everyone like just fucking vanishes. I think there's a nuclear bomb or something. They all die. Everyone on Earth dies. He's the last one. He's so happy because he's just left with his books. And he's like gathering all these books. He's like, oh, I can't read. I could just read books forever. And then his glasses fall off his face and crack, and he can't read anymore. And then he's just like fucking sitting there like, no, now I'm alone and there's no books to read. And I'm like, this is a depressing fucking show.
That's fucked up. Fucking 8 billion people on the planet. You can't find one pair of glasses.
Yeah.
Well, I think the idea was that like the whole world was fucking destroyed, and like I guess he can, if he could find a Walmart somewhere, and like, well, there was one thing is that his vision was unbelievably terrible. Like he was essentially
so he just
blind.
gonna be like fucking Velma on the floor.
Yeah, he
trying
was
to find
essentially
his glasses
blind,
place.
but also like he had these prescription glasses that were super thick. So like I think that was the whole idea. Like he couldn't just go to Walmart and get the shitty glasses off the rack and put them on.
Oh, Jinkies, I got my glasses. Hey, Fred, could you come behind in the dumpster and help me search?
Yeah, like he'd have to go traveling. Like I would feel like if there was something that happened that wiped out all life on Earth, like how's he gonna get food? Because you have to imagine there's no animals either. So like he's done.
He doesn't like wipe out all life because like plants and shit are still alive. They're not dead and wilting.
No, in the series, I think it's like a desert, right? Am I forgetting that, Doug? Or wasn't he basically just in the middle of the fucking desert? Like the buildings are still there, but we don't see any like trees or anything.
Oh.
I think so, yeah.
I think so.
Oh, that's a lot more.
How the hell was he alive at all for like more than 3 days?
There's still oxygen. Food.
I don't think he was. I think he's like, oh, books, yay. And then like, I don't think he thought it through. And then he's like cheering, and then he instantly breaks his glasses. Like he doesn't even get a chance to read any books and then it's like, I don't know why you're complaining about not being able to read. You're gonna starve to death very quickly.
Yeah.
Like
you better go to the police department.
You're done, bro.
That's just what you get for reading books. What can I say?
Super gay.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Except for that one He-Man book that you're reading.
Honestly,
that's the most manly book you could ever read. The only manly book.
The He-Man book, obviously.
Yeah.
It's literally, it says it right there. It's so manly they couldn't just call him man. It had to be, it's He-Man. You know, it had to be both.
He-Man.
It's
the only non-gay book in existence.
It's the pronoun and the noun version
the Bible.
of man was in there. So you had to. No, there's women in the Bible.
There's a lot of women in the Bible.
Where did that come from? That was out of
Someone said the Bible. I don't know. Someone mentioned the Bible. This is like.
I did not hear that before you said it. All right.
Yeah, someone said.
someone did mention the Bible.
Someone said there's the Bible, and I guess they were saying that the Bible's the most manly thing. I don't know if the Bible's the most manly thing ever. I mean, it's
the most godly thing.
Yeah,
on there.
it's a holy thing. I would, I don't think it's the most manly necessarily. It's not fucking.
No, I was saying just because totally doesn't mean it's gay.
It's not Rambo.
Just because totally doesn't mean it's not gay.
You know, it's not. Well, considering that it actually has like an anti-gay message in certain parts, I would say you could probably say it's at least a little.
Yeah,
not
you can
gay.
you can make the
Yeah, but
argument.
it's not like the He-Man book where reading it will actively increase your
But then it's
testosterone
not
levels.
manly. Then it's just not gay.
Could
So
be masculine. You don't know.
Sure. Good
You know?
chat.
No, I'm sorry. I'm reading the messages right now. Doom is the most manly and godly. Ooh, that's some blasphemic shit you're saying, man. Not the man,
Yeah,
not the
you want
manly
to come up
part.
here and defend that shit?
Obviously.
Yeah.
How do you feel, Doug? You're religious, right?
Yeah.
How do you feel about the argument that people use where like the anti-gay people, Christians, are way too uppity about the anti-gay shit because yeah, he calls gays an abomination and homosexuality an abomination, but it also calls shellfish an abomination and a bunch of other shit that Christians don't really care about. So why are they so uppity about the homosexuality but way less about things like shellfish where they just don't care?
Because there are 3 different types of laws. You got the ritualistic, the moral, and the civil law. The ritualistic laws predated Christ's sacrifice, and so everything they were doing to abide by that was for his coming. And the civil laws were things that just the Jewish people did to make themselves unique from people. So that's why they didn't eat shellfish and other types of food. And then you had the moral law, which is where homosexuality falls under, and that's why that and a bunch of other things are are untouched.
Yeah, that's the argument I've heard
And also
before.
control.
That's the
Yep,
argument
that
I've
is.
heard before.
Well, that's outright the whole idea. Yep, it's it. Though there's a whole new the New Testament in Romans. Even the only verse that says lesbians aren't allowed is even said there, along with homosexuality not being allowed.
Gotcha. How do you
Yeah.
feel? How do you feel about the fact that there's instructions in the Bible about how to properly have slaves?
It was laws. They were laws
Training
used.
tutorial.
What those were laws to limit the slave. Like the Jewish people, the Israelites had mass slavery before that, and those laws were reducing the slavery that they could have and curving them away from that behavior.
Yeah, but the idea is that it's God's laws. So why was God's laws curving them away from slavery behavior and not just outright abolishing it?
Because if you go through the story of the Bible and how God is interacting with his people, he is slowly changing them away from evil actions. He wants them to be radically different from how they are, but he cannot immediately make it happen because of the sin nature or the mystery of iniquity or a bunch of other fucking things like that. But for that reason, yeah, he is. That's just what that's the whole thing that he's doing with the Israelites. They're all, every person is evil, equally separated from him. But these are the people before he came and sacrificed himself to pay the price, who he's gonna make holy, and so they gotta do all this extra stuff. And then you see them go through all these different changes over time, and then it leads into where we are now, as we start realizing human rights and looking at each other as equals and whatnot.
Nice, Doug.
Because you told me not to do this, I'm gonna do this to spite you.
Okay.
Is that what you're trying to say?
That is.
Oh, I thought you were about to do something to spite him.
No. Like, I was just trying to simplify it. Like, he's sitting here using big words, and it's like,
no, it's not big words.
Now?
What?
So wait,
I'm expecting you to do something crazy.
Yeah.
What are you disappointed about?
Well, when the lead up is that when he said it, I thought he was about to do something.
Yeah.
Yeah. I thought he was about to do something to spite Doug. I thought we was about to have like an internet fist fight or some shit. I didn't know what was going on.
I thought he was about to just like
say some unreasonable shit just to
No,
piss
but
off Doug or
no,
something.
but that's some good shit, Doug. Normally when I talk to Christians, a lot of times they don't know what the fuck they're talking about, and it super annoys me.
Yeah, they just kind of fall apart.
Because I've read the Bible, and I'm relatively knowledgeable in at least the words and what they say. So a lot of times when I talk to people, I could tell that they've never even opened up the fucking book, and it aggravates the shit out of me. It aggravates me so much. But
so wait, is being gay still bad then?
Yeah, being gay is still bad in the Bible.
Yeah.
Oh.
That's not cool. And I mean, it makes sense on a fundamental societal level that being gay, like the way I look at things. This isn't a Christian way or anything, but the way I look at things is that there's a way that society has to okay. So
I suppose I think I get it. Like
there's a fundamental
because
core. No, not for the time. There's a fundamental core way that society needs to be in order to run well. And if society runs in that way, you can have people on the outskirts of society that can behave outside of the norm. But if the core of society starts behaving in the way that those outcasts behave, everything crumbles and falls the fuck apart. So
yeah, that's fair.
Demonizing
like if everyone was gay. Then,
demonizing behaviors is a necessity. Demonizing bad behaviors for the sake of society is a necessity. This is why I'm like, I don't like gay. I'm all even though I'm not Christian, and it's not for any religious reasons whatsoever. Gay shit should not be taught in schools, and it should not be accepted in the greater core fundamental values of our society. That doesn't mean I don't think that people should be gay or that gay people should be punished anyway, but it should be something that is not praised or something that is looked upon as not
Shouldn't be incentivized.
good. Like it should like if it exists and that's fine that it exists, but there's a core fundamental way that our society needs to run. And you could see like how most of the country runs compared to how like California runs, where they literally paint their fucking crosswalks and rainbow flags, and like 80% of Gen Z or whatever they're on now are considering themselves some form of homosexuality. Their whole fucking I mean the and this is kind of a weak argument because there was a lot of reasons why the Roman Empire fell, but a big part of the Roman Empire falling is that their culture was starting to fall apart because like everyone was starting to become gay, and it was becoming this whole. This is just one of many things, but their culture started to fall the fuck apart as responsibility and duty became less important, and it basically just became one massive party empire. And it weakened them in a lot of different fabrics of their society and led to the fall of the Roman Empire. There was a lot. They were attacked by barbarians. They had a famine. They had a lot of this stuff. But a lot of this stuff can be linked to the fact that they stopped finding duty and responsibility valuable. And
so basically what you're saying is a little gay is okay, but too much gay is really bad.
It's a super simplistic way of putting it, but it's not just gay. It's not just gay. There's just certain it's certain lifestyles like polygamy. Polygamy is fine to exist. Polygamy cannot become accepted in the greater society of our society because it will literally lead to our downfall and us to stop existing. Because what happens if you have polygamy is you're going to have a bunch of women having kids with just a couple of men, and it's going to lead to many different men's bloodlines dying out, and then you're going to see a bunch of incest and all this sort of stuff. It's just going to lead to a bunch of bad shit. So
a lot less genetic diversity.
Yeah, so polygamy should not be hailed as something that's good to do. It should be demonized by our society. Even though I don't think that it's necessarily horrible for an individual to be a polygamist. It just shouldn't be accepted in the greater society. Same thing with gay, same thing with a lot of behaviors.
Swingers.
It's not swingers, that's another one. Yeah, if you want to do it, fine. I don't think it's healthy for your relationship, and I think it's a bad thing, but it's really going to be bad if our entire society does it. Like, I wasn't necessarily against hookup culture initially. But the fact that hookup culture has become the main part of our culture, and there's more people going, like, you literally can't meet someone who hasn't fucked at least 3 or 4 people in their lifetime. That's not a good thing. That's bad for our culture. It's bad. I mean, you're seeing it right now. We're not to that point yet.
Pretty low.
We're getting there. Japan's already there. Japan sells more adult diapers than they do baby diapers. That's never happened in the history of the human race. America is getting there. We're not there yet.
And also,
we're catching up.
Is it like, what was it, South Korea, just like falling apart because like nobody's having kids anymore?
Yeah,
No, they also had a coup.
I think it's
they
about like
they had more issues. They had more issues. The issues that we're having is that we're demonizing children and having children and families, and we're building up independence as being the most important thing that anyone can do. And I think that that's stupid because, like, it's literally, what's the word when you say a thing that means the opposite? I forget what the word is, but
hypocrisy.
No, it's not hypocrisy. You can't be in a relationship and also be independent. Those two things don't go together.
Contradictive.
No, it starts with an O.
Contradictory.
No, it starts with an O. Yeah, it starts with an O. It's like not automatopoeia. It starts with I forget what it is. But
oxymoron.
Oxymoron. Thank you. It's an oxymoron. So, like, if you're if you're in a relationship and you're a part of a couple, you can't be independent. So that's why when you see these people being like, oh, I'm a husband, but I want to be independent. That's probably why if you tell me you want to be independent, I have no interest in being in a relationship with you because I don't want to be fucking independent. That's why I'm getting into a relationship. Like, I wouldn't be here if I wanted to be independent. Like, that's not. But
that is such a paradox for us men because there's so many women who want men to be independent. You can't see my quotation marks, but that's how they would describe them.
Yeah. And I think that's probably also why hookup culture has been so like prolific because like everyone wants to be independent. So like, why the hell would they stick around with someone and be dependent on them?
Well, yeah, I
Well,
mean,
I
there's just
think right
there's a
now,
lot of like I think there's to add to the whole demonization of certain behaviors. I think divorce needs to be demonized more than it is. I think we need to go back to
Yeah.
shaming people for getting divorces. I think we need to
Yeah, for
shame
like no
people.
reason.
Yeah, like we need to shit. Like again, it's the same thing with all of this stuff. Fat people. Is it okay for someone to be fat? I don't personally think so, but sure, why not? But you should
Yeah.
absolutely
But they're
demonize
encouraging it
people.
and
You should
saying, like, oh, it's
demonize
fine.
people for being fat. You should demonize people
Yeah.
for being
Like
yeah.
there's
destructive
the whole
behaviors.
body positivity movement that got started was for helping people to not be fat anymore. Like
Yeah.
that was the whole thing for body
Mostly
positivity.
only,
Like
women, though.
I don't care if you're fat as long as you're trying to not be fat.
Yeah, the
anymore.
body positivity movement was a female movement, for sure. There was no men doing body positivity.
Men want to be
Yeah.
bigger. Like that's just how it is for the majority, of course. But that's just how it is.
Yeah. But I like yeah. I don't know. This is I think we should honestly. I'm not even gonna lie. I think we should demonize what I do. I think we should demonize this whole YouTube and this online thing because I'm not doing
Like
anything.
content creation.
I'm not doing anything productive that's helping our society in any way. Like just making.
I mean,
these
you're
videos.
providing entertainment.
That's not.
This has been
That's
mildly
not
entertaining
productive.
for me.
It's not productive for our society. Though. I'm not building anything. I was being productive when I was an electrician.
It can be productive for entertainment because if we don't rest as equally as hard as we work, we will burn out and we will cease to.
Sure,
produce
I'm
as
not
well.
saying that they're. I'm not saying yeah. But the idea.
I do
As
hear what
as
you're-
I said, it's something that they're not things that should be wiped out entirely, but they're things that should be demonized or shamed, even a little bit, like just kind of not hailed.
And
you know.
well, the thing is, even with that, there's not that many content creators out there who do just content creation. Like you are a part of a do you just do like content creation full time?
Yeah.
Or do you?
No, it's all I do
you,
right
you
now.
Are part of a very lucky few.
Well, so what I was doing before, I was an electrician, and then last June, maybe a little bit, it might have been the month before June, but it was around that time. I quit my job and I was gonna move to Tennessee because Tennessee was paying a ton, and so for like a month I was just sort of dealing with my, about to move to another state kind of stuff. I was putting my stuff in storage. I was getting my car fixed and doing all this stuff, just preparing myself to leave and go and live in a new area to get paid a ridiculous amount of money, doing electrical work. They're out there building, like Elon Musk is building some kind of Tesla factory or something out there, and I was gonna go help build it, and they were paying a ludicrous amount of money. But at the very last minute, the fucking dude who runs the hall he passed this rule that no one could move because the hall was losing people left and right because he was terrible at running it, and he was like, yeah, you can't go. And I was like, what do you mean I can't go? I already have everything packed. He's like, well, unpack because you can't go. I'm like, you go fuck yourself. I'm not unpacking. And he's like, look, you're either gonna let me leave and I can go work somewhere else, but I'm not gonna stay here and work for you. And he's like, well, I'm not letting you leave. And he's like, okay, well, I'm still not going to work for you, so you're not saving yourself another worker just by not doing this. Anyway, for that month that I was like getting my stuff packed, I was making more YouTube videos because I was making YouTube videos before that, but I'd make like one video a month. That month that I was getting everything ready, I had a little more time, so I wasn't working, so I made like 3 or 4 videos a week, or not quite 4. I wasn't up to there yet, maybe about 2, possibly 3. But that's when my channel blew up, when I started making consistent videos. I made a video that ended up getting like 60,000 or 70,000 views, and the video I did that did the best before that only had like 1,000. So it was like in that month my channel kind of blew up, and then I'm like, you know what? Let's just keep doing that. So I did that for like that just kept going and kept going and kept going and kept going, and now it hasn't even been a year, and I went from having 90 subscribers to having 30,000 or something right now in about a year.
That's probably about when I joined. That's probably about when I joined the channel. Like when your channel first started blowing up. I think that's about when I got in.
Yeah, it was. And the funny thing is that it blew up on a re-release, because like the Cult of the Lamb Survival Challenge, I posted like 6 months beforehand, and it got like 160 views, and then I was watching it one day, just bored, watching one of my own videos, and I noticed there was an editing mistake. So I went in and I fixed the editing mistake and I reposted it. And then when I reposted it, it got over 100,000 views. And that was my first video to ever break 100,000 because of a fucking reposted video.
Yeah, I made another.
Try not to wake up to like a dog. Algorithms are neat.
Yeah, it's interesting. That's why I kind of feel like every once in a while I should like repost an old video just to see like maybe it didn't do well then, but maybe it'll do well now. You know what I mean? But my channel's not that old, so I don't want to make a habit of doing that. Like my oldest videos are a little over like a year or two old, so it's like people are like even when I reposted, the only reason why I reposted the thing is one, yes I did fix it, but also it only had like 100 views, so it didn't matter. But like I don't want to repost a video that had 10,000 views back then now. And now it's like people are going like, this looks kind of familiar. I was like, yeah, I don't want to be. That just seems scummy to me.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure there are
Embrace the filth.
Let's see. He's asking me if it's over. Are we going through one more debate? No, I think it's like I said. I have to edit. I'm kind of procrastinating now, talking to you guys and not editing. But no, I think we're done. And I would let you guys debate while I edited, but I can't figure out how to edit without you guys hearing what I'm editing, and it's gonna ruin y'all's debates because the OBS the OBS
just like mute your mic.
No, it's not my mic. It picks up all of the stream is picking up all of the audio that's coming from my computer. So I would have to make it so that it's picking up the audio because it's hearing you guys.
What are you recording off of? Like, what software are you using?
OBS.
You can set it to Windows specific.
Yeah, I'm not saying I can't. I just don't know how to do it. That's my. I would need my tech guy Dan to help me do that. But I've done it before, but it's been a really long time, so I'd have to like fiddle with it to kind of figure it out, and then the stream would just be me fiddling with this shit, trying to figure it out when really I should be editing. Cause let me see, how much more do I have to edit?
Is that a coup? I'm seeing a coup.
That is a coup. That is a coup you were seeing. Let me see, how much more do I have to edit? Cause I'm done with all this. I gotta go all the way. 17 minutes and 17.7 minutes left to edit, and then I'm done. And the rest of it's golden. And yeah, so it's probably gonna be like a 40-minute video somewhere around there.
Nice.
Yeah, I was hoping to get it out tomorrow morning, because this whole week I only had one video out because it's just been a fucking nightmare. This is the worst I've done video release wise since last June. And
what's been all going on? Like why haven't you been able to release videos? Is it just like your life been super busy, or
no? Just like, my dick's really big and it's hard to get around.
Yeah, he's using all his energy, dragging it around.
Yeah, it's just it's really
waiting
tiring.
waiting for the stab to heal from a dragging on the floor.
Yeah, it broke my couch, so now I don't have a place to sit when I edit.
He's over here bouncing on his balls.
That's what it is. That's what it is. No, I use my dick like a pogo stick. It boings. No, it's just so I made a video with Arcade and I released it, and it was a Kazan video. Got no views. Nobody watched it. Super depressing. And it took me forever to edit. Like, usually I could edit a video in a day. Usually. But this took me like almost 3 days to edit because of how much I had to edit together, and much because of the way that Arcade speaks, which made it way more difficult than it otherwise would have been to make it like he talks in an odd manner. And it was like, Jesus, it took me so long to edit his like dialogue together, I guess, throughout the whole thing. And the video ended up coming out being like 2 hours long. It was originally like 3.5 hours of recording, so I cut out like an hour and a half, and then it took me forever. And then I posted it. It got like 5,000 views, which is pitiful. It's one of the worst viewerships that my videos have gotten in a long time. And And then after like I spent like 3 days straight editing with like no break time at all, I was just so fucking fatigued. I was like, I just oh man. I went to go record and I just like stood there like trying to talk and just being like, I don't fucking feel like doing this. Like I'm just done, dude. They wiped me out those 3 days straight of just nothing but editing, just sitting in a room editing for 3 whole days from the moment I woke up to the moment I went to bed. It took forever. And yeah, so for like 2 days I was just done. And then I finally
Time for,
3 days of work and then it just flopped.
Yeah, it wasn't really. I didn't like. It's not like I even took a break. I was just like at home, you know. I told you I got my Crunchyroll back up, so I spent a lot of that time just sitting down watching fucking anime that I haven't seen. Like I saw season 2 of Solo Leveling and shit. But I finally did record my the next video after that on Thursday. I recorded it, and I forgot that Friday is Easter Sunday. Or not, sorry, it's Friday, it's not Easter Sunday, but I forgot that this is Easter weekend, so everybody who I'm currently staying with was off on Friday, which means normally the house is not that busy, so I can record and do everything fine. But again, I'm couch surfing, so I don't have my own place. So when you know, on Thursday when I recorded, I intended on like finishing. Well, I recorded most of it. And then I just had to finish a little bit of recording on Friday and then edit it, and it was gonna be done. But then everybody was fucking home. Like everybody was here, everyone was doing shit. All the rooms were busy, and everything was. It was like whole Easter gathering, and I was like, oh fuck, I totally forgot this was Easter Sunday. So that pushed back when this video was supposed to come out. So yeah, so I only got one video out this whole week. But I'm gonna hit it hard next week. Or I'm gonna try to hit it hard next week. I'll try to get 4 videos out. We'll see if that is actually what ends up happening. I don't know, but. I gotta go back to like doing some of the stuff that I was doing before, because it was getting to the it's getting to the point where everybody constantly, I'll make a couple of videos and I keep getting a lot of these comments that are like, you know, oh well, let's do something else, like stop doing the same, let's do something else. And it's like, you don't understand, when I do something that I've already done before, the video's quicker because I've already given you guys all the information that you need for the thing that I'm talking about. Like, I've already made 2 or 3 different Hellboy videos. I already made, you know, a certain amount of this and a certain amount of, like, things that I've already talked about before. I don't have to keep talking about it. When I talk about something new, like, you'll notice, like, the first He-Man video is going to be over an hour long, and the second He-Man video is going to be, like, 30 minutes or 40 minutes. That's because I don't have to explain everything about He-Man to you. It's the same thing with, like, the Helldivers video. The very first Helldivers video I ever did was, like, an hour long. Since then, they've all been around 30 to 40 minutes. Like, if I have to constantly give you new stuff all the time, it just takes longer for me to make the videos because I actually have to tell you about the thing I'm talking about. If it's something I've done 50 times before, it's just faster. And also, I already have all of the clips and stuff edited together. So like if you watch a section of a video that has Helldivers in it, it's a clip show that I've already strung together when I was making the other Helldiver videos. If I add and talk about something new, I have to make a new clip animation to go over it, and that takes a lot of time. So it's like every time I talk about something new, it adds way more time to my editing time, like a ton more time. Like it more than doubles it, by way more than doubles it. So people are like, go ahead.
If I'm gonna be real with you, during most of those like 30-minute segment, like 20-30-minute segments where like you're just talking about like the He-Man video, I'll be honest, I skipped that.
It's fine.
I think most people did.
I don't really.
I think most people did.
No, most people watch it. Most people watch the section where I'm explaining it. It's the because I have a studio that tells me where people watch and where people dip, and people always dip later in the video. No, I mean that's I don't care if someone skips it. That doesn't bother me. The point is that I can't make a video where I'm talking about something where, I don't know, name a universe, doesn't matter, and I don't give you any information on I have to give you some information on what the challenge is or how, or like what the characters actually have to face. Otherwise, a large portion, like if you click on a video like Helldivers video, right? Helldivers up against Mass Effect and, you know, Killzone and all this different stuff, right? And you're like, ooh, Mass Effect, I fucking love Mass Effect, I'm gonna click on this video. But you don't know anything about Killzone, you don't know anything about Helldivers, you don't know anything about any of this stuff. You're just gonna be confused, watch the fucking video, and you're gonna click off. Like, I have to give you some kind of explanation. and that's I can't just
Context.
I can't just start
even
talking
then, you could
and expect you to
you could
So-
probably just like bring up stuff like as they are needed. Like like if you're doing at the start of the video, like you can bring up something.
No, that's a
Like
cluster. No, that's even worse. Because then what you end up having is you end up having videos where I'm talking about Mass Effect, and you're here to listen to me talk about Mass Effect. And then for like a fucking 10-minute section in the middle of the Mass Effect, I go on a tangent about Helldivers. It's like now you're annoyed, because you didn't come here for Helldivers, you came here for Mass Effect. So it's like you just get all the Helldiver stuff. Like you even said yourself, you skipped the He-Man section. Fine, that's why the timestamps are there. If you're not interested in the Helldivers information, you want to skip it, you could skip the Helldivers information and go straight to the He-Man section. I don't mind. I mean, look, I'm sure there's ways that I can improve the way I make the video and my whole system, but most of this is the way it is because I have already gone through the trial and error of like the alternatives. You know what I mean? Like I've already kind of fucked with it quite a bit, and this is the best.
Okay, that's fair enough.
This is the best way to do it. And I have like this whole thing in my like if you look at the stream, I have this whole thing when you're gonna fucking hate my. Actually, I kind of cleaned it up a little bit. It was a lot worse before. All right, so I go nothing to see here, and you go to clips, and these are a bunch of different clips of like all of the different things that I've covered of different times. So like I could just come. So like if I'm editing and I'm like, okay, well let's put Elden Ring in a video, right? We'll talk about Elden Ring. I could just go to this clip that I already made. It's totally edited together. There's no sound or anything, and it's just a bunch of random fucking Elden Ring clips just put together that I made. I took the time to make this 8-minute clip show. It's just a bunch of random Elden Ring shit. And now when I talk about Elden Ring in a future video, I could just take this clip, boom, post it over my audio, and I'm done. And then I can go in and like if I'm talking about something specific, I could put like that specific scene over there, but the basic like clip that's already done. So if I'm talking about something that I've already talked about before, the video is shorter. It's considerably shorter because I already have all the clips for them. If I'm talking about something brand new I've never talked about before, well, guess what? I got to take the time to make an 8 to 10 minute clip show, and I got to go all over the internet, finding all of these different clips and stuff and stringing them together and making it from scratch, and it just becomes more difficult. So you will probably never see a video where I have like 3 or 4 or 5 whole new universes that you've never seen me talk about. You're going to see maybe one new universe and then a couple of things I've already talked about before and then like combining them because it would take forever to fucking edit. Otherwise, it would take so long. So that's like another thing that I kind of have to talk about. That's why I like going back and talking about things that I've talked about before, but in a different context, or talk about something new about it. Right, like I don't know. Like I said, I've done Helldivers a lot, but like I've put Mass Effect in a Helldivers video. I've put them in I don't know, other videos. I don't remember off the top of my head, but I put them in other videos. So I like it's like if you're a fan of Mass Effect, you get your Mass Effect in your different quantities, but it also helps me out that I could keep talking about it because I have my Mass Effect clip show already all set to go. Just works out better that way. It's a lot easier, especially with how fast I make videos. Like I haven't for a couple months, but there was a point where I was making 16 videos a month, 4 videos a week, and each of those videos were between 30 minutes and an hour long. Some of them went over an hour. Like there's no way that you can do that without finding some quicker ways of going about it. Like people will. I've had some people complain in my comment sections about my editing, and they're like, it would be really cool if you actually showed us all the stuff and like edited everything together a lot better, and like actually like when you're talking about something, actually show all the things you're talking about and sort of let it flow with what you're saying. But I'm like, you have any idea how long that would take to edit? Like, do you have any clue like exactly like how you would get a video once every 2 weeks if I did that? Like the way I do it is faster.
72 hours later.
Yeah, it would take forever. It would take forever. I would not get videos out. My channel wouldn't grow as quickly as it does because one of the reasons the channel grows really quickly is because like my viewership. I was talking about this earlier, but the viewership of my channel, like if I just leave it alone for 2 days, it rarely drops below 10,000 views per every 48 hours. Like that's low for my channel. Generally speaking, it's going to be over 15. Sometimes it's up to 20. If it's a really, really good, like if it's really, really good, it might go. I think the highest I've ever had is 50,000 in 2 days. Like it ranges, but like if it starts to get near two, like if it starts to get 13,000, 12,000, this is really bad. Like I need to start making videos. It is currently at 6,000. That's the lowest I've had because I've only made one video this week. I never make only one video a week. This is the first time it's happened since I started like taking the channel seriously. Made one video a week. I've always made at least two, and two is a slow week. It's usually three, and at my highest, I went several months in a row doing 4 a week, and that's when my shit was exploding. So yeah, like YouTube punishes you pretty harsh for taking breaks. Like they make your viewership go down. Like I think there was a, like if you would have asked me a month ago, I would say like the least the number of subscribers I've ever gotten since my channel started is probably around 11 or 12 in a day. Yesterday I got 3 subscribers. That's the lowest I've ever had by a decent amount. Like I never get that low. On average, I'll usually get about 20 or 30 subs a day. Usually. That's generally how it works. And then on like hot, like the most I've ever had, I had like 400 in a day once. That was a pretty good day. But yeah, it's like it ranges. But yeah, like if you're not like consistent with the YouTubing, they punish you, dude. They just stop showing your videos to people like completely, and it sucks. And the thing is that it gets used to how often you make shit. So like if your channel sort of gets in the habit of making one video a week, then YouTube will kind of keep it at that pace. But if you get to a point where you're making 2, 3, 4, 5 videos a week, and then all of a sudden you start slowing down, YouTube will sense that and be like, oh, don't do that, and they'll stop showing your videos to people. Because they're like, nope, you're the type of dude who makes 3 a week. We expect 3 a week from you. And I'm like, fuck you, YouTube. That's fucked up.
That is
Jesus, man.
Yeah.
I'll fight it. Better have fucked up. He's fucked up.
Yeah.
That's fucked up.
It is what it is. It is what it is, bro.
You can dodge a winch. You can
Oh,
dodge a boat.
I'll say I'm grateful that you're at least going through it because it's very entertaining, and I'm enjoying.
No, I like doing it. I enjoy doing it. But there's no doubt that there's things there's certain things that I need to do in order to sustain. It's like it's not. I am under no false pretenses that I am safe in this job. Like at any point I can be forced to have to go back to work. Like I'm aware of that. Just January, February, and March were unbelievably slow months. Super slow months. Like I was like, oh shit, I might have to go back to work. Like, this is bad. Like if I'm gonna have this bad of a hit, for like months at a time, I might have to go back to work. But
well,
yeah.
From what I've heard, that's pretty normal in like January and February for YouTubers to hit a bit of a slump.
Yeah, but like it's okay when your slump means that you're making like slightly less money. It's when your slump has you bringing in like $1,000 the whole month. That's pretty fucking pitiful.
Yeah.
Like you can't survive off of that. You know what I mean? I think I'm lying to you. I don't think I made 1,000 in a month. I think that's probably lower than what I actually got, but it was still too low. Like let me see what it was. Hold up, I'm gonna check it out right now. I'm curious. I got. Let me see. Hold up.
You just got a super chat telling you to stop being sappy.
Not being sappy. Not being sappy. I thought I was communicating with my people, man. We're just talking.
You're pretty sad.
I don't know. What, they give you $50 for that shit? Damn.
No. It's like. Well, no. It's just. I'm talking about like I don't know, bro. I'm just talking about my experience on the YouTubes. Doug said that he might want to start one. So if this is the case, this is something he's gonna have to be aware of. But like, let me see. If you go to, I'm trying to find my shit so I could like just to, like what you're looking at. What you could be expected to look at, I suppose, is a better way of putting it.
True.
But Yeah,
Yeah, if I'm-
in February I made $1,400 in February, the whole month. Like that's not enough money to live off of at all. Like that's pitiful. And I was making like triple
That's
that.
that's like barely enough to make rent.
Yeah, it's not. It's yeah, that's bad. So when I started, and it's been going down every month since last year, since probably around October, maybe since October, I would say it's been dropping. It dropped during the holidays, and then it kept dropping. I'm hoping that summer it like jumps back up. You know what I mean? I think that's gonna be really cool.
Yeah.
But
More
yeah,
people
it
have more
probably
free time,
will.
more videos.
We're
you
saying,
gotta watch.
yeah, it's just look, this is what, and I'm just telling you guys like what I'm thinking and how I've been thinking for the past couple of months. The way that I'm sort of looking at it is, because this is still a test thing. This is not my career. This is like I'm seeing if this is something that I could actually do, and basically where my mind is I spent last year kind of seeing how everything goes. Like summer was really great. And then, like I said, around October it dropped, and then October, November, December it was like really low, and then January, February, March was unlivable. But like now I got to see, this is the second year, right? Once I hit June, I'll be hitting like the second year of me doing this. So once it hits June, am I going to get another massive boost during summer like I did last year? And is that boost going to be bigger than what I had last year? If the boost is
like
yeah,
I might have find out.
well, yeah,
if
because
you
Children.
well, the idea is that if I get a boost and the boost is the same as last year, I need to get another job. I can't be doing this. But if I get a boost during summer and I'm actually better than what it was last year, like it's actually a bigger boost, I'm like, okay, this actually does have growth potential. If there's no
like
growth,
if you reach like 100,000 subscribers or something, like over summer or something, this is probably something you could do. Like
I don't think it's gonna
like,
be.
I
I don't think it's gonna be that big. The most subscribers I've ever gotten in a month was I think last July, and I believe it was 6,800 in a month. But like last month, I only got 700. Just to show you the difference. Like there's a big difference, you see. And you know, I'm like, it sounds like I'm complaining. This isn't complaining. This is more like strategic. No, not venting. It's I've been having this strategy. One of the fun things that I actually like about YouTube is that I have to kind of figure it out. It's like a business that I have to figure out how it works. It's like a puzzle that I need to solve. And as of right now, I haven't quite solved it, but I'm still figuring it out. And I am excited for the summer because I just want to see what's going to happen. If last summer when summer started, like I said, I had like 20. What's up?
I would just want to say that fingers crossed that it does go well with you. But seeing that it's
go to bed.
in the morning, I think I need to get out of here.
I still have to edit. I won't be in bed until 5 a.m., 6 a.m. I already accepted that.
Yeah.
But yeah, yeah, it happens. During summer last year, when summer started, I think I had like 2,000 subs. I think something like that. And then by the end of summer, I hit nearly 10,000 or a little over 10,000. I like quadrupled the amount of people that I had in my stuff. It was a really, really, really good month. But yeah, the idea is that I want to make sure that, but it still wasn't enough to like live. Like I'm hoping for exponential growth. The idea is what I'm looking for is this going to get better every year, or is this going to be the same every year? If it's the same every year, I gotta get a job. If it's better every year, then there's potential to make this possibly a career, and then I can do other stuff. Like I can open up a shop in the channel and do all this other stuff. And it's just kind of me sort of trying to figure out like how does this work, and is this something that I could do viably? You know what I mean? That's all it is. Like,
bro, there's no walkthrough for this game. What the fuck?
Yeah, basically. Like, I just have to figure it out. Like I've already come to the conclusion that the fucking algorithm's random. Like, it's really hard to figure out what the algorithm finds cool and what it doesn't. Like, I got during summer, I made a Doom video that blew up, and I made a Cult of Lamb video that blew up back to back. Like, they were literally like 3 videos apart. The Doom video got over 300,000 views right now. The Cult of Lamb video has like I think 170,000 right now, something like that. And I've released those videos very, very close together, and is that the reason why my summer was so amazing? Because I just happened to get 2 videos that blew up, became 2 of my most watched videos of all time around the same time? Or is it just that summer is just that kind of month where that's just going to happen? What I'm actually also, one thing I'm looking forward to is Doom the Dark Ages coming out. Is my channel's Doom videos going to blow up when Doom the Dark Ages releases? I hope so.
Most likely.
I have a lot of Doom videos, and I'll probably make more based on the game. We'll see where that goes. I don't know. Like I said, I'm still figuring it out. We'll find out. We'll find out. But
if you ever do have to get a normal job again, will you like still make videos or?
Yeah,
like,
but
just not
it'll
as
be
frequently?
way slower. I mean,
Yeah.
when I was working at an electrical, I was working around 82 hours. Generally, yeah, I worked a lot. I'm a workaholic. I always worked. That's one of the reasons why I could do this and I can make 4 videos a week, because I don't sleep a lot. Like I said, it's like 3 in the morning and I'm still up, and I probably won't be in bed until 5, 6 o'clock, and then I'll be up tomorrow morning at around 8 a.m. is when I'll wake up. But I don't sleep a lot. But it just I have to constantly be moving. So yeah, if I get a job, even if I do the 40 hours, I mean, you probably shouldn't expect videos except maybe once every other week, or I doubt you'll get one once a week once I go back to work. It takes a lot. Like the way I do it now is I record it for one day and record everything, and then I'll start editing, but I won't finish it, and then I'll finish it the next day, and then the day after that I'll have it released at 8 a.m. in the morning that following day. And then when that video releases, I'll start on that day when I have that video out, I'll start recording my next video. So it usually takes about 2 days for me to finish making a video. That's generally how it does. If I really if I spend the whole day filming and editing, like the entire fucking day, and it's a shorter video, like it's in the 20 something minutes or low 30s, maybe I can get one out in a single day where I start editing and where I start filming and edit it completely and release it, but I won't be in bed until 2, 3 in the morning, bare minimum. And I did do that a lot earlier. I stopped doing that nearly as much because it's exhausting. But yeah, if I do that, but if I have a full-time job where I'm not getting home until later and I have to be in bed to be up tomorrow, yeah, no, it's gonna be, maybe I can get you out once a week, but it won't be consistently once a week. It'll probably be once a week, maybe 3 videos a month, maybe. And considering that I was doing 16 videos a month, there's a very, very large difference there. It's a massive difference there.
It's probably likely that your channel will fall off if that ever happens.
Yeah, it just is what it is.
It's gonna go down the shitter.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, it'll be something that'll be fun hobby that I'll get a little bit of extra cash on the side, but it's not gonna be something that could ever turn into a career. It won't be.
Yeah, but if that, again, that's if. Hopefully, because I really do enjoy your content. I hope this can take you somewhere, man. Because I do think it can take you somewhere.
Take.
Yeah, well,
it's a new idea. There's not many people out there who do this kind of stuff.
Well, I mean, luckily for me, that I it sounds like I'm complaining, but I've been relatively fortunate. I mean, most people, I've seen channels that are 6, 7, 8 years old who have a third, a sixth of the subscriber count that I do, and their videos don't get nearly as many views as mine do. It's crazy. I mean, I think Arcade's channel's 4 years old. I just had a thing with Arcade. He's got 12,000 subs, and his videos get about half of what I do. And I don't know what it is. I don't know why my shit does. And I've shifted my focus on my channel 3 times, and all 3 times I had a massive boost in viewership based on the new idea that I came up with. So again, I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's just me coming up with good ideas, or if it's my personality, or if it's the way the videos are put together, or it's just luck. I have no idea. But I
think it's, you shift the content and then you find a good group of people that are going to stick with you, and then add on to the existing group. And then if you ever do another shift, it's like you just keep picking up more and more people who are going to stick with you for your personality.
Well, that's not really how it works, because if I make anything that's not a Would You Survive challenge, YouTube won't show it to people.
Yeah.
The algorithm just straight up won't show it. So
yeah, but if you make a new kind of survival challenge of with a different
group like with Helldivers or
Oh yeah,
Corporate
but that's
Glam
all a
or
part of but that's all a part of the same thing. As long as it's a survival challenge, that like it's the lack of being a survival challenge that YouTube doesn't like. Like YouTube, people don't tell you this. When you see all these videos of like, oh, how to be a successful YouTuber, they don't tell you this. You're going to, unless you're very very lucky, you're going to be locked into a niche, and you're going to be forced by the algorithm to stay within that niche. Like, it's just how the algorithm works. It doesn't want you. Yeah. It doesn't like variety channels. Some channels can be variety channels, but it's very rare. They want you to do a certain thing. So, like, if I go off, I used to be a variety channel. Every video I did was just something random that I felt like talking about that day. I don't do that anymore, because if I try to go off of the survival challenges, it just it just dies.
Flops.
Yeah, but it doesn't just flop that video. It flops the whole channel. Because if I release a video and that video does poorly, the entire channel starts doing poorly across the board. Like I said, it's just the way the algorithm works. It's harsh. There ain't no doubt about that. It is harsh. I can see why so many people make videos. It just doesn't work out for them. The algorithm is a fucking asshole. It's awful.
Channels of
the real survival challenge.
Yeah. Rouga versus the YouTube algorithm. Yeah, kind of. That's basically That's essentially what it is. But
I guess we're just gonna have to see if you can survive, man.
Yeah. Well,
maybe like once you hit once you hit like 100,000 subscribers or something, you can put out like, I don't know. How well did Rouga? I don't know. How well did he survive?
Well, I'm hoping that the YouTube is actually just a stepping stone for better things. Like, I mean, in reality, I'm a writer. I've been a writer for a long time. I would like to write and publish my own comic book. I would like to make a mini series. Actually have like a mini and get actors and film and like live action and actually do like a mini series or something, or like a web series, or possibly release something, like actually make stories and do that kind of stuff. That's what I think that would be something that I would like to do. And the YouTube channel is a really good way of building up an audience that would be interested in doing something like that. Because one of the hardest things about doing things like that is writing something or filming something and having no one to show it to. But if you have an already existing base that is already interested in the things that you do, you can, it becomes a lot easier to actually have those things spread. I've already said that I'm not going to release a comic book until I get 100,000 subs. It's just the way. That's why I'm taking my time writing it. But yeah, when I hit 100,000, I'm gonna, because I want to have a base that's like, people. I mean, if 5% of the people who actually watch my channel end up wanting to purchase the comic book, that's still, that's not bad. That's not terrible. It's like, what is that, like? I don't know.
5,000 bills.
I'm not doing
like $20, like $20-30 a pop. You can get.
That would be a very expensive comic book for $20 or $30 a pop. But
yeah,
it's like you wouldn't make all that. You wouldn't make all that much, and it would. And again, for that, I actually don't even care that I don't make all that much. I would like to. All I would want to do with releasing it is make the money back that I put into actually creating it, and build a user base of people who would want to buy future comics. Like that would be what I would be doing that for. But yeah, like I would like to make stories, do all kinds of stuff, maybe open up multiple channels at some point, and then maybe hire other people to take control of those channels, and sort of like I don't like standing still. I got to expand. I got to do more stuff. I have to. It's just
I think Clip channel would take off pretty quick with just how these streams go.
People have told me that I should make one called Rouga Rants, where I just bitch about shit, and the whole channel is just me bitching about shit. People told me that. I don't know how interested people would, but I already do that. Like, people got really annoyed that I bitched about The Boys for like 10 minutes when I did what video I do recently.
The best part.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that was the best part of that video.
Dude,
that was the best part.
People hated it. So many people were like, "I'm 14 minutes in, and you're still talking about you haven't even talked about the Invincible War yet. This is bullshit." And I always say the same thing. I'm like, "Welcome to the channel, man." That's just what.
Dude, again, dude, if you posted
like if you started like posting like YouTube Shorts or whatever of like clips from the screen, like from the streams, like remember like that C-Man guy, like when he brought up somebody and that guy just started tweaking out on the stream and he was just like just yelling at you and like cussing and shit.
I stopped
And he
doing
was just being-
shorts because every time I release a short, my whole channel does worse. Like less people, the videos.
Wait, you've been doing shorts?
I've done
Oh
shorts.
shit.
I've done shorts before. Yeah.
I've never seen them, so I guess yeah.
Hold up. I used to do comedy shorts. Give me a second. I'll let me see. Hold up. Nobody even knows that I fucking made them because like I said, YouTube. Oop, nope, that's not right. YouTube wasn't showing them to people. But yeah, here's my shorts right here. These 4 right here, these were comedy shorts that I used to do. Where the whole idea is that I amplify toxic behaviors by basically praising the toxic behaviors of characters. So like, here, I don't know if you've seen this one. It's gonna be on the stream. There's gonna be a little bit of a delay, but yeah, like this is basically what I do.
Well, so what are you even asking right now?
Where's the fucking? It's no volume. Where's the volume of the video? Oh, it's muted. That's why. Yeah, like look, this is like the little shorts I made.
Obi-Wan Kenobi, the most savage man in the galaxy, steals his boy's girl and makes him a quadriplegic in the same night. Kidnaps his son and hides him with his own family. Moves 2 blocks down the road. Doesn't even change his last name. He's just daring that man.
Oh, you can't hear it? My bad.
So big that chasing Indy.
Okay, whatever. I'll post it if y'all want to see it. But anyway, yeah, there's like a the whole idea was, like I said, the whole idea was that you would take like super fucking toxic behaviors of different like fictional characters, and then just like hype them up for their worst shit, basically. Like you'll get what I'm saying when you see the video if you watch it. But yeah, I made like 4 of them or 5 of them back to back, and I noticed that every time I made one, the viewership on my longer form videos like dropped, like significantly dropped for a couple videos after I made them. So I was like, hold up, you don't make nearly as much money on the shorts, and I was already doing relatively well with the longer form videos. So I just said fuck it, I'm not doing the shorts then. And yeah.
I don't know. Maybe then, if that didn't work, then maybe you could just like compile them into like a long video. Maybe that would work. Like just compile interesting clips from all the debate streams or tier list streams and whatnot. Maybe that would.
That's true.
I mean, I think it's just the idea of releasing the shorts. Like I took the last short that I did was actually not that. The last short I did was hold up. The last short I did was this one with Batman, and this was actually a clip taken directly from one of my survival challenges. Just like a funny little section of it, and I released it. Yeah, 1.2 thousand views, and it dropped in the videos that I released after it all dropped. Like they didn't do as well. I don't know. It's like I've already told you, like when I release a video and that video doesn't do well, YouTube punishes my next couple of videos after it. So
Well, yeah, but that's why you do it on a separate channel. That's why we're saying make like a clips channel.
yeah, but then I have to like I'd have to rebuild. I would have to devote the time to building up that channel and make it. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. I
At
mean,
some
at the very
point,
least,
maybe. But I'm devoting a lot
I
of
don't think
time to
it's
the
the-
current channel at the moment, so I don't know about that.
I don't think it's the best idea because it takes
It takes time
I
away from
had
the
to
channel
edit
that's
only a
actually doing
2-hour
well.
I did a
Yeah.
2-hour stream one time. I had to edit through that and find like funny clips. It's not worth it. I spent like a full day just getting the clips together, and then I had to do whatever else I wanted to do with them. And that was only 2 hours. So
Sure, but I mean, when you see how much time I spend actually making these videos, you realize that 2 hours is actually a sizable chunk.
yeah.
But I don't know. I'd have to make another YouTube channel, and then I would have to like constantly take all my devices to like log into the different YouTube channels to constantly like deal with them, and then I would take time away from my main YouTube channel, which is actually making
That's
money
what I
and
mean.
actually
I don't
doing
think
well.
it's the best idea.
Yeah, and then that one that's like not gonna have any
I don't know.
people. I'm gonna have to slowly build it up. I mean, look how many people I advertise my Discord. In every video that I make, I advertise the Discord, and we have 1,400 people here, which is actually a sizable Discord for the size of my YouTube channel. But I mean, I really push the Discord. I imagine if I pushed a second YouTube channel the same way, I'd probably get similar results, which are pretty fucking pitiful. So I just
But it's not worth it because he has 10-hour stream VOD.
Yeah, like I said, maybe if I get
funny moments.
Maybe when I get like
it's not worth
70, 80, 90,000 people or whatever subs, and it's like maybe I'll start opening up
like you're a bit more
ones.
secure.
Yeah, like I can like at
Well,
the
for
moment
something like that,
I'm still at that point in my whole YouTube situation where if I don't make a video for 2 or 3 days, I'm fucked. Like I really like my money
your
goes.
channel's kind of dead at that point.
Yeah.
You know?
So it requires me to constantly be working on it basically, which I don't mind because I mean if I'm not doing that, I would just be at work somewhere else. It's not like I work. But like that's kind of a big part of it is like I have to be. YouTube wants me to constantly be doing it. Once I get to the point where even if I don't make a video for a couple of days, the channel could still sort of sustain itself in viewership. I can take breaks and things. But I'm not really at that point yet. So, like, if I could stop making videos for a couple of days and I'm still getting 20,000 views every 2 days, I could be happy with that. But you're making nothing with like 6,000 views after 2. Like that's not. I'm not there. I'm just not there yet.
Yeah, no, it's not secure enough. Like like it's still too risky.
Yeah. But there are some things that I like to do. I think the next goal is to make a shop and like sell items. I think that's probably the next.
So like merch and stuff.
Yeah, like merch for the channel.
What would you sell?
Shirts, shoes.
The Rouga verse shirts.
Jackets.
I feel like you'd have a better time selling a fucking bat.
A bat?
Yeah, just a baseball bat.
Why a bat?
With the attitude you represent on your videos, if you had like something on the bat, I feel like it would sell better than a shirt.
A bat with nails in it.
Well, what do you? There's only one thing I could think to put on a shirt, and it would be the hookers and cocaine.
That's just a fun time.
Let's get started. I don't know.
Let's get started. On the back it says hookers and cocaine.
Hookers and cocaine. Let's get started. That can work.
It worked perfectly with the jacket.
Actually, works pretty well.
You just take off the jacket and it's like, let's get started, and then take off the jacket, hookers and cocaine.
It's got to be like one on the front. Like the front will say hookers and cocaine, and the back will say let's get started.
You gotta make a jingle now too. It's gotta.
Yeah, like a little jingle.
A little jingle.
Catchphrase.
Catchphrase? Do I have a catchphrase?
Probably let's get started, but that's.
Well, there's a couple. Well, there's lines that I repeat in all my videos. So like let's get started is one of the lines that I repeat. My intro is always the same. My outro is also always the same. Y'all stay safe out there, you hear, which is something I say in real life. And then there's like other little things that I'll say that I didn't really realize it, but I noticed from editing so many videos that I repeat certain things. Like there's this one joke that I constantly repeat that I don't even realize I repeat it, but I just notice I repeat it now, which is it's like I go off on a tangent and then I'm like, what was I talking about? Right, and then I get back on, or like I don't know, just little things that are yeah, or it's like or it's like
you can put that on the shirt. What was I talking about?
What was I talking about? Right. I got it. And then just go just little things, and it's like it's not even jokes. It's just like things that the way I talk. Like there's consistent things I say as I talk to people. So I don't know. There's probably some stuff that I can do. I don't know. We'll see. Maybe I could take like individual lines that I said, like really fucked up lines. I could say anything. Nah. Dumb.
That would sell.
Liberal women versus the thing. Liberal women win. That was a joke I made. And one of my. Oh, you don't remember that joke? I liked that joke. That was funny. I did one where
I haven't heard that one.
Yeah, I was talking about how like I'm trying to remember exactly how it went. Basically, like the thing is a clump of cells, and it's like you should you should fill up the ship with liberal women because they love killing clumps of cells. The thing could never survive. That was
That's
like
crazy.
that was the joke.
That is really good.
I think that was in the Predator Mothership video. I think that you could
Oh
fill
yeah,
it.
I definitely didn't watch that.
Yeah, that was one of them. There was quite a few of my videos around that time when I made the Predator Mothership video and the Dead Rising video, and around that time I was really going all out on the fucked up jokes. Like I was trying to see how far I could push it. And I had like 3 videos in like 2 weeks get just fucking completely demonetized and banned and all this kind of stuff. It was like, oh Jesus, I should probably hold it back a little bit. But yeah, like I made all that was the joke when I said the nah, and that was the joke where I said the clump of cells joke. I had a lot of people leave my channel too because I guess they thought my humor was too right wing. I don't know. I didn't really think about it, to be honest with you. But
wow, I'm never gonna make it. My first video ever, I had to edit out like 10 N-words.
Is what it is.
I didn't even. Here's the thing. I didn't even cut them. I didn't.
It's kind of crazy. I was about to say.
I didn't even cut them. I bleeped them.
Oh.
So they're still in there.
Just enough to hear that first letter, baby.
Yeah, just enough.
Yeah.
To hear the first letter, just so everyone knows what you're really saying.
You need to be careful with that shit. I notice all the videos that I like the most, like the videos that I find the most entertaining to me, get like no views. Like my 2 favorite videos are the 2 videos that I think are probably the funniest, just most laughs and jokes per minute, is probably the Office Space video and the 2024 election video. Those are my 2 funniest ones by far. They're the most enjoyable. Both of them got like no views, and the Office Space one got actually like decopyrighted, not copyrighted, but it got demonetized. That's right. And I don't even know why, because like I don't even remember saying anything too bad. And that I made an Office Space video.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I just
haven't
checked.
seen that one.
Thank God the video only has 4 views. Thank God.
4?
Only 4.
No, the video's got more than 4.
No, mine.
Oh, yours. Oh, okay.
Yeah, no, I wasn't talking. No.
Yeah, I was saying the Office Space video. It's got like a couple. I think it's like 8,000 or something, but it's not a lot. But
I really enjoyed that one.
Yeah.
Wait, you said you got one on the 2024 election, right? When was that?
During the 2024 election.
Well, yeah, no duh.
I don't know. Let me see. Just type in Rouga Rabid 2024 election. It'll probably pop up. I don't remember the exact date. I'll have to hold up.
Jesus, I just scrolled down a whole bunch, and not even a year ago, your videos were getting like 1,800, 1,500 views.
Yep.
Like it was.
Yeah.
Man, just a hell of a glow up. I'm gonna be honest.
I really can't complain. I mean, I'm complaining recently because like I said, I got 700 last month subscribers, and I was getting like 5,000 my most was 6,800, but I got like 5,000 for like 4 months in a row. Like I was like, my channel was exploding. I was like, bro, I'm gonna hit 100,000 in like a year and a half, and then it like dropped tremendously. Yeah. And then for a while I was getting like 1,000 every month for a couple months, and now I'm actually to the point where the last 2 months I've gotten less than 1,000. I've got like 600-700. I'm just worried that it's gonna keep dropping, and then eventually it's gonna get to the point where I'm like other channels where it's like they get like a couple. I've seen a lot of channels, they have like 30,000-40,000 subscribers, and it's like they'll get like 1,000 or 2 every year, and I'm like, that's too slow. I hope I don't get to that point. But yeah, no,
it'll be like a few thousand views every video or something.
I don't know, but I typed in Rouga 2024 election, and it was the first video that popped up. Would these 8 politicians survive the 2024 election? That is.
Oh, I think I heard about it, but I never actually watched it.
It's funny. I think it's funny. I don't want to toot my own horn, but I think it's hysterical.
Mr. Comedy Man.
Yeah, I think I'll go blind. I'll be alright. I think I'll be okay.
Mr. Comedy Man.
Yeah, I did notice that my comedy's been lacking recently. I think it's because I'm trying to like get through the videos and meet a certain schedule, and I'm not really like sitting back and
Enjoying
just like not necessarily not enjoying it. I'm just not. I used to
Doing it
like
casually.
I don't know. I don't know. I
Like-
used to. It was different before. It was like I was in the zone. Like I was in the zone. Like every day I would make some shit. I would just say the goofiest shit that popped in my mind. And more recent, but my channel was like doing super well. And now that my channel's not
I
doing
like
nearly as well, I don't know.
maybe
I
like
guess.
while you're making a video. Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead. What were you saying?
Maybe like while you're making a video, just try like shooting the shit with your friends. Just be in a call with your buddies or something.
Friends.
And then just like
Fuck is that?
There's only subscribers and fucking mods.
Friends. There's just tools to which to be used.
Cool.
Yeah.
okay, then chat with
I'm
your
kidding.
shoot the
I'm
shit with your
kidding. I'm
tools.
kidding. I'm kidding. No,
Yeah,
no,
like the
it's-
only reason I'm here is to try and piss off Mikey so he donates. I'm not here. I'm just a tool.
I'm not here. I'm just.
Has he donated again? I want to see. Did he?
These are all bots, by the way, guys. Everybody here is all the people talking right now are bots. They don't exist. They're not.
Yeah,
real.
we're actually super advanced AI developed by Rouga.
Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah.
Just made me.
He's trying to make us write his own stories.
That's what it is. Yeah.
Yeah.
Every
Yeah,
time
it's
Mike,
like-
every
like
time
us
Mike
editing the videos.
donates, that's just me donating my own money to myself, just to keep up appearances.
Mikey, every time Mikey donates, it's just money laundering.
That's what it is.
Yeah.
That's why it's in. That's why it's in
Right.
yen. That's why this clearly white man is donating in yen. I gotta. I have to alter the cash to another country, so I could properly launder it.
There was some guy.
Yeah.
There's some guy in the chat that said enslave your fans like Super Earth.
Hey,
What do you think he's been doing?
Super Earth doesn't enslave people. Come on now,
It
What do
spreads
you think?
democracy.
What do you think we are? We've been held here at gunpoint.
guys. I'll be honest with you. I don't think I'm getting that video out by tomorrow.
Ah, shit. My
No,
fault.
you don't say.
We've been
Yeah.
we've been talking shit. We've been shooting the shit.
I don't think that's gonna happen. Yeah, like I said, I still have almost 20 minutes left to edit. 17.7 minutes left to edit, which is gonna take a lot more than 20 minutes to do. And then I still have to upload it, which takes forever. And then you still have to like set it all up and fucking it takes. This is gonna be like a 2-3 hour process. It's already 3 o'clock in the morning. And tomorrow's Easter, which is particularly ass. So
Oh, fuck.
Actually,
I got like
came
20
off
people
my
coming
Easter
over.
for this.
Fuck.
what's up?
I came off my Easter for this. Made some steaks.
No, wait. Today? Easter's tomorrow, right?
Yeah.
Am I losing my mind? Easter's tomorrow.
Wait, like
Yeah.
Easter Sunday is tomorrow.
Not for me.
No, I'm not talking.
well,
Him.
technically it's today. Technically.
Oh, don't be a fucking prick.
Listen, I enjoyed my Easter Sunday. I made some steak. I had some honey naan. It was good time. Got a haircut.
I don't
What was
even
the cut?
know what I'm eating.
What was the
Probably
steak cut?
steaks. I have a lot of steaks in the fridge. I'll probably make some steaks.
I'm probably just gonna order out.
Wow.
I'm just gonna DoorDash something.
Awful.
Mikey,
Well,
what
I don't
cut
know.
was it?
Maybe
What'd you
my
get?
stepmom will make something, but I don't know.
Stepmom. Post a pic, bro.
Yeah.
All right, well,
Huh?
let me
Did you get stuck in a dryer or what?
let me end this. There's only 21 people in the stream for some reason. I don't know what you guys are doing here. I'll be honest, I have no idea. But thank you for sticking around. But let me end the stream so I can at least attempt to finish editing this on time.
Yeah.
Probably
Whether I
just left their
actually
shit on while they
do
went to sleep.
will I mean okay. whatever floats your boat, man. So thank you guys for stopping by. Hey M Porky. I'm sorry, man. It's the stream's I mean, not really. It's about to end right now. It was a relatively slow night for the stream.
Donate $100.
last
We'll go another 3 hours.
Oh, you can go fuck yourself. The last 2 weeks have been very slow for the streams. I don't know why. I'm not really sure. I'm hoping maybe it's because it's close to the holiday, like the Easter thing maybe. But last week was pretty slow too. I don't know. we'll see, because we had like 3 or 4 solid weeks back to back, and then this week and last week were super slow by comparison.
It wasn't even an after party last week, man. It was supposed to be one.
What does that mean? After? Oh, you mean like
There was
where we chill out in the stream for a bit?
No, so the like 3 weeks ago at this point, me and a couple guys did an after party, like a stream. We went until like 9 in the morning.
Oh, lucky. Well, we did do that last week. Mike got into a whole argument with the other dude. I forgot his name. Yeah, we talked for like another 2 or 3 hours after the stream was over. I mean, we're not. I mean, I'll probably stay in the chat and talk, but I'll be trying to edit while talking. Like the goal will be to edit.
Yeah. I forgot what I was even arguing with that dude about. That's a
lot of stuff.
A week's a lot of.
There was like 3 or 4 different topics that came up.
Was it like the guy with
philosophical
C-Main?
ideas. No, it wasn't C-Main.
Oh.
Anyway, I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go. Okay, wait, let me end the stream. I'm gonna go. I gotta edit. Hopefully, I'll get the video out by tomorrow morning. Whether I actually do or not, you know what? I might not even release it, even if I do finish. Like, is Easter even a good day for videos?
Any holidays is a
bad day,
I don't know
right?
about that day.
It's a bad day.
People are hanging out with family.
Right? Like no one's gonna be waking up in the morning and being like, "Oh, let's watch the fucking Rouga Rabid video on Easter Sunday morning." I don't know. I don't see that happening.
Yeah.
Well, the Easter Rouga Ragged.
Yeah, I might just say
Rouga Rabid.
I might just say fuck it.
Rouga Rabid.
I might just say fuck it and release it on Monday. It'll probably come out on Monday because I don't even think Sunday's gonna be a good day for it. So yeah. Okay, so yeah, you'll get your video Monday morning, and hopefully I can get out 4 videos next week to make up for the only 1 video that I got out this week, which I'm super bummed out about. So we'll see if I am up to that challenge. It's been quite a few months since I've released 4 in a single week, but I would like to get back to the point where I'm doing that. So yeah, just look forward to my attempt, and you'll see in a week if I succeed or fail in that. So anyway, to you guys, thanks for coming by to the stream, and yeah, I'll see y'all next week in the next stream. Toodles.
Subscribe or I'll bomb your house.
Yes.
Whoa.
That will be what happens to you if you do not like and subscribe to the video. This other super not guy who is not affiliated to me will bomb your house. Goodbye.
And channel